in Nepal and Tibet. And also the droughts in the north and northeast regions of Brazil, we have suffering so much with this. So we need to get ready. So we created the Mall Institute with this initiative 1% to help with the family philanthropy, and in partnership with Planejar, we want to raise awareness and train financial philanthropists to engage more families in this practice. We keep putting on effort to increase the legal framework for endowments. We are always looking for new ways to stay relevant in the current world and to be a partner to several of you in developing the Brazilian philanthropy. So, this is the spirit behind today's agenda. Over the course of the day, we will be talking about organizations that transform themselves and stay relevant. We will talk about the strength of the territories and the protagonism of communities. We will be discussing new ways of mobilizing and combining capital, thinking about equality and strengthening family philanthropy. We will expand the dialogue with Latin America philanthropy, bringing experiences from other places in the world, and we will also be reflecting on governance, technology, funding models, climate, trust, and power and responsibility sharing. We are not expecting to walk away from here with a single answer or a recipe on how to transform philanthropy. No, there will be different answers for different territories, organizations, and causes. However, of one thing we are sure, this movement cannot happen by itself. So this is why I would like to extend you this invitation to make this forum a great collective work space, a space to think not only about what needs to change, but especially on what we can change.
Without losing sight of what's at the origin of the very word philanthropy, the love for humanity. If the world is asking for, calling for new answers, it's up to us to build them. So I encourage you all to use this forum as an invitation to reflection, dialogue, and action. Thank you.
Que delícia ver a casa.
So great to see a full house today.
Na nossa
So, to start off, I know everyone is excited and looking forward to seeing what we have today. So, now we'll welcome a person who rescues the meaning behind words. It is a huge honor to have her here with us today to help us think about what philanthropy means. If if we have to reinvent ourselves to keep up with such fast changing world, how can we do that without losing our essence? And what essence are we talking about? Well, with that, let's welcome one of the most important voices in contemporary Brazilian literature, Mrs. Conceição Evaristo. She has just become the first black woman to receive the title of Doctor Honoris Causa from the University of Campinas. Conceição, it's an honor to have you here with us today. The floor is yours.
Bom dia.
I would like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this philanthropic forum. To start, I wanted to tell you that when I was young, many good things came to me through a Catholic philanthropic association in Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, north from here. I grew up in a very poor community and we were really supported by philanthropic initiatives back then. Some even relying on foreign aid. Now, when we think about philanthropy itself, we see that the world is changing, and I understand that your industry has to change as well. People's needs change, people need different types of support from philanthropy. Back then, when I was a child, there was no discussion whatsoever about poverty. We were poor because we were poor. We received support from the Catholic Church, from the government, but that was about it. We could rely on some health care, but really things were given to us. There was no critical sense. We were there, we were poor, we needed help, we were helped, but that was it. No critical thinking, no reflection. Now, as our society evolved, we began to understand the power of strategic philanthropy. Strategic philanthropy is committed to social movements, to emerging social needs. That's really key. I think that the essence is still there, the essence of philanthropy is there, but as this movement evolves and as times change, philanthropy becomes deeper and even more capable of changing the communities that they work with. Also, when it comes to change, we have to determine whether the changes are really systemic, systems changes, or only superficial changes. I understand that as philanthropists, you have to understand what what changes are necessary, which changes can actually drive transformation in our society. Today, philanthropy is seen differently by individuals, by communities, and that all has to be taken into account. In philanthropy, who gets to ask the questions and who gets to answer the questions and how? I think that a beneficial change is our understanding of philanthropy as an action, an initiative that must be combined with social demands, social needs. Philanthropy has to be understood as part of social struggles. It's challenging. I understand it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to say. It's not an easy thing to put in practice. But I understand that philanthropic organizations have, society has to recognize that bounty, abundance, excess, surplus, the excess of a few means the shortage, the scarcity of many. What's abundant in one place is what's scarce somewhere else. I understand that philanthropy is also an act of justice, like remediation, mitigation, a way to promote and serve justice in a society where access to education, healthcare, leisure, culture, law, basic rights, housing is not widespread. Philanthropy plays a really key role in such an unequal society like ours. I think that this question can be answered by philanthropy. I think that in philanthropy, we have to think about it. We have to think about philanthropy as an act of mitigation and remediation in such an unfair world. I think we should practice philanthropy not only as an act of giving, giving assets, giving money, donating money. I think it's about sharing assets and sharing goods, sharing assets. Because when we think about donating, when we think about giving, the recipient is passive. The recipient is passive, right? recipients are considered passive. The recipients of philanthropy are often in extreme poverty conditions. Now, when we think about distributing and sharing assets, then it's about repairing and remedying. Maybe that is an important way for us to achieve greater social justice, which I believe is what everyone here wants. Also, we have to reaffirm our commitment. Philanthropy has this commitment to the common good in a country where the common good is historically overlooked, in a country that has long neglected its poor, its working class, and I think that philanthropy has a really key role to play in changing that. I think that with that, you in philanthropy are actually being brave. I think philanthropy is an act of courage. When I think of philanthropy, I think of this relentless pursuit of social justice, and that really speaks to me. And to end, to close, I'd like to leave you with a short poem. I don't know if we'll be able to put it on the screen, but anyway. Evelyn, can you help me with the poem?
Ciências do banjo.
Despite my longing for everything, despite my longing for what I don't even know,
Uma fé de nos afiançar que, mesmo estando nós entre rochas, não haverá pedra a nos entupir o caminho. Das acontecências do banjo, a pesar sobre nós, há de nos aprumar a coragem. Murros em ponta de faca valem, afiam os nossos desejos, neutralizando o corte da lâmina. Das acontecências do banjo, brotará em nós
Conceição, it's really an honor to have you here with us. It's a pleasure, it's an honor. You touched our hearts again. I am moved by your words. I think that your words resonate with us. I can really relate to everything you said, so thank you. Thank you for this opening speech. I wish that your reflections on justice and philanthropy can guide our own thoughts and reflections today. Now, with this good vibe, let's continue with our program. And I encourage you all to participate in our conversations to make our event even richer and more dynamic. In every session, we'll have some time for questions from the audience. Those who are here in person can ask for a microphone and ask your questions. Make sure to ask your questions on the microphone. And those who are watching us online can share your questions with us on the chat of the streaming service. We'll share your questions with the moderator of each session, so make sure to participate. Let's make this engaging and interactive. Now, without further ado, let's start our first session today with the topic Reinvention Now, Relevance Always. So let's welcome our guests. Somachi Chris Asoluka, CEO of Tony Elumelu Foundation. Somachi, welcome. Victor Hugo Naya, General Director of the Grupo Volkswagen Foundation. Valcleia dos Santos, Deputy General Superintendent of the Sustainable Amazon Foundation, and our moderator, Sonia Concilio, Specialist in Sustainability and ESG Pioneer by the UN Global Pact. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. What a beautiful morning so far. It is a great pleasure to be here. Paula, thank you for the invitation. I will self-describe myself and I'll ask our guests to describe themselves as well. I'm a white woman with curly hair. I wear glasses and I'm wearing a black and white outfit, and I'm very happy to be here. And I think it shows. I'm smiling. I think my face shows how happy I am to be here today. I think this opportunity is very special. Being part of this ecosystem here of philanthropy and social investment is an honor. I've been working in this field for years. It is a privilege and it is a big responsibility. I think that we here share a big responsibility. I think that the topic of this panel, of this session in particular, is very interesting. Actually, the topic of this meeting is very inspiring and thought-provoking. In a fast-changing world like ours, remaining relevant requires more than adaptation. Staying relevant means we have to evolve without losing our values, without losing sight of what matters to us. Social organizations with consolidated journeys are frequently challenged to review their strategies, review their agendas, and respond to ever-changing contexts and challenges. So what changes when the world changes, and what is non-negotiable? What are our non-negotiable principles? I think this session is so interesting because we have three different voices, three different perspectives. I think this conversation can explore how reinvention can strengthen and not replace our essence, what's at the core. Our essence is essential and it cannot be replaced. So how can we change while protecting our purpose and our commitment to social change? So with that, let me start introducing our guest speakers. First, before that, I want to say hello to those watching us online on YouTube. Remember, there's simultaneous translation. Somachi is probably listening to the translation, and you guys can also listen to her in Portuguese because our interpreters will be translating everyone into every language. So this panel is interesting because we have three different voices. We have the voice of an independent foundation, a family foundation, and a corporate foundation. I'm here with Victor Hugo Naya, General Director of the Volkswagen Group Foundation, Valcleia dos Santos, General Superintendent of the Sustainable Amazon Foundation, and Somachi Chris Assoluca, CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. It's great, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. And first, we'll have 2 rounds of questions. We're all on the same page. There will be someone keeping the time. You will also control the time so that we can have time for you all to speak and for questions at the end. My first question will be a little longer, and then we'll have some more time for other questions. Okay, so without further ado, let's start with Valcleia. Valcleia, the Sustainable Amazon Foundation has a long history of initiatives in one of the most strategic and challenging territories of the world, the Amazon. Conserving the forest and promoting human development are inseparable. The Amazon is a place of conflicting interests, and it's deeply connected to climate conversations. So, with that context, what reinventions are necessary for you to remain relevant up in the Amazon? What is the essence that you want to preserve up there? Good morning, everyone. I'm Valcleia. I'm a black woman. I have curly long hair. I'm wearing white clothes and a dark jacket, and I'm coming from the Amazon. It's hot year-round, so when I come to São Paulo, I freeze to death. Even when it's not cold for you here, it's deadly cold to me. So, when we carry out social and environmental projects in the Amazon, it's different. And I'm talking about the deep Amazon. For example, it took me 4 hours to fly from Manaus, our capital, to here, to São Paulo, for a 4 hour flight. The last project I actually implemented in the forest, a healthcare related project, to get to that community took me 36 hours by boat. So the dimensions, the distances, the challenges in the Amazon are unimaginable. Some people here in the South sometimes forget the very dimensions, the sheer size of the Amazon. Implementing social and environmental projects in the Amazon is like starting a soccer match, losing by 3-0, 3-0. You start the game losing already because logistics there are very complex. Even power supply there is unreliable, and there's the isolation. Some communities are deep into the jungle, very isolated. So as third sector, as non-profit organizations, we have to reinvent ourselves from the beginning, because how do we even get to those isolated, remote communities? How do we deal with systemic challenges in the most remote parts of the world? Sometimes there are even public policies for those people, but the public policies don't get there. They are so remote and so isolated that they don't even have access to public policies. So when we finally get to a community, we have to remember that we have only one mouth and 2 ears. That means we should listen more and speak less, but it's always the opposite. We like to speak. But when we get to a community, a remote community in the Amazon, you have to listen. You have to make use of your ears more than your mouth. Because oftentimes what we discover when we get there is that their needs are not what we expected. We did our master's, our PhD, we are academic, and when we get there, we think we know it all, we know better. But when we get there, we know nothing. We have to learn from them. So when you get to a community, especially a remote community in the middle of the forest, when you get there and you see that those people exist and that they're there and that they have needs, and we have partners that help us, right? I will name our partners here today because the work we do can only be done because of the support of foundations and organizations like yours, and I will recognize that during my talk. But before I do that, let me tell you, sometimes when we get to these communities, there are no bathrooms. You have to go into the woods and bury your own droppings. So, okay, my project is I'm going to build a bathroom. These people need a bathroom. They need toilets. And then when you ask them, what do you need? And say, we need to improve our soccer field. And then you say, really? But what about your bathrooms? No one cares about, no, we've never had bathrooms. We don't miss bathrooms. We've never had bathrooms here. So this means that there's a connection between that community and their soccer field. It's where they have fun together, it's their sports practice, it's their exercising, it's their fun, it's their networking, it's more important for them. So in that sense, we created this, our foundation has created this systems-based approach. When we get to a community, you cannot talk about your topics only. You have to listen to them. They'll say, we don't have power supply, we don't have water, we don't have education or healthcare. And then how can you say, let's list your priorities? Of course we will make a list of priorities, but we have to think that, if we deal with healthcare today, we'll have to deal with education next year, and so on. Reinvention forces us to listen, because in our 18 years of experience, everything we implemented was based on our active listening with these communities. And in this listening process, sometimes we have everything planned, everything's beautiful. We were doing a great job, and then the pandemic hit. And then what could we do? Again, we work in the deep Amazon, more than 500 remote communities in the middle of the forest. COVID hits, people closed doors. What did we do? We reinvented ourselves and we created our alliance. We engaged all our partners, and now we told our partners that the money they were spending on healthcare, for example, was to be used on food. Your Jungle Reporter project will have to become something else. Communication, COVID-related communication, because families there are naturally isolated and remote. During pandemic, they were completely apart from everything. They were separated from everything. So we started working differently. We started working remotely, but still, I went to the office every day because our partners needed that. Every 2 days, we would have to go into the forest with tampons and toilet paper and basic supplies for remote populations. And back then, as a leader, I looked at my logistics team and I said, I can't stay home. I can't be afraid of COVID. I have to go to the front line. I had COVID, right? I learned I had COVID because my husband had COVID and he felt really sick. I took him to the hospital and I was fine. They diagnosed me, but I was fine. But again, it took us a lot of effort.
But that was the moment when we had to transform our resources and actions. So for the first time, we started working with telemedicine for in the communities. People needed to understand what COVID even was, and everything that was affecting people's lives had to be addressed. So we went there in specific points to explain to them, okay, how to change the radio sign and use internet sign. And then we also started using a motorboat, because I don't know if you are aware of that, but in the Amazon regions, highways are actually rivers, so we use motorboats. So the ambulance is also a boat. So we needed to keep reinventing ourselves. Yeah, that's perfect with great events, and it highlights structural problems and, listen more and talk less. That's great, a systemic approach. Now, Vitor, currently you represent an institution that is long-lasting and very successful. And as Val said, the pandemic has created this difference with the communities, right? So this is when you reinvented the organization. So how was this process happened, and were you able to keep your essence in fight for the cause? Well, good morning. Well, the process actually. Oh, first, self-describe, please. Yes, I am a white man. I am dressing a blue suit, brown shoes, and green shirt. Black shoes, actually. Yeah, as you can see, I'm pretty much colorblind. So Volkswagen Foundation is a foundation of not only Volkswagen Brazil, but other brands as well. And for a long time, the foundation was focused on our employees. And for several decades, we have transformed. But as Val said, the pandemic has proved to us how important it was. And this is when we understand that instead of having 2 years and one mouth, we had 1 year and two mouths. We were just thinking about the philanthropy to our employees, and we noticed that it was very important for us to start listening to the communities, of course, because we are an international company. There are challenges because of culture, strategy, and so on and so forth. But the pandemic has brought out one issue, because it showed that the institution didn't have mechanisms, channels, a communication channel with the communities. And because we are a foundation focused on in industry, heavy industry, or we have a plant in the city of São Bernardo that was there for 70 years now. And even though we were present for so long, we didn't have a relationship with the community surrounding us. And another factor highlighted by the pandemic was a structural issue, because we actually had a lack of a cause. It was a foundation supporting several projects, but didn't have a single agenda, was not working with a single community. And we have noticed that in a country with so many deep inequalities, and so many diverse communities, especially when we think about bringing socioeconomic growth, usually takes 9 generations for the poor population to go up to a middle class. 9 generations is about 200 years. So we decided to use this logic and to address a very complex challenge, working specifically with this community. So now the foundation is focused on social mobility, especially income mobility. We know that poverty has several factors into it, but thinking about resource optimization as well as a strategy for, because we are a corporate institution, we decided to focus. So the production inclusion would be our main lever. And we also started working with the community. So we were a foundation focused on several projects, not focused on geography, but now we are focused on the most vulnerable communities of the cities where we have plants in Brazil. So we had to actually change the entire dynamic and logic behind our foundation. Our community organizations became our main partners, not only because they are executing the actions of the field, but we also started working on training those organizations, because again, we're talking about vulnerable communities. The third sector was not reaching those communities with no formal institutions. And we started working on advocacy because, of course, social mobility is not something that we can do on ourselves, by ourselves, sorry. So we used our influence and our power to work with the municipalities, involve other players, and start moving this agenda nationally because, of course, it's a very important topic. So reinvention is everything we have been doing for the last few years. We have changed our strategic governance, full renovation. Just like when we start renovating the home, we say that we are going to renovate the bathroom and we end up doing the whole house. That's what we have done. And now the foundation turned an eye on what should have been our focus from the beginning. When we created this foundation back in the 70s, this very concept of social mobility didn't even exist. So we never focused on that. Our employees didn't have basic education, no professional training, so they could grow up in their careers. So now we are doing this with intention. We're working with people in extreme poverty situations, Black and mixed race people, especially women and young people, because those, of course, are in a even more vulnerable situation in terms of social mobility. And of course, it takes a lot of courage. And of course, engaging the leadership was extremely important, and working on that on a company that is already so traditional, and creating this engagement with the global leadership was definitely worth it. And it brought to light the real essence of philanthropy, which is loving the humanity. And in order to love humanity, you have to know them. Yes, of course. I mean, it sounds wrong to talk about the bright side of the pandemic, but maybe this is the case, you know. The pandemic definitely was a huge turning point, and it was very interesting to see how you changed all of that. And there's a quote about courage that I like, because what life requests from us is nothing but courage, especially in this sector of ours, right? Now, Sumati, I will ask you, because you lead a family foundation that has chosen to reinvent capitalism, creating this concept of African capitalism. So tell us a little bit more about that, with this African essence that is the very basis for everything that you do, and what is the role played by partnerships in how you do that work in the entire African continent.
Thank you so much, Sonia. And I must say that I'm delighted and honored to be here all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. This is my very first time in Brazil, and Paula and the entire EDIS team have been extremely wonderful. I've had a lovely time in Sao Paulo, very beautiful, very energetic. Yesterday evening, we saw long lines of young people outside the restaurants and the clubs. So I feel that youthful energy and enthusiasm, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you for this very important event, the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum. So thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting the Tony Elumelu Foundation. We're delighted to be here. The foundation started in 2010, and it was started by our founder, Mr. Tony Elumelu. He's very popularly known around Africa and beyond Africa as an investor and a philanthropist. He started one of the biggest African financial institutions, United Bank for Africa. It's in 20 African countries and even beyond. It's in the United States of America. It's in the United Kingdom. It's in Paris. It's also in the United Emirates, Dubai. So he has that track record of starting and scaling sustainable businesses. And when he stepped outside of the bank in 2010, he decided what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. He was still a very young man at the time. And he decided that he wanted to start and embark on what he called his impactful era, an era where he wanted to begin to build his legacy. And that legacy, he wanted it to center young African entrepreneurs. And the reason why at the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we're very adamant in our mission of empowering young Africans is because we believe that the transformation of the African continent will not come from the private sector, will not come from the corporate, will not come from government, will not come from international development agencies, but it will come from our entrepreneurs. Africa is the youngest continent by far. The median age is 17. So these young people need economic opportunities. They need jobs, and they cannot wait for these jobs to come. And so the Tony Elumelu Foundation empowers thousands of young Africans every year by giving them grant funding to start their businesses, giving them training, mentorship, and access to networks and opportunities to scale those businesses. So those businesses don't just remain at the startup level, but they're able to expand to become big businesses that employ millions and thousands in their communities. And our numbers are impressive. So since 2015, 5 years after we started the foundation, we started what we call the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. We've gone on to train 2.5 million young Africans in business. We've gone on to fund 27,000 of these entrepreneurs, disbursing over $130 million directly to these young people. These young people have gone on to create 1.5 million jobs between them and generate over $4 billion in revenue. Now, this is revenue that did not exist before our intervention in these young people. And these numbers demonstrate to us that indeed our biggest potential lies in the hands of our young people, and that the future doesn't just belong to them, but then today, the present also belongs to them. And we cannot procrastinate on empowering them, but we must support them to build businesses in the now. It's urgent, and that's what we believe at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. And the last thing I'll say around this is that it all ties back to our founder's philosophy of Afrocapitalism. So Afrocapitalism is saying that the private sector in Africa must take the leading role in development by investing in strategic sectors, not just for profit, but for prosperity. Because we believe that as business, you can do well and do good. You can make profits and create prosperity. You can make profits for your shareholders and also create prosperity for the stakeholders and the communities in which you belong to and operate in. So my co-panelists have already talked about that, around their very important missions in their different communities, and around listening and working in partnership with the communities that you're working with, and not just imposing what you believe is necessary and what they need, but being in partnership with the very communities in which you're set out to serve.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Brazil.
Thank you. I will definitely come back over and over and over again.
Yeah, please do. Números impressionantes.
Yeah, quite impressive figures that Sumanti has presented. And like we said, profit and prosperity go hand in hand. There's a different way of looking at profits. Now, Val, I have another question to you. You are from the Amazon region, and currently funding for this region comes from investors that are not even present in the area. including several international institutions. So, what is your perspective on this movement, and how has your foundation reinventing itself and building bridges with those different players? Well, we have this principle. We usually say that we are the bridge connecting communities to possibilities for improvements. We have a team to capture resources, and it's getting more and more scarce. There's even this competition between different institutions for those resources. And from the perspective of the Amazon region, the investments from Brazil in the Amazon region is low as it is. So this is why we often go after international resources. For example, we made a visit with a German minister, and the community asked for solar energy there. I don't know if you know that, but almost 1 million people only have access to electric light for 4 hours a day. So, if we want to make the Amazon region prosper, then we must invest in infrastructure. So, the communities have requested the German government for solar power. They started working with the implementation on the community, and they have chosen us not because we are, of course, experts in energy. We don't have any engineers whatsoever, but we were able to mobilize all of the actors and creating in the community a sustainable model, which is the community management model. So the community is responsible for the entire management. They have underwent training. And again, it says as how important it is for us to invest on human capital. Now we are creating this plant that will make this community able to not only start their own production, but also some bed and breakfast to receive tourists, for example. We always try to engage our philanthropists into actually getting to know the Amazon. So that's the third time that we had the opportunity to access resources from the Amazon Fund. And the first time that we did that, the group had never been there before. So when we were working on a budget, when they looked at the diesel that we needed, the diesel amount, they asked, okay, are you going to open a diesel station? What is it? And we said, no, it's just that to access some of those remote regions, we need that diesel to get there. For example, it takes like 32 BRL for me to get to a hospital. However, from some of those communities, they have to spend at least 1,000 BRL. And no one has that kind of money there. So we must acknowledge this reality. So now I would actually like to invite all of you guys to the El Nino Alliance. We already have 30 different adaptation plans developed by the communities, and they are focused on 4 pillars: water, power, connectivity, and food safety. So this is what the leaderships of those communities said. This is what we need. So we have access to different initiatives, both national and international. This is our role as institutions, to care for those who care for the forests. Absolutely. It's important to hear the reality and the actual numbers, what happens, all the challenges, geography, limitations. It's so important. And funding is, it's historic, it's typical, right? And it does require reinvention. So going along those same lines, I would like to invite Vitor. Vitor, you are representing a corporate foundation, but funding is also important for you guys. It's not like you have access to infinite resources. So for the reinvention process that you have gone through, how did you engage the leadership? And how important was for the foundation to have access to this heritage fund or this endowment.
Um, they have voting power, and this new board was educated. We increased the literacy of our board. We educated them on the challenges we face, on what the third sector is. So we even educated our board members, and we talked to them. So we had funds, but the funds were not being directed. They were not being channeled to the problems, channeled to what was necessary. But then, of course, at the same time, we are in a comfortable position. This comfortable position gives us the autonomy to do what we do. The endowment gives us time to make experiences and experiments. We didn't change the foundation overnight. We didn't stop doing what we did and started doing everything differently overnight. Everything we did was built together with the communities. So diagnosis, listening sections, social cartography in every community, with every community, to really understand their demands, their needs, their potential, their talents. So because we didn't want to come to them with the solutions. We wanted to build the solutions with them. We just didn't want to pick a solution from the shelf and tell them what to do. We worked very closely with each community to determine their needs and potential, and it took us 3 years to actually do that. But again, our endowment gives us the confidence and the peace of mind to make experiments and to make mistakes, because of course we made mistakes along the way, but with that we can build a long-term view. Today our planning is decade-based. We have a plan for 2030, and we're already working on our theory of change for 2040. And we even having long-term funds enables us to plan for the future, to plan for the long term, which is really helpful and which really makes all the difference for our communities. Because there, when you're working with a community, you establish a tie, a bond with them. You're responsible. You have to live up to what you're promising. You have to keep your promises. So having an endowment like ours enables us to do that relatively comfortably. Also, thinking about mobilizing other funds, other assets, I think that the fact that our foundation receives grants and donations from the Volkswagen brands, I mean, they support us, but the brands of the Volkswagen Group also do their own social work. So today, as a foundation, we also support the brands of the Volkswagen Group in their own initiatives. They have their own initiatives. They work with us. We give them this advisory. We support them in their initiatives. We help them do a better job on the field. Now, we're also trying to expand the impact of our foundation without necessarily increasing the number of projects, increasing the impact of projects that are already there. We are using our endowment, for example, through match funding with other foundations and third sector organizations. We've been making partnerships. We've been investing in independence funds like Agbara, Brazil Human Rights Fund, So we've been looking at other large philanthropic funds to work as a coalition, not only alone, working as a coalition to expand our impact without necessarily expanding our operations, because there are so many good people on the field, at the forefront, at the front line. You know better, you know your communities better than we will ever know them. So making partnerships is also something that we've been doing quite a lot. That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective, like financial versus. But I understand the logic, right? I understand the rationale. You had to build wealth first and then invest. I totally understand the rationale. It makes sense. And governance, right? You talked about governance. Governance is really key. You really changed your strategy based on governance. And now back to you, Sumachi. You recognize the digital revolution as an important aspect, and you've been working on bringing new technologies to entrepreneurs in Africa, empowering African entrepreneurs with technologies. What have you learned in this journey? What can you share with us? What learnings can you share with us? What ethical and cultural questions have to be taken into account? And what is the essence that has to be preserved, tying to the topic of this forum?
No, I think that's a very important question. The Tony Elmelu Foundation is a last mile implementer, meaning that we implement all of our programs by ourselves, meaning that we travel across all 54 African countries to implement the work that we do. We also rely very heavily on digital technology. And because of that, we've created our own digital proprietary platform called tfconnect.com. And tfconnect.com is the space online that houses all African entrepreneurs from all 54 African countries and the diaspora as well. On tfconnect.com, they're able to access business tools, knowledge, mentors, partnerships with each other, investors, etc., a marketplace, all on tfconnect.com. And I think one key lesson that we've learned along the way in creating tf.com is really making sure that we remain inclusive in everything that we do. We don't want to use technology to deepen divides that already exist, to deepen inequalities that already exist. We want to make sure that we're using technology to make opportunity more inclusive and more widespread. And we've done that in a number of ways. One is that tfconnect.com allows entrepreneurs with all sorts of disability to access this platform. 15% of all our entrepreneurs identify as living with disability. And so we make technology broad range so that no matter the ability or disability an entrepreneur has, they're able to access this online platform and access the tools and the skills and the learning and the knowledge that they need to succeed as entrepreneurs in Africa. The second thing is that we've also used technology in a revolutionary way, actually, to bring women on board in starting businesses. When we started our program in 2015, we saw that we were attracting young men and women in equal numbers, but in terms of finishing the applications online, we had 70% of the men complete and less than 30% of women complete. And we realized that, again, we needed to use technology in a way that appealed and embraced and accommodated women. So the women entrepreneurs that we work with, you know, it's a two-way conversation, it's a dialogue. They let us know that because they're juggling so many hats during the day, having a platform that only showed the learnings and the trainings during work hours didn't work for them, because they had to battle motherhood, they had to take care of their families, they had to see to their homes running smoothly. And so we were able to adjust our technology so that it became self-paced, so that the knowledge and the training and the material was now self-paced, instead of only being available during the working hours. And the third thing that we found is that the rural areas, the more vulnerable communities on the continent, where digital penetration may be lower, cannot and should not be left out of this digital revolution across the continent. And so we've made TF Connect very low on data. We've made TF Connect very accessible, such that no matter how remote the area that you dwell in is, you're able to access this really exciting platform to start your business, connect with other entrepreneurs, and grow and learn. And then the final thing I would say is that, you know, African entrepreneurs are no different from the entrepreneurs here in Brazil and in Latin America. All entrepreneurs need the same things. They need funding, they need people who believe in them, people who are willing to bet on them, take a chance on them, and give them the opportunities that other entrepreneurs elsewhere enjoy. So I'm very excited to be leaving the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum to take partnerships and connections and relationships so that we make sure that this summit doesn't just end today, but that we continue to partner and work together to bridge our two continents, Latin America and Africa, and share our learnings and share our progress and replicate our successes. And as Vita also said, we can do much more by working together. We can achieve much more than by coming together than doing it in isolation. So I'm very excited to be here and leave and go back to Lagos later on today with all the learnings I've learned, all the lessons, and more importantly, the relationships, so that we can come together and continue to prioritize young entrepreneurs everywhere in the world, because they are our future.
Muito bacana, vale...
That is amazing, really. And you can give her warm hands if you want. I think she deserved it. Yeah, you should. Let's give her a big round of applause. And now, I want to build on what you said. You said you use technology not to deepen inequality, but to build opportunities in innovative ways. That's really inspiring, really good. Thank you. Now, we had 2 rounds of questions already. I made comments throughout the panel, but now I'll try to summarize everything that was said, if that's even possible. But I think that when we look at the communities, the territories where you operate with social investment and philanthropy, again, what comes to mind is, like, first and foremost, we have to know the territories. We have to know the communities. I know it sounds basic. I know it sounds obvious, but sometimes we have to say the obvious. We have to restate what's obvious. Also, partnerships are key. Somachi talked about that. She talked about working together. We know that it's always better. It saves us time. It saves us mistakes. It's always the best way. Technology is also key. We really have to tap into the power of technology, and I really loved hearing you talk about technology and how you use it. Of course, technology poses risks, but it also has great opportunities. Of course, money is necessary, funds, different fundraising experiences, different endowment management strategies, and then, of course, the essence. We have to keep the essence and protect it. I think that when push comes to shove, this is what we're talking about here. It's our essence. So, again, the obvious is not always that obvious, so sometimes we have to reaffirm it. It's an ongoing exercise. It's an ongoing effort, asking ourselves, what is my essence? What is the essence of my organization? Am I living up to it every day? Am I honoring this essence every day at work? Somachi also said something that I found very beautiful, which is legacy. It is really something. I work with sustainability, and once I work with social investment. I built all my career around that. And one day someone asked me in an event, what is it like to work with something that you'll never see the end results? You'll never see the actual final outcome of that. And it was interesting because, you see, I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for the future. I think that's what's called legacy. That's the legacy. You won't see it, but you work for it because you believe in it. I think we're all working on it here. So now, I have questions, my favorite part. I love asking questions. Should have been a journalist. There are microphones around the room. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand. Someone will bring a microphone to you. I think we have time to 2 or 3 questions. But anyway, if you have questions in the audience, just make sure to ask them on the microphone and try to be brief. No, it's not time for you to be like valedictorians and no. Just grab the microphone and shoot your question. Let's make the most of our time. Try to go straight to the point. Try to be brief. Because with that, we can ask more questions, which is the purpose here. So I have one to start, of course. And if you have any questions, again, raise your hand. Someone will bring you a microphone. I don't know who, but someone will. And now we have a question from Thikra, Brazil. And my question is for the 3 of you now. It's not directed at any of you. So the question is for the 3 of you, and also try to give us objective and straight to the point, straightforward responses. So how can smaller social organizations build long-term partnerships with larger organizations and create joint impact? Victor can help us answer that one. What is the role of the large organization, and how do you see that as a large organization? Well, first, large organizations have to really want it. They have to commit, because we always try to make partnerships with grassroots organizations, but with the compliance of a German century-old organization. Impossible. You have to understand the reality of small organizations, grassroots organizations. Of course, as the Volkswagen Group, we can do things that grassroots organizations can't. So we really had to reinvent our processes, our policies, even our compliance policies, and most of all, our mindset. We had to change our beliefs and mindset to do that. We understood that we have to work with small organizations to build capacity, to train them, to skill them. First, because we want to build a legacy. The foundation there understands that one day we'll have to leave that partnership or that community, because if we stay there forever, it means we didn't achieve our results. We have to make them self-reliant and independent. That's something. So we do have some strategies like strengthening their fundraising capabilities, their governance, their management. We train small organizations to be stronger, better prepared. We believe in helping educate them and train them and empower them. We also have to invest in their institutional development, because sometimes we only focus on the outcomes, but we have to make sure these small organizations become sustainable and self-reliant. So as social investors, we have to think about that, and we have to make this commitment. As large organizations, we have to understand that we have to empower them to be sustainable by themselves in the long term. What about you, Val? Yes. With our communities, we, in the communities or in the territory where we historically operate, there are 15 organizations. There, we started with training the leaders. We started by training the leaders. These communities have great potential, but in Brazil as a whole, we don't learn to be entrepreneurs. I think it should be like a mandatory subject in elementary school or high school, but it's not. We learn nothing about that. So we train the leaders first. We build their capacity. We teach them how, or we train them on fundraising and governance, accountability, because we have to be accountable. So we train them on accountability and accounting, really. Also, we have to understand that social and environmental projects do not have a 4-year mandate. These are long-term initiatives. So like he said, we have sometimes to change the culture, change the mindset. We recently launched a call for tenders, a call for proposals for tourism projects in the local communities in the Amazon, but the communities themselves will have access to the funds, use the money, and then be accountable for it. They will account for it. We have to train them as third sector. We have to understand that we're temporary, we're transient. We're there to empower the communities, but they have to play the leading role. Our role is to empower them, strengthen them, educate them. Our role is to bridge the gap between those who can fund the project and the community.
Smaller organizations. And I think that a lot of times small organizations think that we will concentrate on impact and reporting when we're bigger. But I would like to say that impact should be in the DNA of your organization. Everything that you do, you should create the data, create the records, and create the visibility platforms to show the world the impact that you're creating in your own small corner. You don't wait to be big to start to communicate the impact, but it's something you must do from the very first day. And the second thing is, I think that you should be flexible, you should be adaptable. A lot of small organizations are very, close to their missions, and they don't want to bend, they don't want to shift. It has to be this way or nothing. But I think that flexibility, as long as you see that the partner has the same vision in mind, I don't think that it's as important as how you get there, as long as the results are identical to what you want to see for your community. And the third thing is that, learn. Never be satisfied or complacent with what you know. It's true that our small organizations are the specialists, the experts in the particular terrains, but I think that having a broad mindset to learn and listen and grow and listen to other experiences would definitely strengthen you as well.
muito bom. Flexibilidade. Gente,
Yes, excellent. Flexibility. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time for other questions. I mean, time does fly, but they will be with us for the whole day. Now, I'm just going to ask you for your final message. I don't know, a sentence or something, a message they would like to convey to our audience. I would like to begin with Vitor. Well, what's obvious still has to be said and done. And it requires courage to try and to dare doing things in a new way. In Brazil, we have a lot of urgencies, and we need to create this balance between planning and impact. As social investors, we must be working closely with the terrains for that. Well, for me, it is to, of course, always have active listening and understand that prosperity concepts differ between organizations and communities. Sometimes we think, oh, I am going to be a prosperous person if I have a nice car, a good house, if I have a lot of money and travel the world. But communities is access to sanitation, power, education, safety. And this is why they play this very important role, which is conserving.
Final point is that Africa is open, and we shouldn't let the outdated stereotypes of the continent prevent us from coming into this huge frontier. Africa is the future for the world, and we're open for business, open for partnerships, open for investment, open for dialogue, and we're interested in bridging and connecting our two continents more closely. And so we should look to a future of more partnership, stronger relationships, and better outcomes for our young people on both sides of the continent.
muito obrigada. Eu acho que a gente teve painel.
Thank you very much. And soon you will hear more about that. But I always like to close with some sentences from you guys. Val said that implementing projects in the Amazon is like starting a soccer match behind by 3. Vitor said that it takes 9 generations or 200 years for Brazilians to get to a medium class. And Somachi said that transformation of the African continent comes from young entrepreneurs, and also talked about this beautiful concept that profitability and prosperity go hand in hand. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Nossa, que sessão bacana. Eu acho que
That's very cool. We heard about topics that are the very essence of our philanthropy, which is empathy, listening, learning, and governance. So it was inspiring to me. We have then witnessed, they say that our essence does not prevent us from reinventing ourselves. So reinvention is but a way of keeping our essence alive, especially in an ever-changing world. And this reflection leads us to our next panel. Some of the most powerful answers to our current challenges are already being built and reinvented in the terrains, as we have seen, by those who live those realities. In the next session, the strength of the terrains when the essence guides reinvention. We will be hearing experience articulating knowledge, leadership, networks, and local solutions in order to promote social, environmental, lasting transformations, and understanding how the philanthropy can strengthen those capacities. So I would like to invite Andrelisa Ruiz, the coordinator of Prática Local, the strategic at TD Setúbal Institution, Eliana Souza Silva, the founder and director of Redes da Maré, Felipe Amaral, the education director at the Caldeira Institute, and as a moderator, Emmanuel Moraes, the manager of citizenship and sustainability of the CCOB Cooperative Center. Okay, so continuing with this wonderful discussion, I was there drinking from the fountain, and it is congratulations, very because I mean, it's I couldn't get my eyes and ears off of that amazing stage because everything has been amazing. So this panel will keep talking about the communities. I am a brown-skinned woman. I'm 42 years old. I have shoulder-length hair, black eyes, and I am wearing Bordeaux-colored pants and jacket. So let's talk about that. The strength of the communities when the essence guides the reinvention. And it's important to say that a territory, is not just a geography. And it transforms the realities. They accumulate knowledge, experience in a very concrete way. So in the local communities, they face the most powerful challenges. And these are the challenges that we try to address with the solutions from our organizations and partnerships. And I think that a very important question to kick things off here as social investors is that the more complex the challenge, the less likely that the solution will be made or provided from afar, far away from the local reality. And that invites us to look at local communities not only from the perspective of their vulnerabilities, but also and especially from their assets. So the leadership, the organizations, the networks, the culture, the knowledge, and the skills that those communities have. What are the competencies that they have in order to build their own solutions? And we, as social investors, can work as mere facilitators of those solutions. So our reflection should be maybe doing less for the community and more with the community. So this is why we will be hearing from 3 different people with different experiences, but they are complementary. We are going to start with Eliana, that she does a beautiful work focused on advocacy and the plurality of ways of working with communities. She is the founder of Redes da Maré, and she has experience of working with over 140,000 people, which is more than a lot of municipalities have in population here in Brazil. So Eliana, please describe yourself and then talk a little bit about the strategies that you have adopted in your organization that have been effective in transforming realities in the communities. And what do you believe is the essence that must not be forlorn in this trajectory? Well, good morning to everyone. On behalf of Paula, I would like to thank this partnership with EDIS. It is a pleasure to be here sharing some of our experience in our organization. I am a brown-skinned woman. I have shoulder-length hair. I'm wearing denim pants and a black shirt. I mean, for the sake of time, I am going to be focusing on the perspective of the local community and what they can do from their own perspective on how social investment, how philanthropy can make a difference in this process, as Val talked about, right? Which is empowering the communities. I mean, I am a person who was born and raised in one of the favelas in Maré, and I have always been involved in local changes in our struggle for basic rights. So this process involves learning about what we can actually do so that the social investments can actually take hold. Conceição also talked about that, about philanthropy, right? Because historically, whenever we heard this word, and again, I have always been involved in social struggle, philanthropy has always been seen as social aid. And I think the forum is helping us to change that, about how effective this process is. But again, thinking of our foundation, our organization was created, focused on people, and made by people who were born and raised in those favelas, the largest favelas in the Rio de Janeiro. Our complex is actually bigger than the majority of Brazilian cities. And this is a place where we have been facing challenges that are relevant and that are focused on the lack of access to basic rights. And in Brazil, of course, it's already being established that everyone has to be access to food and education and healthcare. But the problem remains. These rights are not accessible in those regions. The mere fact that you have a school does not mean that the basic right is being attended. So, given this long experience, we started thinking on how those structural issues can transform lives and guarantee better quality of life and a real change by giving people the actual access to basic rights. So we have been getting organized in producing knowledge, showing the evidence of that social context, considering that we are talking about the city of Rio de Janeiro, of the favelas or the slums, and the mere fact that there is this social project does not translate into structural change. So, we do invest heavily in producing knowledge and producing evidence on the structure or lack thereof. And we have a process that is focused on collaboration of the very people who are being neglected. So none of our projects or initiatives have people who are not involved there. And the right to safety still has to be advanced. This right is very much far away from those who are poor and who live in the peripheries. So we look at those type of negligences because of the very fact that the public safety is not established. Our projects are focused on the fact that the projects, even though they are important for individuals, they should never be an isolated thing. So, for example, we have projects involving education, and we know that they are important, but we must understand why do we still need to give access to our services. So our projects are also labs that help us have a deeper understanding on what is being neglected and what is the structure behind that reality. We do understand that there is a whole work that needs to be done in terms of advocacy to make sure that this philanthropy is no longer necessary because, of course, the state, the government should be providing those services to everyone equally. So our work is based on this logic, trying to create real alternatives to break this cycle that even those who are investing and trying to do good in the community and change that reality are still so far away of actually providing autonomy for those communities. And just like Conceição said, it's about justice and access. And I'm sorry, I ran out of time.
Yeah, I'll give you more time to talk in a minute, Eliana, but I think that your remarks reinforce the importance of placing the community at the center, enabling communities to play the leading role in thinking about their own problems and the solutions. And this takes us to Felipe's experience. He represents the Caldeira Institute, an innovation hub in the metropolitan area of Porto Alegre, in the south of Brazil, and he comes with a different perspective from that of Eliana, but his perspective is also interesting. So, Felipe, please introduce yourself and tell us how your initiative drives change at the community level, at the local level, and how in your experience, your initiatives can strengthen local communities and produce impact beyond the innovation ecosystem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, Paula. I'm a white male, brown hair. I'm wearing blue pants and a white plaid shirt. The Caldeira Institute is a non-profit organization founded 7 years ago. It's pretty new. We were founded in the south of Brazil by 42 large companies from the south of Brazil. In 2019, they understood that they had to prepare the stage for the digital transformation that was happening around the world. In just 2 years, this community of 42 companies grew, and now there are more than 500 companies, members of the Institute. Today, our facilities have thousands of square meters. 150 companies have their offices there, from multinational companies to local startups, universities, community organizations. This process started as a local thing. We started with a focus on our region, our state, Brazil's southernmost state, and we understood that it would be impossible to bring business, to drive business and to create jobs without talent, without training people and education. So from the beginning there, we had a focus on productive inclusion programs and educational programs, because these 500 companies would come to us and say, we are failing to attract and retain talents. We cannot attract young people. And on the other hand, we went to public schools, and the young people there were completely disconnected from what was happening in the world of technology and innovation. So we started bridging this gap between young students from public schools and the corporate world of innovation and technology. This was a major learning process for us. We started working more closely with schools, and in public schools, in Brazilian public schools, it's very difficult to tell young people that they have to think about their future, technology, AI. It's impossible to talk about the careers of the future. These kids have never been encouraged or stimulated. They come from places where they don't even understand what we are talking about here. They couldn't even understand the terminology we used. So that's when we understood that we had like a physical space, a venue with everyone. We understood that we should bring these kids to our facilities, to where we work. We wanted they first and foremost they had to see and touch what we were talking about. With that, we created the Caldeira Generation program. It's entirely supported by philanthropic capital, Gerdau, national organizations, local organizations, and even international organizations support us. This year, we trained 35,000 kids from 16 to 20 years old, kids from all over the country, from public schools from all over the country. Actually, we had 35,000 applicants. We selected 200. These 200 kids went to Porto Alegre. They moved to our city with a scholarship, with housing, with everything. And there they start experiencing the world of labor, the world of technology that was really far-fetched for them before. At the same time, entrepreneurs and business owners working with us see, oh, these kids are coming from public schools and they're smart because there's prejudice, there's discrimination. Oh, this kid comes from public schools, from a public school. Let me do him a favor. Let me help him. No, there's no such thing as doing someone a favor. We're not doing them any favor. These kids are driven, they're committed, they're smart, they're talented. Oftentimes, they're better than the kids coming from the country's best private schools, prep schools. So, again, we just have to make them take ownership of that. At the Geração Caldeira, the Caldeira Generation Program, wouldn't be as important if it didn't have physical spaces and places for experimentation. Today, we have a community of hundreds of alumni, former students that visit public schools to raise awareness among other kids. They talk about the future, they talk about career, they talk about opportunities, but still, it's hard. It's very hard to raise awareness among kids who just can't see a future for themselves. So when I talk about territory, when I talk about acting at the local level, this is what I mean. Of course, we're small. We're far from reaching the millions of kids we want to reach in this country, 47 million youngsters. But today we have technology and innovation hubs across the country. What we did is not new. Most large cities in this country have similar initiatives, but still we fall short and we still have a lot of work to do. That being said, what we do is we bridge the gap between companies that want to attract young talents and young talents that otherwise will have no opportunities. It is a win-win situation. It is a win-win situation, and we know that from experience. Companies that work with us want more kids from public schools and kids from all public schools. There's talent in the poor neighborhoods of this country. There is a lot of talent. It's just that we can't see the talent sometimes. We have to change our mindset as well. Yes, that's interesting. You're talking about connecting and bringing together multiple stakeholders around the needs of a given community. What stood out to me is that you said that former students, your alumni, are already multiplying this knowledge, and this also makes me think of legacy. This coordinating multiple stakeholders can be an asset of that community. This coordination can also make these initiatives last longer, be sustainable. And now, Angelisa, from the Titia Setúbal Foundation, they do this very meaningful work. Recently, you developed the theory of change. You applied the theory of change to the La Pena neighborhood, poor neighborhood in the outskirts of São Paulo. Tell us more about how you work with the theory of change and what change you envision for that community, what learnings at the local level. Because when we start measuring, or when we try to measure our impact, things start to emerge and surface. So tell us more about that, Angelisa, please. Good morning, everyone. I'm Angelisa. I'm one of the coordinators of the TID Setúbal Foundation. The TID Setúbal Foundation is a family foundation working on the fight against inequality, social inequality in urban poor neighborhoods. So we try to address the root causes of this inequality, of this disparity. We deal with issues like racial inequality, poor access to democracy, and we have a very specific initiative in the La Pena neighborhood on the east side of São Paulo, the outskirts, an underserved community, and I'm going to share a bit of our experience there with you. The La Pena neighborhood, just for you to have an idea of it. It's not a very large area, but not small either, about 15,000 people, but its vulnerability level is extremely high, level 6, especially compared to the district around it. It's a poor community within a poor district, a poor neighborhood within a poor district. So we understood from the beginning that we had to work with many aspects like urban development, economic development, and of course human development, because communities are made of people. That's the essence again. So we understood from the beginning that our job was to tap into that and leverage that. We understood over the years, we're 20 years old, over the years, we understood how important it was to monitor our results, and that's why we started working with the theory of change to monitor the change that was happening there. We have more than 60 indicators. There are 37 outputs that we monitor, 9 main topics. It's theory of change for vulnerable communities. It's available online on our website. Check it out if you want. But again, our theory of change was designed to be applied to particularly vulnerable communities and territories. Everything is available on our website. And when we start taking ownership of this theory of change, we also understand that inequalities are multidimensional. So we understand that a single organization is not enough. We're not enough to solve the problem of social inequality. So again, we also understand how important it is to engage local organizations in this effort. Not only local organizations, but also we know how important it is to make other partnerships. For example, for children today, we have partnerships with the José Luiz Foundation, other foundations dedicated to that. Also, it's important to think about how you're going to raise awareness of the locals so that they understand their agency, that they have to play the leading role. So we work very closely with local organizations that engaged with the theory of change. With their support, we identify the main topics that each organization can address, but we don't work with local organizations only. Over time, we also learned that there are community groups in these communities, and these community groups also have to be leveraged and supported, because these are community groups. The members are community members. They know what's happening there. They're local dwellers. They know what's happening there. Their contribution is invaluable. Someone from outside doesn't have the same perspective, so their contribution is really key. Also there, we played this translation role. We understand what community groups and local members need, their suggestions, their recommendations, and we translate that into a language that can attract investment. Philanthropic partners, private capital, public government, right? So we have to translate that back and forth. We also have to translate the bureaucracy, the red tape for the population, so that the population, the local population, can have access to these funds in an autonomous, independent way. We want to empower them to do that on their own. So again, the work we do is horizontal, it's cross-cutting. We have a venue there, it's called Galpão ZL. It's like a warehouse, it's a big area. The doors are always open. Really, it's an open door policy. There are no security guards. We really want people to take ownership of that venue and enjoy it today, that space. But also we understand that space has a transient plays a transient role. 20 years ago, when we started there, we used that place to convene meetings and attract people. Now, we do that less, of course, as the institution, as the foundation. We, of course, support the place, but now, after many years, the community itself manages that place, that venue. Sometimes they ask us for help. Sometimes they just want to use the space. That happens a lot. They just call us and tell us that they're going to use the place for a local meeting, for a community meeting. They make their own partnerships. They're free to use the space. So, and sometimes they need more support from us. Sometimes they need help. So we have the map and the method, right? I'll talk more about that in a minute. But we have the map. So having a map is important. A map of the community, a map of that territory in particular, a map with an intention, a map with guidelines, a map to guide us, a roadmap. Our map is that community, the La Pena community, and there's a method. We have a method, and our method means doing with, not doing for. We want to do things with the community, but not for the community only. We want to build things together with them. We want them to take ownership of that. I love the idea of map and method. It sounds interesting. Maybe it's something that we can apply at our organization. That sounds interesting, having a clear map and a clear method. That always helps. You talked about the theory of change. I understand that at some point you have to measure the impact of the change. You have to monitor that somehow. You talked about producing knowledge at the local level, local knowledge. You work you produce a lot of data about crime rates, public safety, crime in general, urban violence, and you also do a very interesting job in terms of communication with the communities. I think communication is really important, really key to make the difference and to work with local communities. So tell us more about that. Tell us more about your communication efforts, your data collection efforts. How do these things help you change the areas where you operate? Like I said, we try to base all our efforts, we try to base and ground everything we do on data. We interpret the data that we collect. Taking action alone is not enough. Oh, there are some children are not going to school. Right, let's enroll them, let's make them go to school. But how? What is leading to that? What's causing that? So for us, producing knowledge for us is a tool that we have to face the challenges of a given community, of a given area. We try to work in an evidence-based way. We started as a grassroots organization that carries out social projects in this ecosystem that we are, right? And over time, we learned that in order for us to make progress, in order for us to really make a difference and change not only individuals, but change communities, because these social... So over time, we learned that at least we can only achieve long-lasting, long-term results if we really understand the system, the systemic challenges that people face there. People are not going to school for a reason. Enrolling them is not enough. They will drop out. So social projects are important. But in the case of favelas, shanty towns, especially the favelas or the shanty towns, the slums in Rio de Janeiro, we have to understand how violations happen there, the violation of rights. We have to understand how violence affects people there, and it's a systemic thing. So, we have to think about, for example, in a city like Rio de Janeiro, we have to think about the city as a whole. Looking at the favelas, the shanty towns, they account for a third of the population of the Rio de Janeiro. A third of the population in Rio de Janeiro lives in shanty towns. We have to understand how inequality determines the very livelihoods, the way people live, the way impoverished people live. We have to look at this from a perspective that goes beyond the favelas, the shanty towns. I mean, there's no point in creating a project for a shanty town or a favela without looking at what's around it. We affirm this place of the favela, but we don't want this. We don't want the favelas to be segregated from the rest of the city. We have to look at the city as a whole. We have to look at the parts of the city that have not yet accessed the budget for the city budget, for example. So again, favelas are usually addressed as an exception, as a separate case. Well, we have to think about isonomy in relation to other parts of the city. So for us, producing knowledge it means exposing the inequalities. In the Maré favela, for example, there's only one park, only one green area. And the city of Rio de Janeiro allocates no funds for that area. There's a park there, it's completely abandoned, but there's no investment from the city. So there's only so much we can do without engaging other stakeholders. A social project alone is not enough. We cannot handle all that alone. We need the city administration, the state, the city itself to help us. So when we produce knowledge, of course, we expose the inequality there, we expose the challenges of that favela, of that shanty town, but also we produce data to guide public policies, lawmakers, policymakers, the mayor. We produce data to try and drive change from a government perspective as well. We produce data so that we can have evidence to show and to really drive a more egalitarian perspective. In terms of public safety, we produce a lot of knowledge. The Maré area, the Maré neighborhood, there are 3 armed civil groups operating there. The 3 crime syndicates operating in Rio operate there, and this drives violence, this creates violence, this limits access, this actually deepens inequality and hinders equality, parity, equal treatment. So we chose a few topics to address as our guiding topics, and public safety is key. In the case of the community where we operate, favelas in general, shanty towns in general, public safety is a really key perspective. Public safety is a human right, but it's a human right that is very far from being upheld in this country. Even by philanthropists in general, our biggest challenge is getting funds, raising funds to work with public safety initiatives.
Because everyone can understand and relate to culture, arts, education, healthcare being neglected. But public safety is something that often goes unseen. And the same goes for schools. We do have 50 public schools. However, in some years, for several months, there are no classes whatsoever. So we really must focus on what we are neglecting when we only focus on the education but disregard every other aspect on those kids' lives that will actually lead them to school. So in order to really implement equality from a perspective of the social reality of the terrains is something extremely important. Yes, absolutely. Communities are complex. There are several layers to them, and it's not possible to solve complex problems with simplistic solutions that do not take into account all those layers. So, Felipe, how do you do the connection between different players to address this complexity, and what have you learned by working with partnerships? Well, first of all, our institute was founded from a civil society initiative. Between 2015 and 2016, the Rio Grande do Sul state had was facing a very difficult problem. There were a lot of public safety issues. People were leaving their homes to try and live in safer places. There was public death. So then we created what we called the Pacto Alegre, which was a deal where the three main universities have gathered to, and they pretty much called to action entrepreneurs and government, and everyone attended. So it was a movement. There are several movements that end up not sticking, but that deal has started the Caldeira. So our foundation is pretty much the result of that deal, of that agreement. And if you have ever been there to visit an industry region that was abandoned in a city such as Porto Alegre, and having this type of initiative there, well, it's not likely that it's gonna work out. So it's not Caldeira that is responsible. It's not our institution, but rather all the players. So again, our institution is a means to an end. So we reach young people through the public power that opens up the doors to schools for us to get there. There are several entities that actually refer the educations, and the training is made by universities or other private initiatives. The jobs are created by the more than 100 companies that actually pay a fee to have access to those young people and hire them. So for us to reach those young people, we started as a hub. It was closed, and you have to be a member in order to access the building. And then we just inaugurated another building that is open. Now it's open to the population. There is the space for culture. It is supported by the Fundação Bienal of Mercosur. And in April next year, we will also be opening up a public library. So a place for reading and getting knowledge. So it started as a company hub, and now it is actually providing leisure time, culture, and knowledge opportunities for the city of Porto Alegre. That's amazing. Well, Andrelisa, another question to you now about the theory of change. Is it possible to measure changes in the local communities on a monthly basis? How have you been monitoring that? Tell us a little bit about your practical experience. Well, we will be writing a paper soon about that, so I am just gonna give you the broad strokes. So the idea is for us to have this follow-up or this monitoring every 2 years. We had one in 2022, another in 24, and now another one in 26. So about this theory of change, we must take into consideration that the communities are not static. So we created some models, some KPIs, but as we gained more experience, created more partnerships, we started working with different indicators. So for example, during the first sample analysis, there have been, for example, renovations or constructions in the work. So on the second wave of the survey, we started analyzing the indicators about this structure that was built there as well. Then we started analyzing some indicators about early childhood. We started working with the Foundation Setúbal, José Luis Setúbal. So yes, it is extremely important to work with indicators, but whenever we talk about communities, again, it is a living organism, so it's important for us to have this flexibility and including new indicators to be collected so we can take this holistic view of the community. We are talking about development, therefore we must understand everything that is at stake or at play in that community, in that terrain. But there is another point that adds a glow Because, I mean, theory of change is extremely technical, right? Indicators, measures. We work with third parties, and they actually hire the people who live in the community to help collecting the data. So that's very interesting as well. But we also work with raising awareness of the theory of change. So basically, we gather different community groups. At our region, we have 10 different groups for economy, culture, arts, and so on and so forth. And we invite them over, these people who live in the communities, to talk about the results and discuss how we can move forward. So there have been some great achievements. That's excellent. So after hearing everything that you said, I can connect it to three different fronts. The first thing is that the terrain is not like an empty space waiting for external action. No, it does have assets that are paramount for the transformation. And perhaps this is the essence that we must preserve. And the second point is that resources are extremely important, but they are not enough. It's not just about money, but also the intention on what we want to do there. And we must be passionate about the problem and not the solution. Oftentimes, we get passionate about a solution that we create, and we want to prove it right through theory of change and so on and so forth. But oftentimes, that's not exactly the case. So we must be open to change the solution. And that leads us to revisit our relationship as investors with the communities. And of course, with that, I connect with my business. I am here representing CCOB, but I also have colleagues from CCRED. So cooperativism is a business model that is strongly related to communities. Our very business is born to meet or demands or needs from the communities to generate entrepreneur solutions, to develop the entire community, not only in terms of economy, but also socially. Today, we have talked a lot about how communities oftentimes do not have access and problems or limitations in terms of access to different initiatives, sometimes because of lack of safety, and sometimes getting into those places to help with financial education, for example, becomes extremely difficult. Nevertheless, it is something that we must do. We need to connect this strategy with the main strategy to make sure that the community can develop as a whole. So these three different experiences are different, but they definitely complement each other. We have a few minutes left, so I can open the floor for questions. So our producers can help by bringing the microphone if you have any questions. I think we have time for 3 questions. So you can ask the person directly. Okay, Eliana, I have a question about your extensive experience. Maybe you can tell us about the main gains in the territory. What are the achievements that you have seen in terms of empowerment, protagonism? What has changed since the beginning of your operations? And now focusing on, for example, you talked a lot about public safety, but your organization also has this focus on healthy dialogue between the families and communities. So I want to hear more about what the community itself is being able to do to increase or to improve the experience of this dialogue. Okay, do we have any more questions? We are going to ask them all first. Hi, good morning. I have a question to Eliane because, well, especially Eliane, she talked a lot about how important it is to produce knowledge, and it often goes unnoticed with conversations with investors. And you said that in order to evolve, we must understand the structural problems, the systemic problems involved in that challenge. And I think Etiji Setúbal has a similar perspective. So I wanted to ask you to elaborate on that because I have this feeling that maybe it has to be second in terms of funding. So research, knowledge, evidence always is a tough negotiation. They are focused on the actual results, on the final, beneficiaries. So of course, it's the effect on the individuals is extremely important. Nevertheless, what Brazil really needs is to understand the structure behind the problems. So if you could elaborate, please. Okay, do we have any more questions? Okay, so I will ask you to be brief. So Eliana, if you could answer both questions, and then Andrelisa will comment on hers. Yes, it's going to be a quick question, a quick answer. I will stay here a little longer so you can come and talk to me directly. So I was talking about the challenges. I talked a lot about the challenges, but our institution is working for almost 30 years, and we have a very virtuous or thriving ecosystem that was created by this process that we started in the 80s. So, for example, about the families, let me try and give you one example for the sake of time. In producing knowledge, we had a diagnosis on the early childhood experience in all the favelas of the region. We conducted a survey with 50 families to try and understand what were the hardships and everything that was involved in the early childhood lived in the favela da Maré. And we oftentimes talk about guns violence, and it is relevant. Nevertheless, there are several types of violence in the early childhood for all those children. So it was extremely important to have their engagement because from these 50 families results, we were able to get actions not only with the families, but especially with the families that were involved in the search. Not only in early childhood, but the entire childhood or first years. So in the 90s, less than 0.5% of the population had access to the university, and now almost 4% of the population actually goes to college. So there have been good results. We have more organizations, institutions that were established in this process. So again, I focused on the challenges, but I could tell you a lot about all the results that we were able to achieve. Now, about research and knowledge, I am completely sure that it is impossible to think about social change without having extensive knowledge about the place where you are working on. So listening to people who have been born and raised there will make all the difference in the knowledge created, because there are several researchers that bring perspective about these places that are mismatched to the actual structure there. I got a PhD in public safety not because I wanted to understand it, but rather because I think that this is a central issue in inequality. So again, this is knowledge that needs to be created from the community and stay there. Oftentimes, they do not own up to the knowledge of the fact that they are being assaulted. So running those types of diagnoses could be a good element to show that to people so they can change that reality themselves. So oftentimes they think that research and diagnosis are something that only universities use, and that's not the case. So that's all I have to say now. Yeah, let me just add about evidence and data. Just like Elena said, we think that oftentimes community only have empirical knowledge, but that's not the case. We generate data all the time. We know that data is extremely important, not only because it generates income, but also for advocacy. And what we noticed at our community was that these data helped us advance with projects, especially with the government, but also what was very important was for collaborative advocacy. So we started discussing with the population about different projects. And they were mainly ideas from the people who lived there. They had ideas, but they didn't know how to bring them to life. So we translated all of that into this project, and then we worked with grants. So the foundation TT Setúbal has already invested 1.7 million BRL, and we already got 112 million BRL in that region. So that was made by the population. We connected them to those who got the technical knowledge, and then of course advocating it with the government. That's excellent. Now let's close the panel. So I'm gonna give you a challenge. I'll give you 15 seconds to give a final message to our audience. So let's begin with you, Felipe. Okay, 15 seconds. We have 47 million young people in Brazil. If we do not believe, invest, and support them, it is impossible to work out and to thrive as a country. So we must consider the potential in every young person from the communities. And if we can do that, then it is possible to build a better future, not for us, but for the upcoming generations. Okay, I lost the 15 seconds. But anyway, all they need is an opportunity. Well, and Charlize and Danelia.
So since we're here among private social investors, I would like to encourage you to reinvent this type of investment as well. Of course, we always work with consultants, advisors, our own team, but there's so much wealth at the local level, inside the communities where we operate. So let's make sure to pay attention to local ideas, to the ideas that come from the communities themselves. Let's try to make this in a more participatory fashion. Well, I have 15 seconds, but yes, what we're doing here is really important. And I would like to encourage you to look at what can really drive systemic change. One-off initiatives are fine, but we have to change the system. Forums like this are great opportunities for us to consider other perspectives. Like, I urge you all to think outside the box and look at different ideas, different things. There's so much going on, so much wealth coming from the communities. All right, guys, thank you for your participation. I would like to thank Idis for the invitation to moderate this session. I leave this the floor now with my heart filled with hope. I've been in this social investment journey for 24 years, and I never really lose heart. Of course, I have my ups and downs, and sometimes I second-guess myself. But then when I see people who are so passionate for this cause, my heart fills with hope, and I leave this session with my batteries fully recharged. Communities have assets, not only needs. Transformation, real change requires coordination and not one-off initiatives. And also strengthening a community also means strengthening their ability to build their own answers, their own responses. And maybe it's precisely there that essence and reinvention meet. We preserve our main we preserve our commitment to social investment, but we reinvent the way of doing it. So thank you. That was a great conversation, great session when we talk about the strength of the territories or the communities, really. We often think about trust-based philanthropy. It's key, of course, but sometimes we forget that the communities also have to trust social investors. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street, really, because building rapport and gaining the trust of these communities takes time. Now, when we see organizations that have been doing this for so long, is such valuable. You shared some valuable insights with us on how to do that, on how to build trust. We know that territories, communities have their strengths and weaknesses, but then when we recognize their agency, their skills, they're already there. They were born and created inside those communities, but driving change does not depend on this recognition only. Recognizing the importance of local skills is important, but this has to be done in the long term and in a recurring way. Again, we're talking about trust, long-lasting, long-standing relationships. The companies we're going to listen to in our next panel have that. These companies will tell us about their experience with the public commitment of donating 1% of their net profit to public interest causes. We're going to learn more about journeys, opportunities, and challenges, and reflect on the role of companies and company leaders in strengthening the gifting culture, the donation culture in Brazil. And to talk to us about that, let's welcome Emily Ewell, CEO and co-founder of Pentis, and Fabio Curi, chair of the board of Curi Construtora. And to moderate this panel, Roberta Faria, co-founder of the Instituto MOL. Good morning. I'm Roberta Faria, co-founder and CEO of Instituto MOL, an organization that works to foster donation culture in Brazil. I'm a Latino woman, 42, average height. I'm wearing a braid and white knitwear. And it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about such an important topic to us, which is the 1% commitment. The 1% commitment started with a simple idea, mobilizing businesses to making a public commitment to donate 1% of their net profit to non-profit organizations or foundations or institutes that deal with public interest causes of public interest. This movement has been growing. 2 years after our launch, we're now 32 signatories, 32 organizations of different sizes, different industries, including banks, developers, drugstores, law firms, social businesses, food manufacturers, chemical manufacturers. There's room for everyone there. Companies that decided to consider this the culture of giving as part of their strategy. We're also facing climate change, economic changes, and this also forces philanthropy to change. So we have to experiment with new ways of funding causes, working collaboratively, and actually making a difference, raising the funds to do what has to be done. Also, some things remain essential despite the change, despite all the change. Social and environmental commitment is really key. There's no way companies can survive without this type of commitment. I believe that everyone here agrees. We're all on the same page in that sense. Another thing that never changes is that we need money. Money is the fuel of this world, and it's no different for the third sector and for our organizations to test and make experiments and learn and really make the difference and really drive change, solve the problems we have to solve in order to really move the needle. We need money, we need funds, and that's where the 1% commitment comes in. More than establishing a percentage, it proposes a change of culture, the idea that giving, donations are like a one-off thing or a one-off initiative based on the quarterly earnings or the yearly earnings, really, to make this become part of a strategy in a recurring and intentional way. If there's profit, we signatories are committed to allocating 1% of it to impact causes that make sense. We're talking about the direct donation of funds, products or services. We're all talking about donations made to support foundations and organizations. But again, what matters here is the public commitment to the collective interest. When a company makes this pledge publicly, it inspires others. It inspires others to adopt this culture in Brazil. And as individuals or as companies, we have to show that this donation exists. We have to spread the word and inspire our suppliers, our employees, even our competitors, society at large. The commitment is part of our journey. We had some experiences before this commitment, and this initiative depends on more commitment. So to talk to us about that today, let's hear two leaders, Fabio Curi, Chairman of the Board of Curi Construtora, and Emily Ewell, CEO and co-founder of Pentis. They come here with different perspectives. They come from different industries, civil construction and development on one side, and another native industry, but both of them can show us that this journey fits all kinds of businesses to inspire everyone to join forces in this effort. So to start, Fabio, you go first. What was the journey like? You were donors before, so you were investors before, so what inspired you to take the next step? Good morning, everyone. I'm a white male wearing a plaid shirt and dark pants. Curi is a company founded in the 1960s, and for 40 years it was a family concern, a small family concern, really, Roberta. Always struggling to make ends meet, struggling to survive in a very competitive environment. But then in 2007, we started working with Cirela, a large construction company, and we partnered with Cirela. They're huge. And then back then, Cirela managers told me, Fabio, I know that from now on your company will grow, and as your company grows, you'll have to return something to society. The owner of Cirela was one of Brazil's greatest philanthropists, and he told me, mark my words, Fabio, your company will thrive, you will grow, but make this commitment with me. When you earn, you will have to return. Earn and return. And that stayed with me. And this is really what happened. Of course, after this merger, we grew exponentially. We became one of the country's largest construction companies and developers. We started doing more philanthropy, and this effort resulted in the creation of the Curi Foundation, one step after the other, and we finally made the 1% commitment. It's extremely important for us. It's extremely important. Making this commitment is important to make the budget predictable, to make this effort perennial, long-lasting, and sustainable. Also, we understand that our employees, all our employees bought in, all our employees understood that this was a very healthy move for the company, and so did our investors. Our investors were also very welcoming to this idea in a very natural way. So we're new to this, we're new to the third sector, I won't lie to you. We're new to this 1% commitment, but we're committed, and we understand the power of this type of initiative. We're very proud to be part of it. Thank you, Fabio. Now, Emily, over to you. You were born, you're impact native, right? You were born in this environment. So what is it like for you? Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Emily, a blonde white woman wearing red glasses and a light-colored outfit. We were born with this vision of being an impact business, social and environmental impact. We were born with that vision. If you don't know, Panties makes absorbing panties, underwear. We were the first in Brazil and Latin America, and we manufacture female underwear that can replace the use of disposable pads. You can wash them, much more comfortable for women. It's more comfortable and it's more sustainable, better quality of life for everyone. So we were born based on the theory of change that we heard in the last panel. We were born with this idea, very clear, but after we launched the product and we saw our community of customers grow, we understood that we could tap into that and go beyond that. There are some causes that we embrace. We are a slightly activist company. We embrace causes and we listen to our community because there's a lot going on there. We want to know what matters to our community. And of course, menstrual equality is a challenge in Brazil and in the world. In Brazil, 1 out of 4 girls having their period has no access to pads or tampons. They cannot go out when they have their period. In the world, it's 1 in 8. So even only Scotland is now offering menstrual products for free for everyone now, but it's a challenge worldwide, not only in Brazil. As a manufacturer and supplier of menstrual products, we can make a contribution. We can donate products. We can give our products. We can do that better than the government or NGOs because we're the actual manufacturers. We firmly believe in public-private partnerships, and as manufacturers, we have the opportunity to support this kind of initiative. We can partner with NGOs and local administrations, with public authorities, with the government to actually make a difference. And we have a powerful community that is very engaged. We can engage many people in this process. We have donated more than $100,000 in products already. We work directly with consumers and other social projects. Again, we're activists. We're proud to be an activist company in the global menstrual community. We understand the role we play. We understand the importance of education as well. We also recognize the importance of education, and we also have a website called pobrezamenstrual.com, menstrualpoverty.com. There people can donate, people can help us there, make the difference. We want to give people the opportunity to help. And also on our website, we have a plan, an action plan to end menstrual poverty in Brazil. And by 2030, we have some ideas to achieve that, and on our website we invite everyone to participate. It's a strategic effort. Of course, philanthropy is key. We make donations every month. We have a number of projects in São Paulo and across the country. We work in partnership with other companies that want to help us gain scale and expand our efforts. So really, that's our biggest challenge today. We want to grow bigger, and again, we want to end menstrual poverty by 2030. There's only so much we can do alone, and that's why it's so important for us to work with NGOs and local communities. We have more than 200 people engaged in our community, people who already receive menstrual products. So if you have any interest in working with us, please reach out. What I really like about the two of you is that the commitment grows with the company, right? You can review your strategies and you can review your donation. You can review your grants according to the performance of your company, which is great for everyone. We know that here there are many companies that make grants, donations, that support countless social products, but they haven't made the 1% commitment yet, or publicly. They haven't made this commitment publicly. So what would you say to encourage or inspire decision makers? What would you say to encourage other businesses to make this public commitment to the 1% profit donation? I would say that this commitment is extremely important, especially because it helps you organize things. Before this commitment, Curie had a number of occasional one-off initiatives with no predictability, with no earmarked funds. We're a construction company, so we worked mainly in our areas of operation. Our programs were scattered about the country. We didn't have a budget for that. Nothing was predictable. But when you make the commitment, you have to allocate the funds for that. You have to commit your budget to it. So for the next years, we know what's going to happen. We have a multi-year plan. We have forecasts. So we now have the funds. The funds are already earmarked for the next 5 to 10 years. Really, we have a budget allocated for the next 10 years. The Curie Institute organizes that, so we know the programs that are going to be supported. We know how much for each. We know what to do. We have the funds already. Where we want to get, we have goals, we have targets. Once you make the commitment, you can actually set up your projects better. It becomes more concrete, more tangible. So I strongly recommend it. I strongly recommend you engage. On our side, of course, each company has to understand its own capacity, but 1% is very feasible. 1% is feasible for any company, really. And like he said, it can be strategic. Philanthropy can be a strategic asset for your business. Supporting causes that are dear to your customers can be good for your reputation, for your brand. This can really add value to what we do. 2 or 3 times the value that you invest, really. I think that the private sector has a lot to offer. We can do a lot more as private players than just make money. We can really create social and environmental value as well. I think that as private players, we have to have this mindset if we want a better world in the future, if we want to leave a legacy for the next generations.
Well, thank you very much. And well, if you got inspired by them, we are looking for new members. You can talk to Mall Institute or IDIS, and we will be talking to you and explaining what you have to do. Maybe you are already donating something that's close to 1%, so you can plan to sign on the deal, and we will explain to you how you can make it feasible. I would like to wrap it up by saying that when we talk about Brazil, philanthropy, and 1%, we usually go about the huge historical structural inequality in our country, and the 1% that tends to concentrate more resources and get further away from the rest of the population. So let's now focus on the new 1%. Let's encourage all the businesses to donate 1% to work on historical payback and to rewrite our future. So of course, we all have good intentions, but now let's get into action by committing to donate. Thank you.
As empresas realmente
Yes, companies do play a vital role in fighting against inequality. It was excellent to get to know more about those organizations as well as the 1% commitment. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Now, we will be splitting the stage in 2 different sessions, and you can choose whatever you wish to hear. In the main stage, we will be discussing capital and reinvention, new cultural, territorial, social, environmental architectures. In this session, will be available for those of you who are in person, but also for those who are online on our YouTube channel in Portuguese or Alliance Magazine YouTube channel in English. But only in this room we are gonna have simultaneous translation as well as sign language. On the other room to the left, we will have a session on reinventing equality, new answers to persistent inequalities. This session is only for those of you who are here in person. Nevertheless, we will be recording the session and will post it on our IDIS YouTube channel. So please feel free to either stay here or go to the other room. Just please do so quickly so we can continue with our agenda. Okay, now we will start the session, Reinventing Capital, New Financing Architectures for Cultural, Community and Social Environmental Initiatives. I would like to invite to stage Bruna Helena Barros, the Institutional Director of the Agbara Fund, Mariana Luz, the Social Investment Director and Culture Director at Valley, and the priest Luciano da Silva Roberto, Assessor for the Culture and Education of the National Conference of Bishops in Brazil. And as a moderator, the Renato Narras, the Chairman of the FIAC Foundation. Good morning, everyone. It has been so inspiring to start our day by listening to Conceição Evaristo. And allow me to talk a little bit about her. It was beautiful to hear her talking about how she started her experience. She acknowledged the support she had, and throughout her history, she understood the limitations of that type of support she got, and then she reflected upon strategic philanthropy. And it has everything to do with our topic. Social, cultural, environmental places definitely do not fit traditional models. the current funding or financing models through grants or donations will always be and is extremely relevant. Nevertheless, it has several limitations in terms of innovation, hierarchy. So this panel will be privileged in discussing just that. We have 3 different experiences, but that complement each other in a way. So, having said that, I would like to ask Bruna to tell her about the experience at the Agbara Fund. Very interesting experience. Talking about access to capital, about these target audience that had very much limited access. Yes, good morning, I guess. Still morning, right? It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I would also want to thank Aline Odara, the founder of the Agbara Fund. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, so I'm here on her behalf. I have been following the organization up for a while now, but I have just started working there. Now, let me self-describe. I'm Bruna Barros. I am a black woman, dark-skinned woman. I have frizzy hair. I'm wearing blank white pantsuit and white and black shirt. And to tell you about the Agbara Fund, first, we need to understand its purpose and when it was created. The fund was created amidst the pandemic in September 2020, to be more exact. And so many people were going through a very difficult situation because of the pandemic. And there was this group of people that had even less access to help, to aid, both by the government or private initiative. So the fund was an emergency fund to try and help women, especially black entrepreneur women, in order to keep having an income during the pandemic. So it was created as pretty much a subscription channel, so people were donating and we supported those women monthly. And of course, 100% of the donations were then sent to these women. And after the pandemic, thinking about the theory of change and the learnings that we've had and the indicators that showed that we were able to have an impact, and testimonies from women saying that, well, there's no one looking at us, so, I mean, and we are the biggest demographic group in Brazil. 26% of Brazilian population is made by black women. And we have funds against poverty or social inequality, but the main the main driver for social inequality would be black women in Brazil. So with this theory of change and the logic of living well was how we started working on the fund, focusing on entrepreneurship, so focusing on prosperity and health of black women. A fund thinking about what's the experience that those black women have in their communities, considering that oftentimes they are the bread owners or the bread earners, sorry, in their homes, and oftentimes they do not have access to resources at all. One of the main sources of information was this survey that Agbara Fund made. We mapped 2,000 different foundations, associations, and out of those 2,000 women, 85% of them had some welfare fund that totaled 5,000 BRL a year. And 72% of those women, those 800 organizations that we have interviewed, showed that they have never received any philanthropy resources. They never had access to philanthropic money before, because the only criteria that they met, given all the red tape that could be complex, that can be complex, is okay. So our only criteria was to improve the quality of life of that black woman and their family, her family. So the mission of Agbara Fund, and we have now several initiatives, just like the Volkswagen representative mentioned, is all about how to focus on funds that not only focus on racial inequality, but also understanding who these people are. How do they react and deal with the community? How do those women can multiply resources in their territories, and how we could find new financing ways that are pretty much trust-based. And I think that the main factor in philanthropy that goes way beyond impact measurements is about trusting that the beneficiaries will actually be doing their best with the resources that they get. So I am very happy to be representing Agbara, and I definitely have news to share with you. Amazing. Well, what inspires me the most is that you guys go deep into inequality and access to philanthropic resources. And of course, I am on the other side, right? I am a person who works for fundings. And it's difficult for us to have a clear view on this perspective. So great, great work. Okay, now let's talk about a different format, maybe. So, Father Luciano, preserving heritage is something that goes unnoticed by the public unless there's an emergency. Of course, for example, a museum that catches on fire, the ceiling of a cathedral that goes under. So the Catholic Church holds 35% of the world heritage. And I mean, so a large portion of this heritage is held here in the country, and you guys manage that. So tell us a little bit about how this initiative came to be. Okay, good morning to everyone, both in person and online. Let me self-describe. I am a brown-skinned man. I am wearing black suit, Roman Catholic clothing. I am 39 years old, and well, we started working in the Brazilian Catholic Church through the Episcopal Commission for Culture and Education in 2019. And this is when the sector of cultural heritage was created. We started working with the National Artistic Heritage, or IFAN, here in Brazil, and started working with the Catholic Church because we have this national cultural heritage buildings, and we were able to estimate about 35% of these heritage being national wide. We're talking about buildings here. And in 1985, there was also this resolution that those buildings, as well as their and their archives were listed then as cultural heritage. So this is what we got, how we got to 35% of our buildings being listed. Of course, this number tends to grow exponentially if we consider the whole world. So this is how we started working with the fund, and this is how we signed a deal with the National Bishop Commission and e-fund to start working on the safeguarding of this national heritage. And then in Salvador, we had the place, this church, the San Francisco Church ceiling that actually went under. So, given the fact that we already had that agreement with them, then there was this suggestion for the Brazilian Catholic Church to start studying this endowment specifically for this cultural heritage. We started working on a workshop that took place in 2025 in August. Idis was a part there. Paula Fabiani was there, and her team. And then we created this proposal with participation of several other endowments. We started the study with the help of Idis and another consultancy agency to analyze the possibility of creating this endowment for the cultural heritage for the Brazilian Catholic Church. And again, this is just what was listed by the Brazilian government, okay? So, not all the heritage that is acknowledged by the states of the country or even the municipalities. So this number goes way higher. Also, we have the cultural assets of the church that were not listed yet. So this is but a primary sample for the development of a long-term project that we have ahead of us. And having said that, I want to tell you that this is quite a diverse heritage.
The wealth of church was built over centuries in Brazil, especially considering our colonization time on the coast. That's a very specific type of property, and we also have Catholic properties across the country in inland areas of the country. If we think about how Brazil was colonized, there was the gold rush, and that's one of the reasons why there are more churches, more church buildings inland in some areas where gold was mined. What I'm trying to say is that there's a diversity of cultural properties, church assets across the country, artwork, buildings, documents. To manage this wealth, or this wealth is managed in a decentralized way. These properties, this wealth is often managed by local dioceses. There are hundreds of dioceses across the country. 74 dioceses own 35% of this wealth. So again, what I'm trying to say is that the management of this wealth is not centralized by the Brazilian Catholic Church, but rather it's decentralized. And this, of course, adds complexity to the landscape. Also, Brazil is a massive country, and the Catholic Church has properties across this massive territory, which also adds to the complexity. So, the idea of creating this endowment fund is to support and assist these dioceses in managing their cultural heritage. We consider the integrated management of church property, church wealth, monitoring, maintenance, promoting the cultural property, the properties and the cultural heritage of the church. So the purpose of this fund is to maintain the cultural work done by the Catholic Church in this country. We believe that this can help local churches, local dioceses take care of their own heritage, of their property, of their properties, of their wealth. We don't want to eliminate their agency. We don't want small churches across the country to play a less important role. Rather, we want to empower local churches, local communities. We want them to play a leading role from the beginning because, again, this property is managed in a decentralized way. We just want to support them. We want to help them with this endowment, with better, more trained managers so that the church can keep providing cultural services in this country and manage its heritage, both material heritage and non-material heritage. That's interesting. Building on what Conceição Evaristo said in the beginning, endowments can be mobilized to this capital can be mobilized to rebuild the church whose ceiling collapsed. Again, and using your words, this type of endowment can coordinate the management of church property, for example, church wealth. It's for the whole country. It's not for a specific purpose. We have funds to rebuild that church. No, it's for the coordinated management of a lot that is under the care of the Catholic Church. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a white male, 172. I wear glasses, and I'm wearing a navy blue jacket. Mariana. Your experience at Vale is a little different because typically a private organization makes its investments in the areas where it operates, close to your sites, to your operation sites, your mines. Now, in this sense, Vale is innovative. You're innovating because in addition to setting up a philanthropic structure involving your own funds, of course, tax incentives, there are tax incentives, but you're engaging your suppliers, you're engaging communities. It's a pretty innovative setup as far as I can see it. As far as I know, it is a bold move. It's an important move. Your goal is to remove 500,000 people from below the poverty line, so that's an ambitious goal. Tell us more about that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Edis and Paula for the invitation. This is a great opportunity. I'm very honored to be here. To introduce myself, I'm Mariana Luz. I lead the area of private social investment at Vale, Brazil's largest mining company. I'm a white woman wearing blue and red shoes. And my top is white. A few years ago, Vale made this public commitment, right? The previous panel was about commitment, and I wanted to start with this word because this word is very important for this network, for us, for this group. In our diversity, with our particularities, with our potency, our power, commitment is really key, and our commitment is bold, as you said. It's ambitious. We want not only to remove 500,000 people from extreme poverty in Brazil, but we want to support other initiatives that are also trying to do that. In a forum like this, where we're talking about what's essential, what's key, how can we reinvent ourselves and remain relevant in this world of technology and the climate crisis, the climate change, the questions are, or the question is, how can we do this in a just way? How can this transition be just and fair? And we'll only achieve that if we can take care of the planet and take care of human beings. We'll only make real progress if everyone can actually live and not only survive in this world. I think that the rationale behind a commitment like this is that I think it's ambitious, I think it's innovative. I wasn't at Vale when this commitment was first made, and it is a huge challenge. I think that the first step to meet a challenge like this is to recognize that there's only so much you can do alone. We have to recognize those who are working with us, so much so that the name of our initiative is Together Against Poverty, because we recognize the value of working together. We have many implementing partners. We have other funders. We have co-funders. Of course, Vale invests more. We have invested more than 300 million reals there. It's a huge amount. We have a fund with IDIS. It's a philanthropic fund where we attract partners from the mining industry, from the mining value chain, and even international players from other industries, other players who want to work with us. Because when you think about fighting poverty, it's a global problem. It's not a Brazilian problem. It's a problem of 200 countries. It's not even thinking about what philanthropy was like in the past. Philanthropy was highly connected to the church before, but it's getting modern. It's revamping itself, but maintaining, keeping its DNA, keeping its essence. And I've been with Vale for 4 months, but what amazed me the most about this project is that it's real. It is real. We look at poverty and we look at the fight against poverty with literature, with evidence, science. It's a multidimensional approach that understands there are many components there. Income is one of the components of poverty, but there's more to it. There's nutrition, for example. Income is the first pillar, but nutrition, malnutrition in this case, is a problem from the beginning of these people's lives. Education, healthcare, basic needs that are not met. Also, the very infrastructure. So, a country with no sanitation, with no basic sanitation, can't fight poverty. We can't fight poverty without food, without education, without healthcare. So it's a multidisciplinary approach. Like Bruna said before, it takes a more holistic view. We have to, of course, consider income. We're talking about low-income people, but that's not the only thing. Gender considerations are important. There's also the ethnic or the racial component. We're talking about black or brown people, and we're talking about young people. So there's a clear approach. We're talking about those who need welfare in this country. We're talking about the poor of this country. They have a profile. We have to keep that in mind. To drive change, there are two components that are really key. First, working with families. We can really drive change in a community when we work with the families. You can diagnose a city, you can diagnose a community, but you have to diagnose the family, a family. That's why it's so important to have data, evidence, diagnosis. Each family has to be diagnosed individually, and this diagnosis can inform an action plan, a methodology, and also monitoring is really key. And to do that, we work with the University of Oxford, even the Nobel Prize winner. Really, we rely on scientific evidence to monitor the results of our efforts. But again, at the end, there's the family, and there's also the community around that family, the territory around that family for you to actually meet their needs. So, basic sanitation, groundwork that, incredibly enough, hasn't been fully addressed in this country yet. Our analysis is based on deprivation. So there's the multidimensional poverty index, and it decreases as the family progresses. It's a program, it's a 2-year cycle for this program, and as families reduce their deprivations or their unmet needs, then they progress. Oxford designed that. Brazil is a major pilot field for large major because it's a large country, and our experience has been very interesting. And I'm running out of time, and my invitation is for you to join us, for you to join forces with us at Vale. I say that the 1% or that the commitment itself is not daunting. If it's an ambitious goal, but it's not scary. But I know that we won't make it alone. Also, to start closing, I'd like to advertise the priest's proposal here. I also take care of the heritage area at Vale, and it's an amazing area. It's beautiful. Vale is together with the BNDES Bank, which is one of the biggest investors in heritage conservation, but the funds for conservation in this country are decreasing because these projects take time, they're complicated, they're delicate, they take forever. But I just wanted to, encourage you to also invest more in that, because there's so much to be done in this country. Vale will keep doing it. We have that commitment, Father, but we need more people to help us. That's interesting, Mariana, because complex problems cannot be solved alone. Seeing private players open their minds and understand the importance of more comprehensive investments and not one-off initiatives is really encouraging. And now, Bruna, let me ask you, by changing the logic of unequal access to philanthropic funds, you shake the power structures within the chain. You disrupt the power relations between people and capital and the beneficiaries. So what is it like for the women who benefit from your investments, women beneficiaries? What is it like for them? Thank you for your question. The Agbara Fund, actually I think all philanthropic funds dealing with racial equity, we're the first, we're the trailblazers in that sense. We are the first Black philanthropic fund for Black women. From the person who designs the project to those who think about how to implement it and the beneficiaries, we engage Black women from end to end. And then when and with that, we know that first we have to understand what philanthropy is from our point of view, from our lenses. This makes all the difference. Like Conceição Evaristo said in the beginning, our poet, she said that she benefited from philanthropic initiatives when she was a child, even Catholic philanthropy. And she had access to food, she had access to healthcare, thanks to philanthropic initiatives back in the day. Now we're finally designing philanthropy from the perspective of Black women, from the perspective of Black communities, and it is different. Once we do that, I think we start establishing a connection, and we start to identify the mechanisms that traditional philanthropy already uses, and how these benefits are seen and how they impact at the end, but also the solutions that we can propose, the solutions that we Black women can propose. For example, last year we had a parade for Black women. It was the 10th anniversary of our march, of our walk of Black women, and we talked about well-being there and living well. We talked about what really matters to Black women. Of course, for many years, Brazil was a dictatorship and Black women had no voice. Now we're rethinking this country, we're rebuilding it, and then when we get together, we think about the progress we made, the indicators that changed, where we could move the needle, where we couldn't, and of course, the capital we need to expedite this change and to gain scale, to grow. And this is what the Agbara Fund tries to do. We don't want to be middlemen only. We want to be intermediaries only. We want to be a place where society can redesign itself, rethink itself in a dialogue, with a focus on Black women. We understand that Black women are fundamental to drive change in this country. There's no escaping that. Yes, Black women as the articulators and actually the coordinators, right? Exactly, yes. Now, Father, you said that 35% of this heritage is covered by the fund. You work with local, state, and federal bodies. Now I'm thinking, when this fund is actually set up, how will governance be made? How are you going to prioritize decisions, investments? How do you think governance will be made for this fund of yours? First, when we talk about governance, the governance of a philanthropic fund has some particularities. The Catholic Church, since it's the beginning, and this is a mission, given to us by our founder, Jesus Christ. We have our job is to do charity. We have to be at the service of others. This is at the very core. This is the mission of the Catholic Church. That's how the Church built its wealth. We put it at the service. This love of humanity and this love of philanthropy is the duty of the Church. Church relies on culture to evangelize. The Church recognizes the value of our culture, of human culture. It changed over time as humanity changed. So what I'm trying to say is that we received this wealth from previous generations, and our job is to manage what was left to us by previous generations. So first, our governors understand that we received a legacy, an inheritance, and it's our job to preserve it for the next generations. Our love of humanity also means that we have to protect this treasury, and I'm talking about artworks and architecture and everything that the Catholic Church has done, preserving that for future generations. So in terms of governance, the Catholic Church, or actually rather the Association of Catholic Bishops, is leading this effort, and that leadership is shared with other levels of the Catholic Church, with other stakeholders. So this governance will be shared by many stakeholders. Father Magetto is also in the audience. He is the Deputy Subsecretary of the Bishop Association, of the Association of Brazilian Bishops. We're open to working with partners, but remember that CNBB is the conference or the Association of Bishops, and bishops are responsible for managing their dioceses and the local heritage, the local assets. So we understand that dioceses will play a leading role in that. And of course, our governance will have to take into account the needs and the reality of each community, the needs of each community. Some communities need more, at least of each diocese. Our governance understands that we have to do more where more is needed, where less is available. We understand that we have to manage both public and private funds in that way. So that's how we understand governance. We give agency to the churches, to the dioceses. We give them agency. Also, equity is really key. We understand the complexity of local communities, and this complexity has to be taken into account, especially when it comes to governing the properties of the church. And again, finally, giving local churches the autonomy to manage their needs and their cultural heritage.
So my next question goes along the same lines about governance. At the end of the day, the impact of reuniting third sector organizations, private sector, how do you orchestrate all of that? Especially, working with a single municipality is difficult enough. So I can only imagine what's the experience for valleys. Well, thank you for your question. Well, to give you an idea about the social private investment at Valley, we have several, let's call buckets. So there are different activities, go visiting the terrains, investing in museums, being a part of the governance of those museums. Valley has 4 museums, and we are directly responsible for them. In education, Valley has 5 schools, full-time schools actually, in small cities. So we are of great support to the government. We also have bioeconomy programs through the management of a fund. At Valley, we also have some community initiatives focused on healthcare, education, in all the municipalities where we have operations. So governance requires working closely with the communities, especially with the leaderships that already have the experience, and in programs such as, for example, Everyone Against Poverty, we have to have this holistic view. So working with those who do the execution, the implementation, are pretty much organizations from the communities that have experience and know the terrain. And there are different methodologies. So, for example, programs involving more than 30 civil society players and use their own methodologies, but they have to follow the same logic of the 5 dimensions that are monitored by our international partner. So we have this entire flow. We have this holistic view, but focusing on the local communities. But from a more practical standpoint, I think governance has to consider the complexities, but be simple enough. Otherwise, it just becomes another obstacle, right? I mean, you on your own organizations, you know about all of that already. So what we have tried to do to have this autonomy and close relationship with the communities, we try to streamline our processes of governance in such a way that we are pretty much stewards of this ecosystem that operates in an integrated way to generate benefits to that specific family, you know? So we have to think about the whole. We need to be strategic and consider the long term. Nevertheless, our mission is to change the lives of a family at a time. And that's the beauty of working with the complex and the simple at the same time, avoiding red tape. Well, unfortunately, we are a little short on time, so I am going to give you a final message, and then I'm going to ask you the same. So, connecting your experiences, I cannot think about going away from this horizontal structure, you know, a donor and a beneficiary. As we create a communitary fund for the CNBBs, for example, that fund can then connect with other players. Vale, for example, could be a part of this community fund. Then Vale could also engage with other players, scaling the scope of the initiatives, considering and you have an audience that has a hard time accessing resources and funds. But of course, there's always a trade-off. It changes the structure of the power. So it's not Vale making all the decisions, or one single company defining what they're going to be investing on. And this is challenging in the corporate world. And the donor will also have to hear that who they wanted to donate to maybe is not who they are going to end up donating to. We heard an excellent example of the soccer fields. That's what the community wanted, right? And then the dioceses having to listen to other players and redefine priorities. So it changes the whole hierarchy, and it creates more challenges to governance. But again, complex issues require, it literally takes a village, right? So with that, I would like to thank you very much and ask you for a final message. Okay, thank you. Thank all this panel for great experience sharing. Well, Fundec Bara has a lot of experience working with 25 states, supporting more than 800 organizations, impacting more than 20,000 women, and now working in different terrains, such as Sussuarana in Bahia. So we are dynamic, and we create different solutions at a very fast pace. Whenever we think about Black women and their role in the family, bringing together not only entrepreneurship but also motherhood and the place, the role they play into society, how they are perceived by the society, we can see how important it is to prioritize them. But of course, we also have the urgency. We need to expand our reach. to expand our impact and values as well as improving the solutions for them. So we must move away from this scarcity mindset and recognize the fact that with very low resources, these people can start their own enterprises and generate impact, multiplying this result, create this creative economy, organizing entire festivals for their communities. So it stresses out that we still have a lot of work to do, and it's not possible to do it by ourselves. And Akbara Fund plays a vital role in creating this ecosystem that is more powerful and wider. Thank you. Father Luciano, your final messages, please. Well, I would like to close my participation by thanking you for this invitation, for giving me the opportunity to represent the Culture and Education Committee for the Bishops' Commission in Brazil. And thank you for inviting me to this amazing panel at this event. I would like to say that this is an opportunity for us to reinvent ourselves as well in terms of the purpose of management of cultural heritage, also from this perspective of philanthropy, but always keeping our essence, which is the reason why this beautiful heritage was listed and built to transmit the message of the Catholic faith through art and several artistic elements as well as different cultural expressions, because we're not only thinking about the tangible but also the intangible heritage and the identity of our communities. So taking care of this heritage is caring for the very identity of our community, of the humanity, all the communities and terrains. So it's important to look at philanthropy through these lenses of caring for the culture and faith of different communities. So again, thank you for this opportunity of learning and reinventing our purpose for the cultural heritage for the Catholic Church in Brazil. Thank you. Now, Mariana. Well, I am also going to focus on the motto of the event. The essence of philanthropy is doing good, right? The greater good. So let's keep this essence of doing good the best way that we can in this world with technological revolutions. Our history tells us that we are good by nature. So let's straighten this component of being good and doing good. So let's do this together. Of course, we cannot accomplish anything by ourselves. So establishing this network is extremely important, not only for doing this together, but also for bringing more people. And this is the only way we can have a better Brazil and a better world that has so many structural challenges, but also a lot of good people to work on them. Thank you. Okay, I would also like to thank Edis and Bruna, Mariana, and Father Luciano. Philanthropy is love for humanity. And to go back to what Conceição told us this morning, traditional philanthropy will always have its space. However, there are several problems, complex issues to be solved, and we cannot do this by themselves. This is beautiful, right? Thinking about networks, several players, it saves time, adds knowledge, and this is the only way to go. Thank you and congratulations, Idris, for this beautiful theme. thank you for another great panel. And I mean, a subject that's very close to my heart, as you know. Philanthropic funds, endowments, they have been my focus on the last few years, and I am delighted to see how this is being used as a way to congregate different players together. I'm a big fan. Well, now, if you are online, this is the moment where we break for lunch. We'll be back in an hour and a half. Thank you. Now, for those of you who are in person, we will keep with our agenda in the other room. We love people talking, but they are very loud. So you can see the loud people over there. That's where we're going.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our next session will be interactive. There's already some homework for you to do. Ideally, there should be a QR code on the screen. We don't have it yet. There it is. So as you take your seats, as you come to the main room, please scan the QR code, download the app. I know the dessert is good. I tried some myself, but it's time. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. So please, let's come back. Let's come back to the plenary room. We have a lot to cover this afternoon, so let's put some speed.
Obrigada. Ups. Já tá todo mundo.
Are we all set? Have you all scanned the QR code and downloaded the app? Are you ready for our interactive session? All right, so good afternoon. Good afternoon. Show me some enthusiasm. I hope you have enjoyed lunch. I hope you have taken the opportunity to network, to talk to your peers. It's a good opportunity for us to build relationships in smaller groups. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you've had the chance to share some of your experiences and ideas. For those of you watching us remotely, it's also a pleasure to welcome you back. Again, let's talk about essence. The essence of philanthropy lies in tackling inequality and contributing to a more just world. Reinvention challenges us to think about how to do that in view of changes that are completely transforming how we live and work. Artificial intelligence is one of these new tools that is changing everything. So, how can we make sure that the third sector is not lagging behind in this revolution? How can we make sure we don't trail behind? And more than that, how can we tap into the potential of AI and use it as a tool to reduce inequality rather than worsening it? To talk to us about that, we're going to learn more about a journey. Let's see how AI can affect the third sector and the strategic role that philanthropy can play in this process. To conduct this session, let's welcome Celia Cruz, today representing the VR para Impacto Coalition. Let's welcome her, guys. And also Pedro Barros, founding partner of Sul Inteligência for Impact. Founding partner of Sul Inteligência para o Impacto, South Intelligence for Impact, and Ms. Celia Cruz from the Skoll Center. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi. Well, among many challenging roles that we play, we have to use AI and this reinvention to keep you awake after lunch. So be prepared and please try not to sleep. We'll try to keep this engaging and interesting. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and congratulate you on the 15th edition of this forum. Really, it's an honor to be here. Our challenge in this session is to think about the future and discuss the opportunities and challenges that AI presents. We live in a world with polycrisis. There's climate change, sustainability, risks to democracy, inequality. The world is already experiencing multiple crises. AI brings with it a number of opportunities, but it can also worsen and deepen inequalities. So, after some meetings, and I saw many of you in many international meetings, meetings in Brazil, after many events and forums, we learned that AI is made by a few for many, and unfortunately, the third sector is not at the table. We're not discussing that. We're not part of the discussions about what we want from this technology. Knowing that, with that in mind, we created a group to start discussing what we can do as third sector. So we brought NGOs and impact ventures to the table. We engaged the academia, governments, foundations, corporations, individuals, consultants, advisors. We promoted this multi-stakeholder discussion to try and understand the impact of AI in our industry, in our business, in what we do. We started looking at the problem, like Einstein used to say, if I have an hour to solve a problem and I find a solution, dedicate 55 minutes to the problem. If you have an hour to find a solution to a problem, dedicate 55 minutes to the problem. And that's what we did. As a group, we discussed AI, we discussed the reasons why NGOs in the third sector were struggling with AI, why we have little access to it. We were only using AI for operating matters, for operational issues, and not to make a difference. We were just using AI to be a little faster, a little more efficient. Of course, that's important. Efficiency gains are important, especially in the third sector. We're always understaffed, but again, we were failing to think about how we can use AI to train people, to train officers or girls aged 14 to 18. How we can use AI to educate our population, to train people. There are multiple opportunities, and again, we got together to discuss how we could use AI in a more strategic way, not just use it to do more of the same. We identified that one of the things that AI can help us with is literacy, this unequal literacy. We have a group of professors and scholars trying to address disparities in literacy, especially among vulnerable populations. Also, that are there's insufficient funds. Very few funders are really using AI in a strategic way to support their grantees rather than just funding or an app. We also looked at infrastructure without governance in NGOs. Impact businesses don't really know how to use data analytics, AI. So AI can help us with our data governance. Also, we discussed the absence of a political voice. Who's here keeping up or monitoring the regulation of AI? I see 6 hands. We are not doing what we should. We're not monitoring and keeping up with the legislation and regulations that will change our lives. Of course, we have a lot on our plate, but still, we want to bridge this gap and keep our sector informed and in the loop about regulatory discussions. Also, binary narratives. Some people are all for AI and for its exponential growth, and some people are all against it. Some people only see the problems, the issues, the ethical considerations. Today, I say I'm cautiously optimistic because I think we have to bring these two discussions, these 2 point of views to the table. Also, fragile connections, brittle connections. We can learn more from other sectors. We can learn from the good experiences and the best practices of other industries, other sectors, and we're not doing that yet. We engaged with more than 70 people from across the country, 4 sectors, 7 months of work, discussions, and First we identified the problem and the barriers and then the leverages, and at the end we prepared 10 recommendations for the country and 16 prototypes that we are now beginning to implement. As a group of partners, we also designed some products. There's the brain here. Well, the QR code is not on the screen anymore, but there's a QR code here. This is the QR code. Scan the QR code and you can download the brain that we created. Pedro's going to tell us more about the brain. Also, it's a live panel, so our research is an ongoing effort. We're working with JIF, we want to work with Sabiá. These are the funding organizations. FEAC is already funding the next step. Boticario, Sabin, Alana, and networks like ICE, Ashoka Ethos, GIFE, ABCR, all our partners and supporters are here, and with their support, some of our prototypes are already working. We are also working with government databases so that we have data to work with. So this is a little bit of what we've done so far. Now, in this new phase, we're calling this new phase a tree. So there is the trunk, the roots, the branches. The implementing organizations are already receiving funds in that sense. There are pillars about literacy and training, governance and regulation, infrastructure and sovereignty. And then the canopy of the tree will be formed by narratives, data, and how we share that with the ecosystem. So this is just an overview of our coalition. It was called Jornada para Impacto, and now it's called Coalizão IA para Impacto, the AI for Impact Coalition. And now over to you, Pedro. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, like Celia said, during the journey, which is a coalition already, we dedicated ourselves to creating a digital infrastructure to enable the group to explore technology in an intentional way. And this exploration culminated, led to what we call the brain. Pedro Barros, I'm from Inteligência para Impacto, AI for Impact, and we have what we call a brain for impact. It's an AI tool that should help us manage our knowledge intentionally. It should help us think about how to scale positive impact. And based on what you can scan with the QR code, the brain there are some ways of interacting with the brain. There's a traditional way, probably most of you have some experience with Gen AI, conversational AI, generative AI, natural language, natural conversational interactions. Our brain was designed based on that and based on different experiences. Also, we also adopted a zero prompt approach. Only through clicks you can interact with the AI tool. This AI is trained to pay particular attention to ethnic, racial, social, environmental considerations. I strongly encourage you to download the brain and interact with it, engage with it, see how it goes for you. You can also share your experiences about this brain. The brain can help you rethink, reinvention, social impact, digital technologies, especially artificial intelligence in a more interactive way, with some curation work, with some. Have you all downloaded it? Who hasn't downloaded it yet? Raise your hand if you haven't. Well, everyone has, apparently. Great. So the idea is, well, all the material we produced is here. Barriers, leverages, and also the levers, and also a chapter dedicated to reinvention. We cannot really show it to you here in an interactive way, but it's really like a brain because you have questions in your mind, right? I was participating in the technology table led by Google, and we have many questions like, how can I, as a donor, as a philanthropist, how can I support the impact sector? It's a question we ask ourselves every day. If I'm in education, what is the sector calling for? Because sometimes we have our biases and our preconceptions, but we have to pay attention to what the industry needs, to what our sector needs. So really, I encourage you to use the tool, and I also encourage you to practice your active listening. There's curation here. that are materials selected per area of interest. We're working in partnership with universities. And one of the things that we also noticed, we were discussing this at my table, IPEA says that there's about 800,000 NGOs in Brazil, but actually there's 600,000 active NGOs in Brazil. If these 600,000 NGOs decide to hire someone to help them develop tomorrow, we have a major challenge because we just don't have enough developers. We just don't have developers who understand social and environmental impact. So the second survey, the second research effort works with technology colleges and like we talk to them about their curriculum. So do you have impact? Do you discuss impact during your training? Some do. The Catholic University of Campinas does, for example, but many don't. So we're also working to support colleges and schools in general in this type of effort. Now, did anyone find any relevant questions that you'd like to share with us? Do we have any interesting questions? There's information about new financial mechanisms. There's information about driving positive change. There's a course on the Brazilian Plan for Artificial Intelligence by the federal government. There's some information on the regulation of this industry, especially the barriers that might appear along the way. If you want to learn more about the coalition, about the barriers and levers we identified, there are many people here in the room, myself, Pedro, Paula, FIAC, there are many representatives here. Come to us, please talk to us, reach out. We are opening new partnerships, and that was it. Thank you. Nossa.
Agradecer a Célia e o Pedro. Esse tema da tecnologia é um tema muito caro para eles. Bom, pessoal, histórias de vida são únicas e a compreensão de que somos todos partes da solução de desafios socioambientais pode se expressar de inúmeras formas.
In this traditional session of our IDs event, we propose an informal conversation with inspiring and prominent names in our sector, exploring their motivations and the roads traveled by those who decided to dedicate time, funds, and influence to causes, to the public interest, to the common good. And now, that being said, I will invite Denise Aguiar, General Director of the Bradesco Foundation, to talk to me. This organization is celebrating its 70th anniversary this year, and it's Brazil's largest social impact foundation.
Bom, só para contar pouquinho, né? Há 70 anos.
So, to give you some context, 70 years, the founder of Fundação Bradesco, of the Bradesco Foundation, believed in the transformative power of education. With that, he allocated shares of the bank to make sure the foundation was sustainable. Over 7 decades, the foundation became one of the most relevant philanthropic initiatives in Brazil, with a network of 40 schools in every Brazilian state and in the federal district. They serve about 42,000 students in elementary and high school, investing about 1.6 billion reals a year in education. But more than numbers, the Bradesco Foundation represents opportunities that can change lives families and communities, reaffirming every day, reasserting their conviction every day, their belief that education is the most powerful path to development and social change. So Denise, welcome. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. It's an honor to have you here today. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm flattered to be here. Congratulations on the outstanding meeting, and good afternoon, everyone. To start, I'd like you to tell us a bit about your journey. I understand that the Bradesco Foundation represents a family legacy, but it's more than that. It's a personal mission to you. Tell us more about that. Yes, Paula. I've always been interested in how children think and how children learn. I've always been passionate about the development of children. I studied education at the Catholic University, and I did my master's at NYU in New York. We always lived right next door to my grandparents. I'm the eldest granddaughter, and I grew up very close to my grandparents. I was the eldest granddaughter and honestly one of their favorites. After I finished my master's, I came back to Brazil, and I would go to the bank very often to have dinner with my grandpa, and he insisted that I should work at the foundation. He insisted that I worked at the foundation, and honestly, I knew nothing about it. I never thought about doing that. I never thought about working at the foundation. I just wanted to study education and work with children. And then I told him, I'm going to be here at the foundation for a year. As long as no one knows I'm your granddaughter. I'm the granddaughter of the bank's owner and founder. I was there for a year this first year of experience, and I worked in the schools. I worked at the largest school of the foundation in number of students. It's inside the bank's headquarters in Osasco, and I would also. And that year of experience was really fundamental because I did everything. I substituted teachers, everyone. I worked in the kitchen, in the nursery center, everything. I worked with the families. I spoke to moms and dads. That's how I really learned how schools work and how the foundation worked. I really understood how the foundation worked. And then after a year, I said, okay, Grandpa, I'm staying. I like it. This is what I want to do. And I've been there ever since, 40 years only. But you really started with a hands-on experience. Yes, I needed that. Working in schools, working in education is intense because you're dealing with lives, children's lives, small children, right? And teenagers, but still. It's a huge responsibility. Children spend at least 13 years in school. They start studying and they're going to spend 13 years in that school or in school. So being consistent takes a lot of effort every day. You have to commit to it. You have to commit to things and go deep. Or else you're going to make many mistakes. So it's 3 generations, right? Your grandpa, your parents, and you. Yes. But let's not talk about numbers. Okay. So your grandfather was a visionary when he created the foundation 40 years ago. What is his legacy? What teachings from your grandparents still guide your work there? Yes, I think that the biggest legacy of my grandfather, not only to me, but to many people, he said that there's a difference between philanthropy and welfare, giving children dental care, med care, uniforms. Our point there is to help children with education. In the beginning, people thought that what we were doing was assistentialism or a charity-based approach. It's not charity. What we do is not welfareism or traditional charity. We have a legacy there. There's enormous wealth there, but the focus is education with a serious, consistent approach to education. And again, of course, making sure that this is sustainable over time.
Yes, education transforms, right? Yes, it does. And I witness that every single day. Our schools are usually large schools with having impact on on the community. They are well architectured. They look beautiful. So the schools usually are built on the poorest areas of the city. So oftentimes kids are afraid. The families usually enter the school and think, okay, do I even belong here? But over time, they understand that yes, that school belongs to them. And that has a direct impact on their self confidence and self esteem. It's not just about what the teachers are teaching, but also how they behave in front of those children, the programs that are available, every employee in the school. So once the students feel like they belong, then they start understanding that yes, education will change their lives if they are willing to go for it. They can be whatever they want. So this is part of the work that we develop, because oftentimes, because of the realities of those, the reality of those people, they don't think that they actually can be whatever they want. So in primary school or even in junior high school, they understand, okay, these are the possible ways that you can follow so you can achieve all of your dreams. Perfect. And well, you were talking about all the heritage and the assets of the foundation. And I think maybe without even noticing it, but you were pioneers in creating an endowment here in Brazil. I think back then that wasn't even a word, right? No, it wasn't. I mean, the owner was a shareholder. He had like 80% of the shares, and he got part of it and created the Bradesco Foundation. He was not a vain person. That's why he named it after the bank, Bradesco. And that's it. But so the foundation was created by the shareholder, the owner who wanted to take this initiative. And it is maintained by dividends. And I mean, of course, students stay at school for 13 years, and I think the owner wanted the foundation to last forever. That's what I think. So with 40 schools that we have all over the country that are very well maintained, and again, we have different realities, very different realities, because one thing is schools in São Paulo and others in states that are not accessible, as Roraima, for example. In such a huge country as Brazil is, this actually poses quite a challenge. It requires financial resources, and we can only do that because of the way it was instituted. Yes, it was already created with a model to guarantee a lasting operation. Yes, and that's why financial mechanisms are so important for us to be able to implement a long-term vision. Absolutely. So we already have 3 generations of students, right? So 3 times 13. So during all of your experience, what were the main learnings for you as a person? Well, to me, one of the biggest learnings is that every child is capable of learning. Everyone who joins the foundation, and I know that it can be difficult because it involves personal values, but we cannot judge children because they live in a vulnerable area, maybe a dangerous area. I mean, it's not acceptable. You must see the fact that every child can learn regardless of where they live and what their families are like. So this is a message that we pretty much stress out every day. And another value is about serious work. It's not just because you work for the third sector that you don't have to be as dedicated. That's not the case at all. No, you are accountable for the resources that are invested there. Everyone who works there are aware of how serious and how dedicated you have to be, how committed you have to be. Absolutely. So everyone needs to know that this is serious business, that they are accountable for it, and dealing with financial resources is everyone's responsibility. Yeah, I'm going a little off script right now, but I mean, do you have any special stories? Yes, every single day, pretty much. I just visited a school in the countryside of São Paulo. And I was there in the patio, and there was this guy that came to me and said, "Oh, I work in the maintenance. I'm a janitor at school. And I wanted to thank you. I am so happy. I work here, and I have two children, and both came to school here." And I said, "Oh, that's so cool." And they said, "Yeah, now they are at INSPER." And I said, "INSPER?" Yeah, one of them actually went to the National Technology Institute, and I said, "Okay, does he even understand how big that is?" And I started thinking about it, and I was talking to one of my colleagues, and I told them this story. And in that week, we actually had a meeting with Tanya Adadi. And when she left, she gave a folder with some of your former students who are now our students. And I thought to myself, does he understand how important that is? We actually then recorded a video with that, with their parents, because now they're suffering a little bit because their children just left for college. And now he works at school. And there are so many examples all over Brazil and even outside. Another good example is my manicure. Now she is retired, but I mean, she is a mother. She's a single mother, and she pretty much couldn't read or write. And when her daughter turned 5, I said, "Okay, now you have to enroll her at the foundation." And it's very difficult to get enrollments, but I told her that I could do it. So she changed homes to get closer to the school. And currently, Camila lives in Canada. She works for a bank. She started working for Price here in Brazil, then she was transferred to Canada, and now I don't have a manicure anymore because she spends half of the year in Canada. And that's a great example because, I mean, that daughter, she got how important it was and what a great opportunity that was. I remember once she came back from Canada and she visited me, and she told me that her mother said, "You have to be the best student because your mother is the manicure to Denise." And I felt so important. So, I mean, this is just how important it is for families to understand how important education is. Yes, absolutely. You have to work with their entire family. Yes, absolutely. And she's a very successful girl. They are just by themselves, she and her mother. And now she went to college, she has 2 degrees, and now she has a citizenship in Canada. It's so cool. Yeah, she came to visit me, and now she's a high-level executive. It's so cool. Yes. Now, to connect with the theme of our forum, you are just celebrating 70 years of Bradesco Foundation, right? What do you think must be preserved so the foundation can continue to transform lives for the next generations? And what do you think should change? And I know that you are going through some restructuring and reinventing yourself, so if you could tell us a little bit about that. Okay, well, what we have to preserve is how serious we are about the business and the management on the financial resources. I think that's the most important thing. Now, we always have to reinvent ourselves so we can keep being successful. If you want to be great, you have to keep changing because the world changes. What the world needs and society needs also change. So you must be attentive. You must work with people closer to the communities so you can see the trends and reinvent the solutions of the problems. That's quite important. We have all those schools in Brazil, and now you're actually working on renovating those schools to make sure that they will be there standing proud for the next 40 years. Sometimes in schools, I mean, it's difficult to do renovations because, I mean, what are we going to do about the students, right? So we are now working in Brazil to renovate the structures of the schools as it should. Yes, absolutely. Well, you talked about how important for philanthropy to be more than just welfare aid. And these care with, I mean, for results and for execution. Yes, I mean, there is this confusion with welfare aids, you know. I have gotten some people tell me, no, you are pretty much providing a welfare service because we also provide them, the students, with uniforms and the supplies that they need and meals. I mean, anyone can do that, right? With money, we can buy that. The hardest part is about the education. So when you give those students uniforms, you're telling them everyone is equal here. We have the same rights and the same duties. Our students, I mean, when we are walking on a dirt road, you can see that child that is pretty much wearing flip-flops and that's it. They also need to go to school. So in order to do that with dignity, then that's why we provide them with uniforms and so on and so forth. In developed countries that provide all those resources, they don't think that this is welfare aid, right? So why do we think that is the case? Do you think that those students do not deserve it? Because they do. Yes, and Brazilian students is pretty much the same. Yeah, okay, now I think we have enough time to open for questions and also give this opportunity for those who are connected online. If you have any questions, you can send them. Okay, we already have a raised hand. Okay, we have 2 questions and then another one from the online audience.
Alô? Boa tarde, sou Renato Narras.
Good afternoon. First of all, congratulations for this beautiful trajectory. This is such an inspiring example. And my question is, well, looking ahead, given your beautiful history up until this point, what are your objectives then? Do you want to expand the number of students? Do you want to increase the number of schools? What is it that you want? Let's just hear the other question as well so you can answer both of them. Yeah, they're back there. Hello, I am Cristiano Franco. Congratulations for the amazing work. And I mean, it's not a question, but more like a comment. You talked about the legacy of the founder of the bank, how he left part of his assets to the creation of the foundation. So I wonder, what do next generations did about that? I mean, did they also donate part of their shares? Did they invest something on the foundation? Okay, we got another question, right? And one online? Okay, this is the question that we've gotten online. How do you, what is the admission process for new students? Okay, I'm gonna ask this question first because this is one of the most frequently asked questions I get. So we have 40 schools. How do we get enrollments? So with the exception of Osasco School, the students have to live nearby the school and be low income. So they have to give proof of low income. There's a date, there's a queue. Then the principals actually visit the homes of the families. And we must never forget that every year we get students coming for early education. For primary school. And of course, those students have to do well. There's tests sometimes for the students that are older going to high school, for example. They go through a test, and the highest ranking students are enrolled. In Osasco, it's different because our school has 5,000 students. That was the very first school that we've had. And 70 years ago, it was far away from Sao Paulo, right? It took a while for people to get there. So that neighborhood is called Cidade de Deus, or City of God, because pretty much all we had were employees living there. So people lived there and worked there, and of course their children had to study there as well. So of course this is something that we can never change. So that school is only ever enrolling the children of employees who live in the city of Osasco and work for Bradesco. So, of course, we also have to consider the time that the employees work for us. So those who work in that neighborhood and that work for Bradesco for a long time, that they can enroll their kids there. Oh, okay, let's answer the other question about the future, right? Well, we are developing some work now. It's going to take like 7 to 8 years. We are renovating all the schools to pretty much shape them to be the schools of the future. And we are also going to be providing full-time schools. And in order to do so, we need to pretty much double the number of classrooms. And it's very difficult to do so. We are getting some classrooms in containers with air conditioning and all the structure. Then we renovate that classroom. We update all the equipment. We also expanded the classrooms. We are also working on a new cafeteria because for full-time school students, they have to take all their meals there. It's going to take about a year. So for us to finish all the 40 schools, it's going to take like 7 or 8 years. We started from the schools in the south, and we are going up the country. And again, to have the school of the future, full-time school in all the schools in the entire country. Now for the other question. So my grandfather has destined a large portion of his shares to the foundation. Okay, so I mean, the other generations didn't have to increase this number of shares because it's already big enough. Yes, and it is important to say that it takes the dedication of a whole life, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I have chosen to do so because I love my work. So, okay, guys. That's it. Denise, thank you very much for being so generous with your time and for sharing your story. I already knew part of it, but I mean, every time we talk, I learn something new. It is beautiful to see that this consistent work, this commitment can impact so many lives over time. And despite the fact that you already have this beautiful history, you are always trying to reinvent yourselves without losing your essence. Now I would like to ask you to leave your final message to this audience, philanthropists, social investors, and leaders. So, what is your final message to this audience about the role played by education and philanthropy in the construction of a better future for Brazil? Well, one thing that moves me and inspires me to do the best work that I can. And it is hard work. It is difficult work. It takes a lot of effort. And sometimes it is scary to see that there's a lot of people that think that third sector is child's play. That you don't have to work that hard, or that perhaps you don't have to work on every Monday. And I think that it undermines the work of the third sector. Third sector should actually be seen just as the first and second sectors. It should be all on the same level. Everyone should be working with the same level of commitment and dedication. Those who work in the third sector usually are passionate about the cause. There is something that speaks to them, and they want to do this for the rest of their lives. But I think this is something that needs to change in society. Everyone should have the same view, with respect, nothing but respect for the third sector, with care and understanding of how important it is, because this is what is going to transform society. If everyone can understand and see the third sector with the seriousness that it deserves.
Thank you, Denise. No, thank you. Before we proceed with our program, I'd like to talk about an initiative that is very meaningful to IDIS. Many of you today know about our efforts for endowments, because we believe that this is really an important mechanism to strengthen organizations and causes. The example of the Bradesco Foundation is excellent. We engage in the production of knowledge, the advocacy for a more conducive, more favorable regulatory environment, and we support dozens of endowments in Brazil. 2 years ago, when we celebrated our 25th anniversary, we turned part of our history into a bet in the future of philanthropy in Brazil. That's how we created the Fundo de Fomento à Filantropia, the Philanthropy Foster Fund. Let's take a look at it.
No Brasil, todos os anos, empresas e pessoas.
In Brazil, every year, businesses and people turn billions of reals into real support to causes that matter, totaling almost 6 billion reals a year. Individual donations exceed 24 billion reals. These funds support the work of more than 900,000 civil society organizations across the country, organizations that fight for multiple causes and represent vulnerable populations. Still, this effort is not enough in view of the challenges of Brazil. We have to do more, we have to do better, we have to increase our funds and expand the social impact of this capital with a focus on long-term change. This means strengthening those who strengthen philanthropy, institutions and agencies that take these funds further. For more than 2 decades, IDIS supports strategic philanthropy in Brazil, facilitating the flow of funds from those who have them to those who need them. We help investors invest better with intention and impact. And to further expand this impact, we created the Fundo de Fomento à Filantropia, FFF. There's the first axis is advocacy, and through it, the FFF drives systems change. Like the investment, with this type of investment, we can coordinate leaders and have advocacy and public policies. This helped the creation of the first law on endowment in Brazil. Through the knowledge Axis. FFF produces and shares evidence that inform decisions, contributing to projects like the Doação Brasil Research Project, the most comprehensive study on individual giving, individual donations in the country, conducted since 2015. We also carry out the forum, the EDIS Forum, which in 5 years has already brought together more than 5,000 participants. This means exchanges, experiences, and learning. In the coordination/articulation axis, FFF strengthens networks that expands the reach of philanthropy. An example is the 1% commitment, a movement that expands and gives visibility to the engagement of companies in reducing discrepancies, inequalities, and solving social and environmental challenges. If we want a more sustainable and less unequal country, we need philanthropy to move to the next level. Supporting the philanthropy fund means leaving a legacy. It means planting the seed for a more solidary country in the future with a strong civil society that is capable of facing and living up to its challenges. We count on your support. Donate.
O Fundo de Fomento à Filantropia
Our fund already supports important projects for our sector. On our website, you can learn more about what's been done so far. With donations, we reached 10.6 billion in wealth. It's as important as looking at this wealth is to look at those who are building this or writing this story with us. Today, it's more than 200 donors, and the community is growing even through the contributions linked to our events. Many of the people in this room are already part of this effort, and for that, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you to thank those who chose the donation modality for this event. We have already raised 12,000 reals, and with the matching this totals 24,000 reals. We have matching by Mackenzie Scotch for this philanthropy support fund, our endowment, our support fund, our endowment. So I would like to thank each and every one of you for your support. And if you still want to contribute, the QR code is on the back of your credentials and on our YouTube chat. If you want to make a donation over 20K, please contact us for the arrangements, so we can arrange that. And now we have a new milestone ahead. We want a wealth of 15 million. We still have some funds for matching, part of the donation we got from Mackenzie Scott in 2024. So the donations made now are multiplied with match funding. If we want our philanthropy to live up to the challenges of today, we have to build structures that can endure the test of time. That's what we believe in. We think we want to keep writing this story with more and more people. Thank you.
Mais de uma vez já falei sobre o meu envolvimento tendo assuntos bacanas.
I've talked about my engagement with endowment funds, and I'd like to remind you that in November we'll launch our performance yearbook. It's in the making, and you should expect to hear from us soon. It will give us a very interesting overview of the endowment industry in Brazil. Before opening our next session, I'd like to make an invitation. Stand for Social Innovation Brazil has been in the country for 4 years, promoting, informing, and inspiring the social innovation field, sharing best practices in research and knowledge, practical knowledge, offering our participants some copies of their brochure. The Alliance magazine is one of the most prestigious outlets about philanthropy globally, with independent opinions, expert debates, and insights. They offer the participants of this forum a free digital subscription. If you scan the QR code on the back of your credentials, you can subscribe to both. For our online viewers, we'll share the link on the chat. Make sure to subscribe. And now, let's open our next session, Impact that Creates Value when Data Strengthens Businesses and Society. To talk to us about that, let's welcome Andressa Vasconcelos, specialist in impact monitoring and assessment of the Sicredi Foundation. Let's welcome Andressa. Catarina Lutero, social investment manager at the ArcelorMittal Foundation, Brazil. And Claudia Calais, executive director of the Bung Foundation. Moderation will be done by Diego Pansini, executive director of the Alcoa Institute.
Bom, boa tarde a todos e todas. Vamos de novo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Show me some enthusiasm. Show me some enthusiasm, some energy. That's better. I know. After lunch, it's hard, but let's try. So, to start, let me introduce myself. It's a pleasure to be here with Andressa, Claudia, and Catarina. It's a pleasure to be in this panel with so many successful women. I'm a little intimidated, I must say. For years, social impact and business results were seen as separate agendas with little connection between them. But today, data, indicators, and assessments help not only demonstrate results, but also guide decisions, inform decisions, and increase the efficacy of social investments. So how can we identify the value that is created for society and for the business? And how can evidence contribute to a more effective and meaningful work that is more in line with the challenges of our time? So with this reflection, with this note, I'll now finally introduce myself. We'll have 2 rounds of questions after, and then we'll have some Q&A time at the end, and then we wrap it with your final consideration. So again, I'm Diego. I'm the executive director of the Alcoa Institute. It's part of Alcoa's ecosystem. Alcoa is a North American mining company with global operations. In Brazil, we focus on education, income creation, and volunteer programs inside the company. We act on specific areas where the company operates. We operate in the areas where the company has its activities in the country. Now, Claudia, let's start with Claudia from the Bung Foundation. Claudia, the Bung Foundation deals with environmental and social questions that are directly related to communities and value chains where the company operates. So, and you're turning evidence that you produce on the field into relevant information for the business. What's this journey been like, and what have you learned? What have you learned along the way? And in reinventing a company, where should we be careful to make sure we protect the essence of philanthropy? First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be here. I would like to thank Iris for the invitation. You asked me many questions in a single question. I noticed what you did. Before I answer them, let me introduce myself. I'm Claudia Calais, Executive Director of the Bung Foundation. We're responsible for all the social investment of Bung in Brazil. Bung is a multinational corporation in the agribusiness industry, and today I'm going to give you the perspective of this large corporation. I'm a white woman, mid-height. I have short brown hair, and today I'm wearing light pants and a top whose color, I don't know. It's a mix of burgundy and brown. I really don't know what color this is. Kind of brown or burgundy, long-sleeved shirt, top. So, but before I try to answer your question, something came to mind. I was here in the morning. I watched our morning sessions, and as I watched them, I created a mind map, a script of things that I would like to address here, to give you inspiration. Because when we come to meetings like this, it's always the intention is always to exchange knowledge and exchange ideas, to share something. And to me, there are three key factors that I think govern not only private social investment and philanthropy, but businesses in general. Three variables at play that I'd like to consider here: time, the ESG agenda, and cost. Money, really. Cost, funds. Financial resources, funds. Why am I saying that? Because our notion of time has changed. Our very perception of the time variable has changed from any point of view. As individuals, as companies, our perception of time has changed, and things are now more urgent than ever. For better, for worse, there's a good side about this urgency, but it can also take its toll on us. But it's real. We have to deal with this strong sense of immediacy, of urgency. ESG is environmental, social governance. This question is also, this topic is becoming more and more relevant in our work, in our business, in businesses, in universities, as a society, and of course, funds, which are becoming more and more scarce. So these three variables demand a lot from us. These three variables force us to make more systemic investments. We have to take a systems approach that is also result-oriented. This is really key. We cannot waste time anymore. We don't have time to waste anymore. That idea of failing or in learning from our failures and trial and error, there's not much room for that anymore. We have to get it right. Also, at the same time, and this was discussed earlier today, we have to be more effective. We have to work with partners at the local level. We also have to think about how to work with public policies. Our investments have to consider these three things: the local level, public policies, and partners. And when we think about result-oriented investments, in my case, or in our case, we're talking about looking at our value chain and focusing, committing to something and focusing. Because we cannot try to do everything at once. We have to focus now. We have to focus. Indicators become fundamental then. We have to work with indicators. At the Bank Foundation for 3 years now, we carry out periodic strategic reviews. Of course, we'll never be as far-reaching as the Bradesco Foundation, but we've always had education-oriented initiatives. And after some time, or about 3 years ago, we started to question the work we did. I mean, very beautiful, very relevant, but we realized that we were leaving the most important thing behind. The agribusiness value chain can contribute a lot, but there are many challenges in the agribusiness chain. We know the industry well, and with this knowledge, we can further our impact, and we can tap into the potential of this industry in our favor, in favor of our causes. But then we have to speak the language, and we have to speak the business language. And to speak the business language, you have to be very, very clear about the data, the results, the outcomes. This is what we have today. This is where we want to get. This is what we want to deliver. Objective, numbers. So we carried out this strategic review of our project, low carbon, productive inclusion, everything. We started designing indicators, and not only indicators of our work to society from inside out, impact indicators to measure the results of our investment, but we also started working on indicators inside. What is this social investment delivering to the business? Because for us, it's very clear that when we when we actually make a difference inside the business or in the chain, when we actually do that, we'll no longer discuss the budget. Oh, let's discuss our budget and whatever's left is going to be allocated for social investment. No. With this new approach, we are actually part of the company's budget. Without that commitment, there's only so much we can do. So we could really change the game when we became a part of the budget. And to become part of the budget, we had to present results, indicators. This is what enables us to see eye to eye with our main investors, to deal with them on a level playing field. And to do that, we have to consider, because philanthropy is like private funds for public initiatives, but we also had to see the impact it was causing on us. It had to become part of our policy as a business. And that's how we started working, and it's in this line that our indicators became critical.
So it is extremely important to measure what we are doing from the perspective of the project, but also through these indicators, the business can then start seeing us as an investment and not cost. It's very interesting. One of the things that struck me the most was about speaking the business lingo, right? It's important to speak the same language and to make it clearer for the business what are the needs for the investment in the strategy, how it's going to affect. So speaking the same language was one of the most important factors. That's very interesting. Also, I forgot to self-describe. I am a 40-year-old male, Caucasian, green eyes, brown hair. I am wearing black suit and shoes and light blue shirt. Now let's go to Andressa. Now about Sicredi. You work through cooperatives in diverse terrains. Nevertheless, you need a systemic vision of your impact. You have had a very interesting experience by adopting the causal impact analysis. So how do you do that in order to keep the essence of cooperativism alive, and what does that mean to the business? Okay, good afternoon. To self-describe, I am Andressa. I am a Caucasian female, brown, long hair, black pencil skirt, and a burgundy shirt. I think this is a very important question to all the organizations, which is how can we go further than data about the reach of the projects? And I have to do some mea culpa here because we often use reach as the impact, number of people who are affected or treated or so on and so forth. But usually the impact is about transformation in not just one campaign. But measuring that is where the challenge lies, because we know specifically for applied social sciences, this is not easy. Now, to connect that with Sicredi, just as Sicob told us earlier, we were born to address pain points of the terrain. So cooperativism is this union. Is this, not union, but this connection of how the society can cooperate towards a common goal. So to understand if that transformation is effective is particularly important. We have almost 100 cooperatives in our ecosystem, and we have to be held accountable for the thousands of members that we have. The members discuss about the 400 million BRL that are invested yearly. So the impact analysis is a tool for us for accountability as well. But we use it mainly for learning. So let me tell you a little bit about one of the programs that have been assessed more than once, which is the program União Faz a Vida, or Together we can make life. They have their own methodology working through different cooperative projects in order to develop cooperation and citizenship. This program yearly benefits more than 600,000 students. In 2020, we finalized the first impact assessment. We did that with the help of IDIS, trying to understand the social return on the investment. We wanted to see what was the impact caused by Sicredi, and the outcomes were remarkable. Every 1 BRL that was invested, 4 were returned to society. So that was quite an impressive result, very important for raising engagement. But more than that, the assessment process itself is quite rich. This process provided for several learnings, some questions that in the theory of change of the program were secondary. So the impact was even higher than the primary impact that we have chosen. So yes, we've had great results, but there were still several opportunities. So that started a new process. So we learned from all those lessons from the impact assessment. We revisited the methodology, we redesigned our theory of change to understand what were the mechanisms that needed to be worked on to have better achievements, right? So the next step was, of course, we opened a new impact assessment, and I am looking at my manager right now because we joke around saying that this is how we can make sure we're gonna have a job until the next cycle. So again, this impact analysis or assessment is about evolving and learning. So the most recent one was focused on understanding the pedagogical side, so how we were actually implementing our methodology in the schools and what was being transformed for those students. So to share some of the results, of course, the research is quite extensive, but some of the outcomes was an increase of 13% in student autonomy, 17% improvement in critical thinking, 20% in collaboration mindset, which is going on the opposite side on what society is walking towards right now, right? So those results showing that we were already able to evolve from the first cycle. So it was important. And to connect with our cooperative mindset, of course, the results are clearly related to cooperativism, right? A collaboration mindset and critical thinking to assess social and economic aspects, and that has more autonomy so they can be better prepared for the community. So of course, those are characteristics of those who are usually members of cooperatives. So not only looking at financial results, we can see how it all connects to our essence and how we are developing people who are not only going to work with cooperativism, but they can also be better cooperators in society. And reinvention, which is the challenge for this event, right, is a part of this entire process. So over our trajectory with different solutions, whether financial or not, we can assess evidence, not only numbers, but also qualitative data to learn and keep on evolving. Thank you very much for your great explanation. And it is interesting because in all of your experiences, we can see that connecting the nature of the business and the needs that have to be addressed all connect, right? Because the solution maybe has a special interest by all of those who are involved in the community and in the business alike. Now, Katarina. Very often, we think about measurements after a new initiative is implemented. At ArcelorMittal, did you use evidence to try and develop a new agenda, in this case, circular economy? What did you need to have more information on to get to this point? And how were you able to create convergence in between business strategy and the needs from the community? Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Katerina. I am part of the ArcelorMittal Foundation. To self-describe, I am a white female, mid-height. I'm wearing white blouse, long-sleeved, terracotta colored skirt, I guess. I have black hair, long hair, and I would like to thank IDIS for this invitation. And unlike my colleagues, the Foundation ArcelorMittal already had this previous work with evidence and data for us to start a new work front, which is circular economy as part of our strategy. What made it feasible was this opportunity that we identified to connect two ends for this transformation chain. The ArcelorMittal Group already has this circular economy department that's very well established. We're talking about co-product or byproducts, scraps, water resource management. And on the other end of the cycle, we have our foundation with its social outlook to transform the terrains where we are present. But more than talking about circular economy and talking about raw material and how we can reuse it, the ArcelorMittal Foundation needed to rethink about the entire process and what connects it all, which are the people, especially those who are the most vulnerable in this entire recycling cycle. We're talking about street pickers, cooperatives, associations, especially those that are present in the communities where we are present. We noticed an opportunity to generate shared value between the business and the community and our society. Now, in order for us to choose this circular economy as part of our strategy, we started by listening. So we did a diagnosis between all of our communities and we listened to different leaders, government, the people who lived in the neighborhood, and we noticed that talking about new businesses opportunities, economic diversification was a social demand. On the other hand, we also have business demands to increase access to scraps, to reduce our carbon emissions, which are the greatest goals that we have for the future and that will make our business sustainable. So, we decided to incorporate circular economy as a new business unit. And we revisited our strategic planning so we could create a synergy between this opportunity and our operations going in line with the core of our business as well as the demands that we get from the several communities where we are present in Brazil. Now, the turning point was this research that we have conducted, bringing the landscape of the social Brazilian scenario and circular economy. We have gotten several insights from this research that were vital for us to make our strategy. Let me show you some data. And if you are interested, you can have access to the full research that is available at the ArcelorMittal Foundation's website and AgroSocial Institute as well. Here in Brazil, we have about 800,000 street pickers living under very precarious conditions. 60% of those people are informal workers. But these people are responsible for 90% of everything that is recycled in our country. So when we talk about circular economy, it involves social justice as well. We need to understand what is their situation and understand how we can make their reality better. And the private social investment in Brazil invests 5 billion BRL a year, but less than 5% of it is actually connected to social causes. Sorry, environmental causes. So we must address it because perhaps this is the most urgent topic that we have at hand. We also use several natural resources, and very little actually is used. So this is why ArcelorMittal Foundation decided to work on this strategic front based on different horizons. But that center is people. So small entrepreneurs, cooperatives were all involved, and we consolidated this entire structure to connect to the steel industry. We have written policies, considered criteria, assessment criteria that are being and will be funded via hybrid funding using incentive laws or our own resources. So, in a data-driven way, and by listening to our communities and seeing the trends of social private investment, and also given our essence of generating social transformation, we identify the possibility of acting in a more connected way with our essence. So I think this is it. Oh, that's amazing. Amazing, Katarina. Yes, it all goes to show how evidence backed up the entire decision-making process. Being pragmatic even, by looking different social priorities and connecting them to the business strategy. Often, this is a difficult conversation. What are the limits that institutes and foundations have? And evidence in this case was used to bring a clear direction onto the decision-making process. Okay, so let's go to a second round of questions. We talked about different uses of evidence by connecting what happens in the community to bigger decisions, in the case of the Bang Foundation, trying out if a project actually has impact, and then, of course, to drive the decision-making process, which was the case of ArcelorMittal's foundation. So, now, we want to understand what are the social impacts that are generating the most value, and especially to whom. So, Claudia, my question is, when an initiative delivers benefits to the community, society, vendors, and company, how do you identify who's actually capturing this value? Are there any situations where earnings and risks are unbalanced? Wow. I can only tell you whether it is uneven or not after the end of year when we start getting the first results. But what drives our investments currently, as I mentioned earlier, is the fact that we are using indicators to get a better understanding of this dynamic, not only in the business, but also with public policies. That's not to say that our focus or our attention is not in social investments. What we actually want to understand is the classification of this social investment so we can become more relevant, not only in the business, which is the main investor, So understanding this perspective is quite important, but also to understand public policies that are going to drive the transformations that we want to see in the terrains. All these investments, and I joke around saying that I come from a family of sellers, and my father always told us that a good business is a business that is good for everyone. Everyone must win, because if anyone feels that they are not winning, then they are going to stop working and everyone will start losing then. And of course, he was very persistent, so now it's my mantra. So for our social investment, this is one of our guidelines. The funder, my company, has to win. And when I say win, of course, there are different ways of winning. I'm not only talking about money here. But the investor needs to see that this investment makes sense. And as a social investor, I also have to reach my goals. The government, my partner, also needs to see the reach of those public policies. And the communities that are part of that partnership also have to win. This is how you can integrate all the parts and make sure that everyone will be involved and walk towards the same direction. Our goal as a baseline is for everyone to benefit. I cannot tell you who benefits the most or the least. Maybe we're going to get to this point where we can actually have this data and this answer. But now what's important to us is working with the community, working with public policies, and producing real transformation in for the investors. Because like I said, since we are a part of this chain, how can we transform or change it for the better? Let me give you an example. We are a large biofuel production. There is this public policy in Brazil saying that 20% of this production in Brazil has to be family operated. So you can actually participate on the auctions. So how do you establish this policy? Well, the business always tries to find shortcuts to profit, right? So they go to cooperatives in the southern region of the country and they purchase their production. But when we started working with them, we actually moved that to the semi-arid region in the northeast. And we started investing on the transformation of the family farms, considering, of course, the realities that they have. And we started organizing them and creating cooperatives. And these investments, this transformation of family farms is also counting for the government so they can get the certification and participate on the auctions. But the logic is completely different, because if the business is responsible for it alone, then they're just going to buy and they are going to get the certification and that's it. Now, when the social investors are involved, then they say, okay, this is what the business wants, but at the same time, we are going to be transforming this community. So that's the logic. Let's identify the possibilities, the opportunities that are in line with the business needs and that can straighten the public policies, but at the same time, that delivers the transformation of the communities where we work and where we are committed to. So this is how we have been acting. Okay, great, Claudia.
In the interest of time, let me hand it over to Andressa now. Andressa, an evaluation and assessment can demonstrate impact to the stakeholders, but Sicredi is an organization of cooperatives. You're territory-based. How do you demonstrate the value produced or created for the cooperative, for the members, and for the development of the territory? And how can we avoid mistaking social impact with return on investment or commercial returns? Well, that's an interesting question. No one's ever asked me that. I think first and foremost, we invest millions in social investment trying to move the needle in 6 months or a year in financial terms, in considering business indicators. But if we're doing that, we haven't really understood the time it takes for a social program to mature. So to answer your question, I think we have to adjust our expectations and understand what can be expected as return. In the morning, many panelists talked about the theory of change. I think that in order to build a consistent response to that, as social investors, we have to be clear about what we want to achieve with that program or that initiative. Again, aligning, adjusting the expectations. Sometimes we develop a program, a methodology, and we know what we're going to do in operational terms. We know where we want to get, but what will we do to get there? The impact usually becomes more noticeable in the long term. So in order to respond to your stakeholders, you have to measure what you're doing, and you have to measure the process, the everything that happens between the beginning and the end. So indicators are important to show, to demonstrate that we're on the right track, that we're doing what we have to do to achieve our common goal, the goal that was determined in the beginning. So I believe that we have to create mechanisms that can demonstrate what we're doing in a robust way, what we agreed on, our strategy, our objectives. We have to find indicators to demonstrate that we are working to achieve the end goal. And again, we have to measure. We're talking about social investment, and the intention is good, but then again, the road to hell is paved with good intention. So we have to really demonstrate what we're doing, demonstrate that we're actually making a difference for the beneficiaries. Also, we have to consider the reason why a company exists. In our case, we're talking about credit cooperatives. Our purpose as a business is to address a pain point, give credit. That's the starting point. So when we look at the purpose of Sicredi, well, that's stated, that's restated all the time. We are building and strengthening the cooperative model together for a more prosperous society. But then again, we need to consolidate, agree on the meaning of prosperity for Brazilians. We're present across the country, and as a financial organization, we did a survey together with Datafolha, with a representative sample of the country. We did this research, this quantitative research, to understand what prosperity actually means. It can be quite complex. If we understand that this is the ultimate goal of our business, what is prosperity and how can we measure that? This research was extremely interesting. The findings were very interesting and helped us answer many of our questions as social investors. The research shows that, yes, there are many dimensions to prosperity. Brazilians have a very broad understanding of what prosperity is, of what really matters. Of course, the economic dimension is what matters the most. But then when we started exploring both quantitative and qualitative data to understand what's behind this economic dimension, money was seen as a means, not an end. So having money to study, to do my postgraduate because I want a job X in company Y, or I want money to pay for the medical treatment of a family member. So again, the end, money is not an end in itself for the majority of our population, and this really made us think about what we do and how to strengthen our work. It demonstrated that, yes, there are financial solutions, yes, but there's a lot behind it. There are many other things that we can do to contribute with non-financial solutions. So when you have a theory of change, you're clear about what matters to your program. That has to be measured. And when you're clear about an institution, about what you want to deliver to society, not only my return to my shareholders, it also becomes clear how our social investment can cater to the needs of all our stakeholders. So we've done this over time, and now we feel more prepared, more confident, and that we're actually delivering robust outcomes to the society. Thank you. Also, in the interest of time, Catarina, your turn now. Catarina, to close this round, Circular economy is an agenda where economic, social, and environmental values can be very close together, but not necessarily walking hand in hand. So, what type of evidence do you have to monitor to determine whether a solution is actually creating shared value to the multiple stakeholders? Diego, our strategy puts people at the center. So we're people oriented. We've always been, we talked about it in the beginning. Our strategy considers three perspectives, the three horizons. First, the most vulnerable links in the chain, the people who are more vulnerable. We cannot lose focus of what matters. For example, waste pickers. What do they need? There are three main areas of focus: citizenship, dignity, and visibility. How can we make sure these waste pickers have access to public policies? How can we train them and empower them? How can we help them understand the role they play in the circular economy chain, in the recycling chain? How to raise their awareness of their responsibility and of the critical role they play to recycle 90% of the waste we produce in this country. And finally, we have to give them visibility. They must be seen. Today, these people work in such precarious situations. Very few of them wear PPE. Very few of them have access to healthcare. They use precarious equipment. And when we look at the scrap chain, the level of the hazards are even higher. So there's this need for us to monitor that in real time to determine whether or not our actions are driving change. So these are our three main areas of focus: give them visibility, citizenship, and dignity. Waste pickers from across the country. Based on that, next steps will include engaging them, involving other bodies, other stakeholders and institutions in this strategy. And by that I mean cooperatives, associations, also the government and local communities must be part of this solution, because we know that one-off initiatives produce very little results, especially when we're dealing with such a systemic, structural issue as the one we decided to address in circular economy. So I believe that the impact, the outcomes will appear in a balanced, fair way, and I believe that in the future we'll actually have greater social cohesion in the field of circular economy. Thank you, Katarina. We are running out of time, so maybe it's time for questions from our audience. If you have any questions, just raise your hand, introduce yourself, and tell us who your question is targeted at.
Pergunta online? Não? Bom, então nós vamos seguir aqui, caminhar para o encerramento. Eu vou no ritmo aqui das eleições, pedir para que...
So, I'll ask you to make your final remarks, or your closing remarks, 30 seconds each for us to wrap up this panel. Claudia, over to you first. I would like to thank EDIS for the invitation again, and I would like to thank two people in particular, Thais Barcinello and Marcelo Modesto from the EDIS team. They were instrumental to help us achieve these indicators. It was not an easy process. Actually, it isn't an easy process because it's not completed yet. So the support we received from EDIS was really fundamental to help us understand the theory of change and to help us design our own procedures. It was with EDIS's support that we changed the way we look at impact. They helped shape our view of the quality and the importance and the need of this social investment. So thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Let's give it up for Claudia. Andressa, your turn. Yes, I'd like to leave you with a provocation, with some food for thought. I want us to keep asking questions. We have to be questioners or challengers. We have to challenge our own beliefs and assumptions. We have to keep pushing the boundaries and the limits, and evolution happens when we challenge ourselves. So I challenge you to look at evidence and try to learn from evidence, not only avoid confirmation bias, keep questioning, keep challenging yourselves and your own beliefs. Thank you. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank you for your presence, for your attention. And Conceição Evaristo talked earlier about social reparation, social remediation. As private social investors, we play a role in repairing that and bridging gaps, reducing inequality. It is our job to promote greater equity, greater access, better opportunities for everyone. It is in our hands. We have the resources. It is really up to us to use these resources to change our country. That's it. Thank you. So, to wrap this up, I think that we're all facing important challenges in our sector. Monitoring evidence, indicators, this is really important. This plays an initial role in terms of accountability and transparency, but also what's clearer to me is that we have to advance and we have to do a better job with this information. We have to use the data to actually measure the impact that our work creates. We have to use this data to retrofeed decision-making processes. So yes, this was a very thought-provoking session. Thank you. I would also like to thank IDIS for the invitation. We've also worked very closely with them. They helped us review our social investment strategy at Alcoa. I think this is a great opportunity for us to have this high-level debate. This type of forum is extremely important for us, leaders of our areas in our organizations. I'm sure everyone is leaving this meeting feeling more knowledgeable and better prepared, so better connected. So again, thank you very much. Congratulations, and thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. This conversation reminded me of when I started at IDIS 12 years ago, and we talked about impact assessment, data, and it all sounded so far-fetched. In the beginning, it was like, oh, I want to demonstrate my impact. I want to show my results. I want to measure that. That's when we first really started talking about that. Also, we need to measure and have data, not only to measure what we did, but also to help us do better in the future. Paula talked about how we think about our services, and it's directly related to that. We have to understand how this flow works. It's a flow, it's a cycle of planning, execution, monitoring, learning. Always the ultimate goal is continuous improvement. And now let's have a coffee break. We will reconvene in 15 minutes, so please don't be late. Before I let you go, when you come back, we're going to split into 2 sessions again, and you can choose. You can choose the session you want to follow. Here in the main room, we'll have the following panel: Latin American Philanthropy, Pathways Toward a Common Future. This session can be attended online and in person. In this room, there will be simultaneous translation, Brazilian Sign Language as well. In the other room, we'll have a session on family philanthropy, deep roots, long-lasting change. This session can only be attended by those in person, but later the recording will be made available on our YouTube channel. When we come back from lunch, you can go straight to the room of your choice. Enjoy the next 15 minutes and come back in time for our next session. right, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats again. I know the coffee is nice, I know the snacks are nice, good, but I kindly ask you to please come back to the main room and to the auditorium so that we can begin our next session. Please remember that the next session will be conducted in multiple languages. Now we have split sessions, 2 simultaneous sessions, and you can choose. You can choose which session you want to attend. Again, here in the main room, and if you chose to stay in the main room, and also for our online viewers, and actually our online viewers are more punctual than our face-to-face participants. Thank you, ladies, for being here on time. Thank you. Thank you for your punctuality. So now, we have the following session, Latin American Philanthropy, Pathways Toward a Shared Future. To talk to us about that, let's welcome Carolina Suarez, CEO of Latin Pacto. Welcome, Carolina. Cássio França, Secretary General of GIFE. João Paulo Vergueiro, Director of Giving Tuesday for Latin America and the Caribbean. And to moderate this session, let's welcome Mr. Guillermo Correa, Executive Director of the Red Argentina for International Cooperation, or Argentinian Network for International Cooperation.
Yo sé que va a ser extraño, pero voy a hablar en inglés. Sí. So sorry about that. And it's just to reinforce the stereotype of an Argentinian in Brazil speaking in English. So sorry about that. But I've been asked by Iris and also by Paula, so I will keep the duty of being the moderator. So first of all, thank you very much to Iris for inviting me. It's my first time here, and it's amazing. I'm already learning a lot, so it's a pleasure to be here. I'm in the role of moderating these 3 great people, and hopefully we will have around 50 minutes of interesting conversation, so I'm going to keep track of the time. My name is Guillermo Correa, and I'm the founder and executive director of RACI, which is an acronym for Argentinian Network for International Cooperation. And we are, in a way, kind of an IDIS version in Argentina. So we try to strengthen civil society through research, through resource mobilization, and of course, trying to expand the culture of giving and philanthropy in Argentina as well. So we are here together because we would like to see in one way how we can use the Brazil example to increase the culture of giving in the rest of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also to understand how Brazil has been doing it in the past years around philanthropy and culture of giving. So I would like to start with Cássio. We've been having bilateral conversations, Cássio, about how Brazil has been improving in the way you do now. You have now more social and civic infrastructure. The culture of giving, it's kind of a growing. Of course, I do believe there is always a space for improvement and to grow. So let's start with some questions for you, Cássio, about the Brazil experience. So what does Brazil's trajectory reveal about the advances and limits of the institutionalizations of philanthropy, and how do you evaluate personally the scenario in other Latin American countries? So, and thank you very much for being here this afternoon with us.
Boa tarde, prazer estar aqui com os...
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to share the stage with my dear colleagues, JP, Carol, Guillermo. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Cássio. I am currently the Secretary General of GIFE. GIFE, I think that, well, to answer your question, let me tell everyone what GIFE is. It's an association of private investors in Brazil, private social investors. Today, it's a network of 150 organizations. This number itself shows the power of social investment in Brazil. This set of organizations invests about 6 billion reals a year, 5.8 billion reals a year. In international standards, it's about $1 billion a year. It is a substantial amount of money. Jiffy is made up of companies, institute, and corporate foundations. The latter are part of the corporate family, the private sector, but we also engage with family foundations, independent family foundations. Let me tell you what it means. Jiffy is 100% corporate. It's made of corporate and business foundations, institutes, and companies. This reveals the face of Brazilian philanthropy. Actually, this is the face of Latin American philanthropy. In our region, philanthropy is largely reliant on companies and corporate institutions and foundations. This is how we were built in our region. And it's interesting because this is not how we grew. We grow inspired by North American philanthropy, where there's a huge amount of funds invested by families, not by companies. But here in Latin America, and my colleagues are even more knowledgeable about me than Latin America, we inverted things, we reversed it. Because of the very characteristics of our country, things here are the other way around. That being said, let's put the spotlight, let's shed light on another profile of family investors. Today, 20% of JIF is made up of family investors, family foundations, and for us, this is invaluable. This group is invaluable because it represents what part of the elite, of the ruling classes of this country, think about our society. Social private investment is done routinely by these foundations, family foundations. It's done routinely in a strategic way. It's not like, oh, I have $1 billion and I'll just support whatever organization I find more interesting once. It's not a one-off initiative. The family organizations that are members of Jiffy are doing differently. And it's interesting because I'm a political scientist, I'm a trained political scientist, and we're always very critical. We're always very critical of our society. But actually, after I started working at Jiffy, I'm amazed. I think that having a group of families involved in this type of investment is really great. I'm amazed. I think that we still fall short of expectations. I think that we still have to do more, even though the family members of Jiffy are doing a great job. They're highly qualified, but still we could do more. And I think this can also spark further conversations if our moderator allows us. But I think that we have to look at these families differently. Wealthy families in Latin America, what role have they been playing and what role can they play in our region to enable our countries to be less unequal? I'm going to stop here in the interest of time. But in terms of infrastructure, of course, companies will remain engaged. Companies will keep doing philanthropy at a much larger extent. But maybe family-based philanthropy can make the difference in some topics, in some areas that companies can't reach. Companies are extremely careful about their reputation, and I get it. It has to be that way. Companies will not invest in controversial topics. Companies will always be careful. Companies will invest in education, community development, entrepreneurship, job creation, income generation. These are classic topics, but it's family-based philanthropy that will fill other gaps of philanthropy in Brazil.
That I keep one thought already, and it's and something to be unpacked maybe later. The role of wealthy philanthropy families in trying to reduce inequalities in Brazil, but also in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for that. And now I'm here with my friend JP, who is the LAC director of Giving Tuesday, which is a global movement. JP has been engaged for a while now. You've been studying the role of the culture of giving in Latin America, and I would like to ask you how we can expand it and what are the conditions needed for that to happen. And welcome and thank you for being here too.
Tudo bem? Boa tarde a todo mundo. Prazer estar aqui com vocês.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Edis for the invitation, for the opportunity. Also, my greetings to those of you watching us online. First, I'll introduce myself and the Giving Tuesday movement. I imagine many of you are not familiar with it yet. but everyone knows the Giving Day. Giving Tuesday is an international movement, is the international movement that gave rise to the gave Day for Giving. It's an international movement. It's generosity driven, and this year it's December the 1st. So encourage other people to give. And behind the Giving Day, there's this international infrastructure, this global movement that started informally and is now consolidated. Now it's a nonprofit organization based in the United States. Giving Tuesday is actively present in more than 110 countries around the world. In Latin America, we are 16 countries with representation of the Giving Tuesday movement. So Brazil, Un Día para Dar in Argentina, same thing in Panama, Guatemala, the list goes on. My job as the director for Latin America and the Caribbean is precisely to strengthen this generosity movement. And where is this generosity field within the field of philanthropy? Because philanthropy is far-reaching. It's a wide movement. Of course, there's the traditional definition of philanthropy, the old definition of philanthropy. There are more modern definitions, but basically we can understand philanthropy as a sector of civil society. It's very broad, very comprehensive. Giving Tuesday is it's located in this space of philanthropy where we work with giving, in doing good and doing well, which is probably a large part of philanthropy, but we don't know that. We're not aware of that because we don't have data. We don't do enough research on philanthropy, even less at a regional level, especially compared to countries like Brazil, where we already have something. We have already made a little more progress in comparison with some of our neighbors. At Giving Tuesday, this is precisely the gap we want to fill. First, a disclaimer here, right, to justify my argument. The Latin American and Caribbean people are extremely generous. We're generous. Generosity is part of our culture, of our everyday life. I was coming here and I took a bus, right? And the guy asked the bus driver for a ride, for a free ride. And the bus driver gave him a free ride because his bus pass just wasn't working. So the ticket collector just let him ride, no charges. So we see generosity every day in every Latin American country. To me, that's the purest expression of philanthropy. It's about doing good, doing what's good. Sometimes this is not formally structured. Like I said, this is not always formally structured, even in the wealthy families of our countries. But it exists. Philanthropy exists, and it is in the communities, on the streets, companies, volunteer work, corporate volunteer work. It's widespread in our region. The problem is that we're not aware of it. We don't study it. We don't read about it. There are very few countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that actually know how many organizations that are in our region. We have this information in Brazil, we have this information in Mexico, but we don't know this for Argentina. We don't know this for Colombia. Or Colombia, we sort of know the number of NGOs in Colombia. So we don't know how much people are giving, or donating, for whom, how, if that's formal, informal, structured, unstructured, recurring, or occasional. At Giving Tuesday, we try to learn more about that. We try to understand the behavior of philanthropy in Latin America based on the act of giving, based on generosity. So we have a report that's called Generosity in Latin America and the Caribbean. This year we're going to publish its third edition. It's the third issue, and there we gather all the data we have about generosity and philanthropy in the 33 Latin American and Caribbean countries, of which about 13 we know nothing. We know nothing about 13 Latin American and Caribbean countries. We have nothing. We have no data points about philanthropy there. Other countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, we even have some more knowledge. We have some more data, but still, there's a long way to come. At Giving Tuesday, we published this report. Recently, we published a document called Online Giving Radar, where we partnered with 8 online giving companies, online donation companies, and we learned, for example, that Latin Americans send donations to more than 120 countries around the world. So not only do we receive money, we also share money. We send money abroad. We receive and we give. The total adds up to $40 million. Could be better. But anyway, at Giving Tuesday, we've been developing a number of initiatives to strengthen this work and to strengthen our own awareness of ourselves as generous. We believe that this can really drive the culture, the habit of giving across our region. We do that already, but it's not always recognized or formally set up.
We usually, when we compare through the Charities Aid Foundation data taught us, Africa and Asia are the #1 top regions in the world of generosity, and you can measure that in different ways, right? It's time, it's money, different ways, volunteerism. So I'm not against that. I'm happy that Africa and Asia are leading, but I would love to see Latin America moving into that direction. And of course, without data, there is nothing really we can do, because we don't have a proper assessment in which situation it's every country or the region as a whole, so it's different to move forward. I would like to move now to Caro from Colombia, and thank you, Caro, from me. It's weird, I'm going to be talking to you in English, so I'm sorry about that. But when Latin Pacto was created, one of the reasons was really to create data, to connect different stakeholders, and really to see how the impact investment could change the reality of Latin America. So I would like to ask you, what about our unique capabilities from our perspective? Also, Latin Pacto is a global movement or network, so you have the Latin American view about it. Which are the things that makes us different, and also which are the things or spaces for improvement in the region to make it grow better? Thank you.
Gracias. Muito obrigada. Prazer estar aqui com vocês.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I would like to thank Paula and the rest of the IDIS team. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here. Last time I was here was 6 years ago, so it's always a pleasure to come. Now, like you said, Guillermo, I'm going to try to speak Portuguese. Your Portuguese is fine, ma'am. Now, we're more than 300 members investing in Latin America and the Caribbean. We were created 6 years ago, and we're following the model of our network in Europe, Africa, and Asia. Guillermo, you said that our focus is to integrate the region, and our region is very diverse. And when we talk about Latin America, we have to think about our diversity, and this has to be met as well. This diversity is very valuable. There are different stories here, and even different regulations. And like he said, we don't have data. We have some data about some countries, but we don't have much. Here, for example, there are many organizations here. And I remember that when I had the opportunity to found AFET, the Association of Giving Companies in Colombia, you were our role model, Brazil and Mexico, and now we have an organization there. At least we have something, right? With over 70 organizations working together. The question is, how can we leverage alavancar? And how can we really leverage the potential of this region? Latin American philanthropists are close to the communities, and this differentiates us. We're also highly adaptable, because to be a Latin American person, you have to be adaptable. We have to deal with different governments. In Brazil, we don't know what's going to happen in the elections in a month from here. My country shifted from the far left to the far right, and that happened overnight. How can philanthropy keep up with the challenges of our region? Also, solidarity. About 20 days ago, there was this terrible earthquake in Colombia, 2 months ago in Venezuela, and solidarity. Even in Venezuela last week, we had a meeting with the Caldera Institute, and there we worked with the Gerdau Institute. We worked with Brazilian organizations to see what was done here after the floods in the south. We worked with Colombian, Venezuelan organizations, and really what always impacts me, what always impresses me is the solidarity, the philanthropy that we do here, and even families. Oftentimes, we invite families because families are doing something. We need more families, that's for a fact. But still, families are doing a lot already in silence, under the radar. They don't want to be visible. There's a panel about that now. It's not like the United States where they want visibility, and we're far from reaching their levels. But anyway, they're working here in Latin America with the communities, but we need more.
So what are the main vulnerabilities here in Latin America? Well, we need more flexible capital. Capital that can actually understand those NGOs, those communities. I was just talking to Guillermo yesterday, and even other places or institutions from the US are not working in Latin America yet. So we need to take higher risks and be more flexible to try and believe those organizations, because we have already lost a lot. So organizations are the ones that will actually have the resources to do that. And we are also working with IRIS. We have over 60 members in Brazil alone. And this is how we share knowledge about all of us. And I do believe that this exchange is what creates so much value, because oftentimes we say, okay, I am going to go to New York, and just at the end of September, we're going to have the Climate Week in New York. And a lot of people from Brazil prefers to go there than to come here to this forum, or the 2-week forum that happened in Manaus. So why don't we recognize or we appreciate this work that we do here in Latin America? So what I think that as Latin American people, we must raise our voices. And I love what you said, Gaso, that you are going to go with a lot of foundations to Colombia. You have been there with us last year in our conference, and you brought other members alongside, and creating and strengthening this community in Latin America to foster solidarity between ourselves. African countries, they're always together. And they don't say, oh, I am from Nigeria or Ghana. No, they say, I'm African. And we should do the same. We say, we are Latin American. And of course, there's this huge opportunity. At Latin Pacto, we are always understand the logic behind the capital. We need to know what exactly is the adequate capital that has to be invested. What is the status of the community, the organizations that we're going to be working with, and what is the problem? Because, again, oftentimes we focus on the solutions and we fail to understand the problems. So what Latin Pacto does is really understand the problem, and only then do we try and understand what is the capital that's going to be invested. So there are different ways to get resources in order to invest, impact, and have a better invest and create a better impact. And as Latin Americans, we can do that. So if you have a good comprehension on how the capital works, then you can move that seamlessly. So it's not, no, this is going to be social investment or this is going to be philanthropy. No. It's about having all of that. You must be flexible enough in order to manage that. And I think we are in a good moment as a region, even though there are challenges.
In improvements with the creation of AFA in Colombia, in how GIVE has been growing, how the movement of Giving Tuesday, it's also growing in Latin America. But for me, and we have this secret conversation before being here in front of you, I want to see more. I want to understand why it's still, and I'm sorry, and in my own country, we don't have to forget that we live in the most unequal continent in the world. It's not Africa, it's not Asia, it's here. So the levels of concentration of wealthness in Latin America, we are still the number one in that, not in given, right? But in terms of concentration of wealthness. So, Casio, I want to go back to you to ask you, from your perspective, what are the things that need to be in place for Latin America and for philanthropy really to take off?
Bom, é a pergunta de...
Well, I'm not going to say it's the $1 million question, but maybe the million BRL questions or pesos. I don't know. Well, Guillermo, there's a huge challenge ahead of us. and we have our work cut out for us for facilitating giving. So there are two main things that we have to address. First is legal framework. So donations must not be taxed, and up until very recently, we had to donate and be taxed for it. Let's think about universities. If you want to, or for example, a collector wants to donate part of their collection to a university, and the university says, well, unfortunately, we cannot afford to get that collection, so we'll have to decline because it requires a special room to get this collection. So unfortunately, I refuse it. So taxing donation is definitely counterproductive. So thinking about a legal framework that facilitates giving is of the essence. Having said that, though, we also need to encourage giving. And there are some issues that are passionate for Latin American people. So how much do we want to incentive donation? We've spent a couple of days with some foreign colleagues. I think Nick is here somewhere. And the talk is about the volume of philanthropy resources flowing in this country is huge. I mean, JFI's number alone, we worked on an international comparison, and we get, like I said, about $1 billion in philanthropy, institutional philanthropy, not individual philanthropy, which is, of course, way higher than that, and of course, most welcome. But we are just working with institutions. We are talking about $1 billion only in the GIF network. There are others that are doing philanthropy and that are not a part of our network, even though they shouldn't, but they are. But not a lot more than that. Now, in the US, there's $117 billion in institution philanthropy alone. Only institution. So 1 billion compared to 117. And GDP's, the GDP in the US is 3 times bigger than it is in Brazil. Therefore, it does not justify having philanthropy being 17 times higher than it is in Brazil. So maybe we should get to $10 billion here in Brazil. So how can we get to that number? How can we get closer to 10 billion? Well, in my opinion, there's no workaround. Unless, of course, if you have incentives, not only for volunteer donation and the culture of giving, which also has to be developed here, but we need to be incentivized. And I am not talking about stop paying taxes for the donations. No, let's donate to sports. So I am going to deduct it from my taxes. No, it doesn't necessarily have to be like this. But we need to have some experts from the civil society, foundations, thinking, brainstorming together in different models to foster donations. Because it seems like it's forbidden for people who have more resources to have to pay more taxes in Latin America. It seems to make this type of deal unfeasible. But it is not the case in the majority of the countries in the planet. So why do we have that here in Brazil? And I am not saying that I am opposite wealth. No, I'm not. But we need some mechanisms to allow for more equality in the society, and there's no two ways about it. Unless, of course, higher social investments. There is even this peculiarity to our continent, because it seems as though we have accepted that's not possible to charge taxes over large fortunes. Indians have created another tax. 2% of the total profit of the organizations goes to philanthropy. We could do it here in Brazil with 1%. And EADS and GIF, of course, we think about volunteer, but there in India, it is an obligation. Would that be problematic for our country, for our region? I don't know. We need to brainstorm. So I think, Guillermo, that this is maybe the way that we have to go. Should we incentivize it, or should we just foster this culture of giving? So you think
changes in human behavior, right? So we need different legislation to do so. And that leads us to what we still are talking about for a while now, the what we call enabling environment, right? Those laws that need to be in place in all the countries in order to make the civil society to flourish. And sadly, for the past years, we've been seeing growing what we call the anti-NGO legislations. Now, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 9 countries already with those legislations, and it was an attempt a couple of months in Argentina to pass a bill to control civil society, and also what they call the foreign agents legislation, right? Because I've been funded from abroad, which is I've been funded for the past 20 years, I'm going to be able to do prosecuted by the government because I'm representing foreign interest. And there are many examples also in India and around the world. So let's keep that in mind. I will get back to you in terms of tax incentives and enabling environment or legislation able to help the flourish of civil society. I want to go back to JP about what do you think that needs to be in place to create the culture of giving, which is different of placing tax incentives or legislation to promote donations from your perspective and also your regional view now?
Sim, muito bom. Eu tenho 3 palavras.
Well, that's great. I have 3 words to try and answer this question. The words are narrative, data, and structure. Let me start with narrative. In the majority of the countries of our region, there's not a common understanding from the side of society of what is the organized civil society. The idea is that they don't see the third sector as a real sector. In the majority of the countries in our region, they do not know that, to the point that we have to explain what is it that we do, because it's not a part of society, Brazilian society and several other countries in Latin America. It is not a common conception that the third sector is part of the society, of civil society. So when we build this narrative and present that to society, we're not only talking about hospitals or schools or social assistance NGOs. We're talking about a sector that is quite relevant to the GDP, that creates millions of jobs, and that also needs to be funded by those who believe in the same causes. So to build this narrative is challenging. We have gotten better at it, at least in Brazil, but we are still a long way to go from being seen as the third sector in Brazil, as it is in other countries, as a strong and legitimate sector in society. So then we get to structure and data. Well, I've mentioned that earlier already. We do not have data. We don't know a lot about the sector. We actually oftentimes are discussing about the number of formal organizations we have in the country, let alone other types of organizations or in other countries, and let alone how people perceive those types of organizations. So we must work on producing knowledge, producing data to, of course, back this narrative up. With no data, it's not possible to explain and exemplify to people what our sector is. So countries such as Brazil have GIF, LEADS, BCR, which is this association for professionals who work for the third sector. And the majority of Latin American countries do not have any of that, not even close. So here in Brazil, we're actually privileged, even though we are still far away from an ideal situation in terms of structure to develop and support philanthropy. So getting to know the sector, share data, and to build this narrative that will back up the third sector within society to strengthen democracy would be my suggestions as to what we need to do in order to foster the culture of giving in Latin America.
Here, but I want to highlight at least two. You talked briefly about the importance of civic infrastructure. And I mean, thanks God, in Colombia, Brazil, and Argentina, we do have institutions with capacities and skills to help civil society to flourish in a way. Of course, always space for improvement. But you also briefly mentioned something about the role of narratives. And I think that we are poorly storytellers. I do give this example all the time, but because I'm in Brazil, I'm going to do it again. I think I gave it on Giving Tuesday presentation on Tuesday, though. But I've been working in the NGO sector for the past 25 years, right? I started very early, don't make any numbers. I was in diapers, right? Don't laugh. So my sister still doesn't understand what I do for a living. She knows that I'm busy and I'm in meetings all the time, but then she doesn't understand that the role or the work that I do daily basis is to enhance rights, to strengthen democracy, but at the very end is to contribute to her quality of living, right? So there is something there about changing the way we talk, the simplifying the messages that we haven't been doing in the past, not only in Latin America, but also globally. And I want to move now, Caro, to you. You are part of a global network with Latin Pacto. And I would love to tell us which are the difference you see, what is different in Africa and Asia? What are the things that are happening there that are not happening here in Latin America in order to show us the path to grow?
Obrigada, Guillermo.
Thank you, Guillermo. Well, just right now, there's been this conference in Asia, in India. And you said that there aren't many families here, but in those places, corporations rule. So we need to bring more players into our impact ecosystem, not only the traditional ones. And I like the idea of creating this culture of giving, but this is very difficult because governments do not want that. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about right or left wing governments. So it is about how to improve funding. We must understand that we need more than traditional donations. So with Latin Pacto, we are working with foundations and institutes to help us not only with donations, but also by making loans and working with different types of investments in the civil society. So for families, for example, families may say, oh, I don't believe in givens. And we can say, okay, there's a whole financial market, and we can show you that there is this same option of investments for social issues. At Latin Pacto, we have a toolkit for innovative finance. And there are different possibilities: equity, debt, debentures, and of course, you must also look for returns. It is a different way for you to educate NGOs and organizations to be open to different types of investments because, once again, we do not have a lot of international funding. We do not have that anymore. Switzerland has closed the doors. In 2028, they're going to stop investing in Latin America. The US, well, I don't even have to say that. So how can we find new ways of investments? So you ask, okay, what's the difference between Asia and Africa? And I have to say that human capital. In Latin America, we have a very unique human quality. The human capital that we have here at this forum is not found anywhere else in the world. It's about our warmth, yes? This human warmth that is unique to Latin America. And I remember Georgia, Celia, they were also founders of Latin Pacto. And now Paula. We need to work together to make sure that all the documents from the Europe can be translated into Portuguese and Spanish. And at some point we said, okay, what's happening here? We have a lot of great people here, human, financial, and in Latin America, it is and others. We have more than 150 cases in Latin America only of philanthropists that are highly committed to the cause. So what we need is more data. Now I just told that to Celia. Now we have a map using AI to get information about what's happening in Latin America. So we need to be able to show what we do here. I agree with you. I have the same problem with my father, for example, my husband. They don't know what I do, and we don't need them to. Okay? What we need is to invite more people to make them join our movement. So I think our human capital is unique, but we need to go for it So this is why we need to integrate Latin America, not only with the narrative, but this comprehension on how we will be able to blossom this local philanthropy even more than international one.
Changes last year, starting with the closing of USAID, but also many European agencies and countries have drawn up in ODA, in official development assistance. So the time is right now. We do need to create and to foster a stronger culture of philanthropy here in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I think I have some minutes to open it up for questions. Is that what I should do, Paula? I'm following the script. Andrea, are you happy with it? To do Joya? Okay, I want to be invited next year. That's why I'm making my way all the way up to next year. So I think if the people here can help me out with the mics, I can take 2 questions, and also I think online, right? Because we have followers online too. So if there are 2 questions, you can raise your hand. Don't be shy. You can make the question in Portuguese, Portuñol, Español. Do we? Paulinha, okay. Vamos con Paulinha. I don't think you need to introduce yourself, but...
Ok.
What can we do? And I think the question is for the 3 of you. What can we do to actually find a shared pathway for Latin American philanthropy? You've addressed many aspects already, but one thing each, one takeaway from each one of you to help us build this shared route into the future. JP. Well, one thing is too little. I wanted to say 3. Okay, I'll indulge you. Well, as Giving Tuesday, we're doing this project in Mexico. We're conducting a project in Mexico to try and understand our philanthropic identity, how we are philanthropic in Latin America, and how that compares to developed countries, how we're different. The behavior of those who give in Mexico is not the same as that of those who give in Brazil. But based on this project in Mexico, we're going to develop some archetypes of donors and test them in other Latin American countries to try and identify our similarities with Mexico. Also in Andean countries like Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, we are beginning to map collective generosity efforts in Andean countries, donation circles, community philanthropy, territorial philanthropy efforts, for us to understand how generosity is actually being put in practice in Andean countries first, and then it's going to be expanded into other Latin American and Caribbean countries. And then on a more personal note, we're also beginning our Latin American Center of Philanthropy. It's an initiative inside a university to develop our understanding in terms of education, research, outreach, of philanthropy in our countries. Carol, well, we have to find a single road to follow. It's going to be hard. I don't know how to say this in Portuguese, but we have to develop something that we can be proud of. We have to be proud of being Latin American. What they see us as one thing. If you go to New York, people are proud to be Brazilian, Colombian, Argentinian, and we have to strengthen that pride. Also, we have to integrate more. We have to find more partners in Latin America. Of course, we have to learn the practices that are successful in the US, in Europe, but we have to know more about each other, about our successful cases, our successful practices. In 2 weeks, we have our Latin Pacto Forum. It brings together philanthropists and organizations to talk about that, how we can learn from each other, expand our exchanges, our connections, exchange knowledge and good practices. We need to share our knowledge to find a shared road. I work with you, but I don't know what you're doing in Argentina, so we have to learn from each other and we have to know each other better. And then after that, of course, we can look for a shared road toward the future. Well, I will second Carol, and I'm going to use the same word that she did. I'm very proud of the institutional engineering we developed in Brazil for philanthropy. It's institutionalized already. I think that corporate philanthropy, institutes and foundations and independent families, I think that we have a good blend already, a good combo to address multiple topics. I think we're in an interesting position in our country, although of course we need more volume, we need more funds. But the mix is right, I think. I think that in our region, and more specifically in our country, when we think about what we want for our country, we have to put certain topics on the table. We have to determine whether we should consider the giving culture only a volunteer thing, or should there be incentives for that? How will we foster that? What do I want to tell my children, my grandchildren? I want to tell them that we helped build a country where people give. People are willing to give. People are committed to giving. And this culture of giving is a virtuous cycle, because I saw my parents doing that, I'll do that myself. So I think we really have to be clearer about that. We need a project for our country and for our region at large. We have to determine whether we want to pursue this volunteer road only, or if there will be incentives for giving. I don't think that would be a problem. I don't think incentives would be a problem. I think this discussion has to be brought to the table, and we have to discuss this. Oh, okay, volunteer efforts are not enough. Incentives can be an option. Incentives can work. But really, to make progress, we have to answer this question. Will we continue on a merely volunteer basis, or are there going to be incentives? We have to face this topic, which is very dear to us, and it can be very controversial, a topic that we sometimes prefer to look away. We have to think about the project, the country we want, and the giving culture we want.
That we would like to stick with the people after this conference, because we talk about the importance of data and producing data. We talk about incentives, tax incentives to change behaviors, to increase donations. Carol talked about the unique characteristics that make us Latinos different and unique around the world, and compare that. We've talked about the narratives and to simplify and how we can send and explain better the work we do. So in order to Let's plan the future. Let's think that we can change the future here. Which are the things that you would like to stay after this conference in order to make philanthropy stronger in Latin America and the Caribbean? So let's change it. We'll start with Caro, and we change the order. Risky.
Más riesgosos, tomar más riscos.
Eu quero tomar a responsabilidade.
I think we have to take responsibility, right? We have to take responsibility for changing the country and building the country we want.
Que a gente tem que se conhecer melhor o que a gente.
I think we have to know each other better, how we do things, what we're doing, and we have to use that to further leverage our sector and how society sees us.
It works, power of knowing each other and to grow together to make the path common, to make it work. So thank you very much. Join me with a round of applause to this amazing panel. Thank you very much. Molto obrigado. Tempo esagotado, ma eu terminei. Finished. Thank you very much.
Bom, estamos aqui só aguardando minutinho para.
So let's wait one more minute for the other session to end. Then we'll come back to this main room for our next session. So please bear with us. Just a couple of minutes. They're coming already. You can see them.
De volta. só queria relembrar a todos.
I'd just like to remind you that if you have to leave early, make sure to complete our survey, the assessment of this event. Make sure to fill it out. You can find it through the QR code. Just scan the QR code on the back of your credential. This survey, this evaluation is extremely important. Your feedback helps us prepare a better event every year. One of our main values is excellence, so please help us excel. Give us your honest feedback. Denise, Daniel, right? So make sure to fill it out. Give us your honest feedback. It certainly helps us do a better job next time. Make sure to fill out the questionnaire, the survey, please.
Bom, eu vou já então prestigiando as pessoas que já estão aqui.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, so I think we can get started. Let me announce our next session. We're back with a traditional session that we absolutely adore in our forum. Every year, we invite the winners of the Folha Empreendedor Social Award to share their impact stories with us. What can we learn from their examples in terms of essence and reinvention? Before welcoming them on the stage, I bid farewell to you all. It was a pleasure to conduct this meeting so far. I'm thrilled and honored. And now I must say goodbye and hand it over to Paula Fabiani. She's going to guide us until the end of this event. So without further ado, let's welcome Mario Haberfeld, founder of On Safari. Rafael Ribeiro, co-founder of Formigas de Embaúba.
Nossa querida Eliane Trindade,
And our dear Eliane Trindade, editor of the Empreendedor Social Award at the Folha de São Paulo. She's going to be the moderator of the session.
Boa tarde a todos. É um prazer voltar aqui ao Fórum IDES mais um ano. E já é uma tradição.
Welcome and thank you for coming. This panel, this session is already traditional. In the 22nd edition, we awarded 2 categories: Social Innovators of the Year, On Safari of Mario Haberfeld, and also Inspiring Solutions, Formigas de Embaúba with Rafael Ribeiro. And today I'm very proud to introduce these 2 social entrepreneurs with you. But first, let's talk about reinvention. We could talk about Essence, but both of them have a very interesting story reinventing themselves. They have a reinvention trajectory as social entrepreneurs. So Mario, you reinvented yourself. You were a Formula One pilot, and now you're leading a social organization. Mario, tell us more about your journey and what brought you here. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Eliane, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here talking about the award that the newspaper so kindly gave me. For many years, I was a Formula One pilot. I was also a Formula Indy pilot, but then in 2008, I was tired. I began thinking about retiring from that. I thought that was enough. And I had the dream of protecting nature. I had no idea how to start back then. I'm not a biologist, I'm not a scientist. I've always been passionate about nature, though, the wildlife, animals. So for 2 years, I traveled the world seeing animals, many animals live, from, tigers in India, pandas in China, gorillas and orangutans in Asia, or gorillas in Africa. And the idea of On Safari was born during that adventure. Today, my mission is to protect Brazilian ecoregions. We started with ecotourism initiatives, but there's more today. I think that in car racing, most sports inspire children, most sports inspire people. Sports are interesting, but sports are kind of selfish in a way because you know you're there, you're competing for yourself. You're competing for yourself, and with On Safari, my intention is to leave a legacy for next generations and to actually create impact. I think that's what shifted in my mind. What about you, Rafael? What changed? How did it go for you? Yes, I can relate to a few things Mario said. First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me here. I am from São Paulo. I'm a local. First, I went to law school and I worked for a large law firm. But I missed purpose in life, at work. I missed a purpose. Of course, I liked my job. It was fine, but I couldn't really relate to it. I never really bonded with my work. I already did a lot of volunteer work in education, environmental initiatives. I liked doing my volunteer work, but I couldn't really dedicate as much time as I wanted to that. And then I took a break. I took a gap year. I did volunteer work abroad. And then when I came back, I did my master's in anthropology of nature, and now I'm doing my PhD in ecology. Quite a change from law. Now we have Formiga de Embaúba, it's a nonprofit, and we plant many urban forests and public spaces, especially here in São Paulo. And now after the Folha Award, we're expanding into other parts of the country. That's lovely, thank you. Now, you talked about your personal redemption as people, how your life changed and how you changed everything to become social entrepreneurs. Now, what is it like in your everyday life? What is your day-to-day life like? You're invited to come to places like this. I understand that part of your work involves raising funds for your initiative. So what can you tell us about that from the reinvention perspective? Yes, On Safari itself is a reinvention, and we have to reinvent ourselves there all the time. We started trying to promote safaris in Brazil, just like people go to Africa to do safaris to see lions. We wanted to do the same around here for people to see jaguars. So that's how we started. We were pretty successful in the beginning. Today at Cayman, which is where we operate in the Pantanal area, close to the Bolivian borders, you're going to see a jaguar if you go on a safari there. Almost 100% of the time, there are sightings of jaguars and other wild species. We started with the safaris, and then we started with the science front to raise awareness, to educate people. And again, if there were no people, there would be no need for conservation. So you have to engage people. You have to improve the quality of life of those living there. And then the Pantanal experienced the most severe drought of our time, 2 major wildfires in 2020 and 2024. If you don't know, if you're not aware of it, Pantanal is Brazil's smallest biome, but it's larger than Switzerland, Austria, and Belgium combined. So even though it's small for us, it's still quite large. And in 2020, a third of it burned to the ground, like the whole country of Switzerland burning. Today, we have a strategy to fight and prevent wildfires. But then again, after all that, we thought to ourselves, okay, this all works, but still we have to bring together other stakeholders, other biomes. We work in partnership with Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay to create ecological corridors connecting our countries, connecting our wildlife. After all, a jaguar doesn't know borders. Now, do they? Fire doesn't show their passport when wildfires don't have a passport to cross borders. So basically, we understand that we have to work without borders. We are facing the most severe climate crisis of our time. No one questions that. So again, I firmly believe that we have to join forces with our neighbors, with other stakeholders, and that forces us to reinvent ourselves every day. At On Safari, our main goal is to leave something for the future, with endowments and good governance for the future. What about you, Rafael?
Well, as Mario said, reinventing ourselves is a constant need for all of us who work at the third sector. When we started our foundation, I mean, it was just because we liked to plant trees with kids. Back then, climate change was not such a harsh reality as it is right now. I mean, everyone is terrified of the El Nino coming. And mini forests became a very interesting way to help with climate flexibility in cities. We have been conducting research with the University of São Paulo using sensors in and out of those small forests is about 5 degrees lower than outside of the mini forests. So it is a good way to involve communities, involve people, educating people with an initiative that is long term. So this is how we reinvent ourselves. We have a process that is pretty consolidated in the metropolitan region of São Paulo. And now we're wondering, okay, how to make mini forests become an actual part of the infrastructure of the cities to fight climate change and not just be an exception. So we are also working in reinventing our model to try and find partnerships and create that and establish those public policies in different regions of Brazil. Okay, for the sake of time, we have to move on, which is about essence. So please, in a nutshell, tell us what is the essence of what we do, and please give your final remarks. We are at a philanthropy forum, so please address the importance of philanthropy to aid with your cause. Well, the essence of On Safari is to protect biodiversity and the social and economic development of the communities where we operate. Philanthropy for On Safari is key. Up until 3 years ago, 99% of our resources, I mean, the larger amounts to build lands, came from philanthropy in Brazil alone. I know there's still a long way to go, but it's interesting, right? Because 3 years ago, we were able to fund all of our operations with this capital. Now we have international On Safari. Patricia is here. She's responsible for that division, and she does great work. And now we have access to large international foundations. So 60% of our resources currently come from outside of Brazil. But I think that the most important point in philanthropy, looking from the side of those who do the work, is, of course, do good work, honest work, and that's, of course, it goes without saying, right? But being accountable, transparent on what you do, and also investing in capturing resources. Patricia brought her experience to On Safari, so now we have several people dedicated to this alone, you know, working with philanthropists, with corporations, not only in Brazil, but abroad as well. That's great. How about you? Well, at Formigas, we are bringing nature back into the cities with people and creating some recreational spaces to promote well-being and health, and also working on the climate adaptation of the cities, which is currently very important. We are going through a very interesting moment right now because we are moving away from being a regional operation to a national operation. And we are building this with philanthropy. We have great partners, great relationships, long-lasting relationships with some people who are actually in this very room. But now we are trying to focus on longer term, more patient capital to try and experiment on other models and operate on other regions, and that's quite difficult. Oftentimes we get resources that are short-term with indicators that are also short-term. So number of people impacted or number of trees planted. So we are trying to work on those relationships to bring mini forests to other regions, and to do so we need patient capital. Okay, with that we get to the end of our presentation. We have two representatives of our network that work on addressing climate and environmental causes. And this year, we are also awarding other Brazilians who are making a difference with their work. This year, we are not going to follow a theme, and the award will be held at the Sala São Paulo on November 16th. You are all invited to see who are the innovators of this year, those who lead the inspiring solutions. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Obrigada, Eliane, Mário.
Thank you, Eliane, Mario, Rafael. Excellent examples that really bring our theme to life. Another great and inspiring session. And now, to inspire you even more, we have a surprise. So if you are in the back of the room, come on. Let's see the surprise. It is a witness from a person who has just gotten into the philanthropy world and has been more and more engaged. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us today, but she recorded a video for us. So let's watch it. Hello, I am Zelia Duncan, and I want to talk about a project that is very important for my life. It's called Body a Cause. It was created by me and my sisters in partnership with Iman Conexões. I am a runner and I am also a singer. So I love about running, getting there and sing. And to show people that you don't need to kill yourself in order to run. You can train, it requires discipline and you can do it. But when we got together, we got this idea that's much more interesting, that running and singing could also bring an impact on people's lives or a consequence. So we started dreaming together and we brought it to life. We created this cause and we run for a cause depending on our supporters. The first one was Crossing Histories. It was a beautiful cause impacting over 500 women. It was extremely important to all of us. Then we went to Fortaleza, fighting against hunger. We were able to collect over 3 tons of food. And that's beautiful because it is a run. You helped someone with your enrollment fee. And after you get there, there's a concert. It was beautiful to see all those beautiful people with their medals on their chest. The medals that meant that they were helping someone. And this is the run for a cause that hopefully we will do a lot more of in Brazil. It is great to see new people getting started on their philanthropy journey. And hopefully Zelia is going to be joining us next year. Hopefully. Maybe at the beginning of our forum, Zelia Duncan will be singing her beautiful songs to us. Maybe she will even tell us more about her philanthropy experience. We are getting to the end of another It Is Forum. But before we introduce the final panel, I would once again remind you all about how important it is for you to fill out the satisfaction survey form. Your opinion helps us get better and better. And please remember, there will be a surprise for those of you who hand out your forms. So believe me, it's worth it. I would also like to tell you that Alliance and Stanford Social Review Brazil magazines, our media partners, offer free digital subscription. Using the QR code at the back of your badges, you can access those benefits. For those who are online, we will be sending the link on the chat. Now, to wrap up our 2026 It Is Forum, let's look ahead. Let's talk about the future. and the fact that it is a choice and not fate. So, I would like to invite Michael França, the Racial Studies at INSPIR coordinator, then Nicholas Tedesco. Nicholas Tedesco is the CEO of the National Center for Family Philanthropy. And my dear Rodrigo Piponzi, the member of the Social Impact Committee for RD Health.
Que honra estar aqui com vocês. Fico muito honrada mesmo. Hoje, inclusive, o dia começou.
Okay, so we started our day very well, and we are finishing our day with authors who are making a difference in this world. So I would like to now award Michael and to greet you for your book, the book that you have just written, you and Felipe Nascimento. That was actually one gift that we gifted to all of our team members. And to me, it is a must read. And he was actually awarded with the second Jabuti Award. So congratulations. Well, technology, society, politics, organizations change at a very fast pace, challenging us all. For philanthropy, looking toward the future is not predicting scenarios, but rather making rational choices about the values, practices, and commitments should guide their trajectory. So what needs to be preserved for philanthropy to keep being a transformational player? What needs to be reinvented, considering that we are in an ever-changing world? And what are the decisions that we make today that will help us build the futures that we want to have? So now, we will be hearing representatives from the corporate, family, philanthropies, and also the academia. I'm going to start with Nick, the CEO for the National Center for Family Philanthropy. Well, Nick, you work with family philanthropists in issues such as legacy, governance, succession, decision-making, and collaboration. So given such a turbulent geopolitical landscape, what are the choices that are at the center of family philanthropy? What are the recent trends and how do they are making families rethink the role they play given so many simultaneous crises? And what has struck you the most about family philanthropy in Brazil? I mean, you have been here for a few days now and you immersed on it. So what do you have to say?
Well, first I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's been incredibly inspiring to be with you all, to be here in Brazil and to learn from you. What strikes me the most is your enthusiasm. I can just feel the energy. It's deeply palpable. And so I want to continue to encourage you to harness that energy, that enthusiasm for philanthropy, because I can see it's already making a tremendous difference and it will continue to make a difference. So that is what has stood out to me among many other things. You are very accurate in your description of where we are right now in family philanthropy. You know, it's a time of reimagining. It's a time of revolution in many ways, and we talk about this in the United States. We need to think differently about how we're approaching philanthropic practice. And so, you know, to your question, what needs to remain the same? What needs to change? You know, I always encourage families to return back to their why and really think about what drives them to do this work. What are their motivations to doing the work, to giving back? Let that continue to be the North Star, the guiding light. Let that continue to be what drives all else. But then we need to really think about the practice that comes from that. And how are we reimagining the practice to meet opportunities? How are we thinking about the ways that we are deeply responsive to the needs of communities right now, and looking out into the future, how are we anticipating what might come next? So a couple of core considerations for family philanthropy to reflect upon in this season of transformation. Three that I'll name: purpose, governance, and legacy. So the first is purpose. I talk to many, many families and continue to encourage everyone to think about how one's purpose continues to evolve as the geopolitical climate and the world evolves. And when I talk about purpose, I really talk about fundamentally what you're drawn to support, what you are looking to do by way of your impact goals and strategies. And what we encourage families to do is to think flexibly about it, right? Think about how you can continue to listen to your communities and ultimately respond in kind. We're seeing in the US a lot more families leaning into, for example, supporting democracy at this time where it's under attack, supporting climate efforts at a time of absolute crisis where there's a narrow window to address it globally. So we're seeing a lot of families expand their purpose to truly meet the opportunity. The second is governance, and really holding the question of how you make decisions with community and not for community, right? How are you truly making those decisions in a way that's informed by the people that are closest to the work so you can be the most impactful in the work that you do? I think many families have historically defaulted to the governance that they know, not necessarily the governance that is serving the world. And so how do you think differently about the governance? And then lastly, legacy. This question of what you're building, not what ultimately you'll be known for, well into the future, but what you're known for now and what you're building now that will then inform ultimately the story that's told about you. And we talk about legacy as something that is present. It's something that is dynamic, it's changing, it's evolving, and it's something that you can continue to create. You get to write your own story. And so at this time, what do you want to be known for? Do you want to be known for being nimble and adaptive? Do you want to be known for being entrepreneurial, for taking risks? Do you want to be known for standing up and saying the hard things? What is the legacy that you're building? Because that's going to happen now. Those stories that people tell about you is how you respond, how you lead now. And so the question of legacy is a critically important one.
Vou falar em português.
I will be speaking in Portuguese. So, well, thank you. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Now I will ask Rodrigo. He works for RD Health, but is also the co-founder of the Mall Institute, the 1% Commitment, and other initiatives to strengthen the culture of giving. So RD Health has taken on some public announcements in terms of their social investments with the commitment of the 1% of your profits being donated. So how can we transform the culture of giving and corporate social investments into permanent, consistent, and structured practices that are in line with the needs of the country? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. And I am so happy to be representing RD Health today. It is a company that's permeated my entire history. For those of you who know me, you know that, I have always rebelled against family business. And I always enjoyed working with philanthropy, organizations that you have mentioned, and others. And I am so proud to now work so closely with RD's governance. And supporting, funding, and building this agenda. And this is what qualifies me to answer your question. So I'm very happy to be wearing this RD Health hat. I do not have a lot of opportunities to do so. So thank you very much for being so generous as to invite me to this panel. But I think the best way for me to answer to your question is about making a choice. RD is a company that over its entire journey related with philanthropy and social investment, RD has always been brave to make tough choices. Choices that oftentimes were not that obvious, that at that time were considered to be risky. Nevertheless, they were choices that have shaped the way that we look at social impact and social responsibility, and to actually creating this commitment at the company. So one thing that I often say is, first of all, making a choice of not having an institute. And I mean, I am not opposite creating institutes. I think this is a great choice in many cases, but we opted not to do so because we understand that the very mission of our business is a social mission at its core. RD is a company that promotes healthcare for the population. So, I mean, the business, the mission of the business is a social mission. So one thing complements the other. And in terms of governance, when we make that choice, I mean, the current governance system that we have, I mean, we have this committee for social impact that is highly empowered to make decisions. And at that committee, like 6 or 7 people, the CEO and the chairman are a part of this committee, and this is extremely valid. I don't think there are other companies in the country that actually have both chairman and CEOs participating on the same committee to make decisions related to social impact, sustainability, and so on and so forth. And the second thing, like you said, is about making a commitment. So the 1% commitment, so donating 1% of our net profits. And now you're discussing maybe we should donate 2-3%, not minimum. And other commitments as well, public commitments that we revisit every couple of years in terms of sustainable growth. For example, the bonus that we pay to executives are all connected to our ESG goals as well, which is key for our governance. And then, of course, to making the business favorable to its impact. RD is widely known for mobilization platforms. For example, the Sorria or Smile in a free translation, which is this platform, to get funds through buying institutional products. This is a 20-year history already. We have donated more than 70 million BRL, and that creates high engagement between employees, customers, managers, and so on and so forth. And we also have another initiative, for example, that people round the value up. So that difference usually cents for them, but that is amount that is donated. We have like 35 million BRL being donated just because of that as well. And the governance is extremely effective. There's a very good narrative behind it. And like I say, in order for us to make this a lasting and solid strategy, involves the way you tell the story. Communication is a part of it, of course, but it's all about strategy. So when you combine all of the factors, I mean, it goes a long way to tell the story, not only to preserve the journey, because perhaps what I like the most about wearing this hat is the fact that there aren't any risks. The CEO can be replaced, the chairmans, we can close stores, the strategy will remain the same because it's solid, it's consistent. And I think it reinforces, or it gives you some peace of mind to be able to build something that's good for the business, but most importantly, to incentive other players to do the same, to join us in our responsibility. RDCs, the role that we play to influence retail, the industry, and to push other agendas. One thing that we learn is about looking at the systemic impact, understanding how to work with different players. Currently, we have this discussion at RD on how we can work more closely with the public healthcare system, because of course, if we want to promote the healthcare of the population, then we must work with the public healthcare system to make it better. We need to work even more closely with politicians to understand how the legal framework can be improved. So we have this logic of working with stakeholders, and again, it's not possible to do so if we don't have a very well-structured, lasting, consistent, robust strategy, especially involving governance.
Wonderful. I wonder what would happen if all our companies made similar choices. What would happen? What would happen to corporate philanthropy, and what would happen to our country with this greater participation of private players? Also, Nick said that sometimes families invest their funds in democracy, climate, that give me a little bit of hope, that kind of planted a seed of hope. I hope that we can see some important systemic changes at a global level. And now, with that, I want to pass the floor to Michael França, coordinator of the Racial Studies Center of INSPER. You have a pretty comprehensive view of movements in our society, and there you're well positioned to contribute to the public debate, especially when it comes to inequality. You're right for important newspapers in the country. You have a number of books. You've published and authored a number of books. So tell us more about the academia. What has been your experience in the academia? What has your experience been like in the academia? And what do you think? Are new generations really being prepared to change things and to build the future we want? And what do you think is the role of philanthropy in building this future? Thank you, Paula. Those were quite a few questions. I'll try to be brief and answer all of them. First of all, it's really a pleasure to be here. It's an honor for me to be here. About the academia, university settings, I admit that when I was about to complete my doctorate, my PhD, I kind of expected to have a linear career, becoming an academic and staying there, writing papers, doing research inside the university, on the university campus. But at the same time, I felt restless and uneasy because there are so many interesting studies in the academia that fail to reach the population, the society as a whole. What's produced in universities often stays there. That was kind of frustrating. So when I got my PhD, I had the opportunity to stay in Brazil, do my postdoctorate studies or go to the US to do my postdoctorate at Carnegie. But then Carnegie Mellon. But I decided to stay here. I decided to stay in Brazil, and I started writing for newspapers initially in a very informal way, or rather, I didn't really have the plan. I wasn't planning to enter the public debate or become a columnist. The only thing I wanted to do is to make scientific and academic evidence more accessible to the population as a whole. I wanted to share that and spread the word. This is what happened. This happened in my first article had this major repercussion. I wasn't expecting it. And then the newspaper invited me to write other articles, front page articles. Then they invited me to become a regular columnist. And that's when I really engaged in sharing academic knowledge with the population in a relatively simplified way. At the same time, government bodies started to invite me to discuss public policies, to engage in this type of effort. And what I noticed over time is that certain things are extremely simple for the academia. They're simple inside the university, but they stay there. Even if the impact is great, sometimes we look at spreadsheets and charts. Sometimes we don't even publish some spreadsheets, but then we eventually publish them, and they end up at the table of state ministers and secretaries of state. So even the smallest findings can contribute to the debate. I noticed over time that Brazilian universities are completely isolated from the rest of society. There's this isolation of our academia. Last year I spent some time at the University of Oxford working with government efforts there, and I understood that in the UK, universities and government work together. The society there works very closely with universities, and here, unfortunately, our universities are segregated from the rest of society. At Stanford, and I've been as a visiting professor at Stanford since January, and it's kind of similar. I mean, there in the US, there's a much greater interaction between society and university. Other countries do that. We don't. Of course, in Brazil, there are some initiatives, some scholars, some researchers try to talk to the government more, to the press, to civil society organizations, but we still have a long way to come in this agenda. We still have a lot of progress to make. About the young population here, I even addressed that in one of my articles for the Folha de São Paulo newspaper, and it also caused some buzz, some repercussion. In Brazil, there's a challenge. We have to improve the quality of the education of our schools, of our education, of course, of the working class, but I'm also concerned about the education of our ruling classes, of the elite. What do I mean by that? In universities or even in high schools, elementary schools, we're creating, we're forming, we're training people with a very technical view. Some kids here are very good at technical skills. They're great at hard skills, but we're failing at the soft skills. We're failing to develop their human side. And that's particularly important when it comes to educating the elite, the upper classes. I have spoken to many people from top private universities. Yeah, I myself did that. Yes, I spoke to you. There is this widespread perception that we can even do a good job at technical training, but that's about it. Our education is labor-oriented. People want to be good at their jobs. And of course, we train good people, good professionals, but at the same time, we do not really educate our people on how to think about our society, the importance of being less unequal, of addressing that. We're failing at that. So yes, we have to educate both the poor and the rich. We have to improve the quality, but we have to do a better job educating the rich. They have to understand the society to which they belong. They do not understand where they belong here. Yes, we had an event at INSPER. We invited people from our sector to discuss that possibility, how to add this type of topic to universities, to the curriculum of business schools, and it cannot be an optional subject. It has to be mandatory, because we really have to raise the awareness of everyone, including those who don't want to take this course or do this program. We can use triggers like public safety, crime rates, because this also affects the upper classes, right? This can help raise their awareness and sensitize them, make them aware of why we have to fight inequality to build a fairer, safer society, and this is even conducive to a better business environment. If you want to be a business person, that's in your best interest. Now, for the second round of questions, we had agreed on something. Some of you were here during the day, some were not. But anyway, for this second round of questions, I want you to tell us what you could relate to, what resonated with you during the day today, what resonated with you, what made you think, what gave you food for thought, what is worth discussing, what should be emphasized, what should we discuss next year or in the next edition of this meeting. I think that the discussion of our first round was enough for an event in itself. But what is essential? What is critical? What do we have to reinvent in philanthropy to make progress and for philanthropy to really make a contribution to the society we imagine? What are your reflections on what we saw today? What are your thoughts? Can I start? Yes. You know, I arrived late, right? I apologize. I didn't see everything, but I saw the program. I could see some sessions, but I didn't see everything. So you asked about your question about the future of philanthropy. Here we have three representatives: corporate, family, and academia. And what's clear to me is, well, first, we talk a lot about philanthropy. I think it's the third time I hear Nick this week. We had lunch together. We were panelists together. Talking to him is always very inspirational. Everything he says about family philanthropy, all his ideas. I love that you said that we're an enthusiastic country, because I feel that enthusiasm too, right? And that's one thing about philanthropy. So philanthropy, family philanthropy is huge, and it plays a very important role. This also applies to corporate philanthropy, independent, individual philanthropy. But to try and answer your question, the first thing that resonated with me was that philanthropy alone can only do so much, but we have to put philanthropy at the service of what we want. We can use it as a catalyst, as a catalytic force. We should take risks as philanthropists. And then, of course, each type of philanthropy has to find its way of doing that, its way of being, its way of acting and being relevant. We talked about many concepts today: strategic philanthropy, this and that, and I like that approach. But I think it's very important for us to understand the limits, the spaces, because if you might talk about strategic philanthropy in places where that's not relevant, or you can talk about other types of philanthropy. So we have to be sensitive and understand the roles we can play and where. Another important thing that I think is well represented here in this forum and in the types of conversation that take place here and in other instances is also, what resonated with me was the importance of opening up. Regardless of our type of philanthropy, we have to open up to conversations with other stakeholders, with people who are different from us. Family philanthropists, corporate philanthropists. Sometimes we represent families, sometimes we represent companies. Bringing other stakeholders to the conversation is extremely important. On Safari, Formigas, social entrepreneurs, we have to work very closely with this innovation ecosystem. We have to coordinate with government or public authorities, companies. So again, we have to build a collective agenda, and for philanthropy to thrive, we have to do that. We have to encourage and foster this type of conversation because they can really open our minds. Like, oh, okay, we have so much insight. RD won't do so much, can only do so much alone. Your families will only do so much alone. So I think that's an important lesson to me that resonated with me. I can't stop thinking about that. Wonderful, that's very interesting. And now, Nick, you're going to be the last one. Is it okay? Last but not least, Michael. Well, I also arrived late, but I think that there are many things we have to discuss about our country, many contradictions here. Brazil is one of the most unequal countries in the world. We all know that. But Brazilians are very illiterate when it comes to talking about inequality and how that impacts us. We don't know much about that. I mean, we know that we are unequal, but we don't know what to say about it. Of course, and this ignorance is not only common among the less educated populations, no. Even the rich fail to understand the negative externalities, the negative consequences of living in an unequal country. When we think about that and when we study the economy and everything, we try to explain that. We try to explain the mechanisms and how inequality affects the business environment, and again, the implications of this inequality, crime rates, unemployment, the expectations of the young. Because just think about the following. Maybe it's one of the most curious things you're going to hear today, and still many people do not understand this mechanism. Education. Many people talk about the poor quality of Brazilian education, that our schools are bad and that we're failing to make progress in educating our children. And then the responsibility is all given to teachers and schools, and they are to blame. Schools are to blame. Teachers, principals are to blame. But they forget that we live in a society. If a rich kid thinks about the future, or if a poor kid understands that in the future they will be discriminated against, or that they will never be able to complete their technical training, or even their high school or maybe higher education, the way things are, poor kids lower their expectations. They give up, they drop out, they try less hard. Oh, why am I going to try very hard if it's not for me anyway, if there's nothing there for me anyway, right? So the quality of our education could be better, yes, but we do not understand the other elements that are discouraging our kids. You know, we think that we will solve all our education-related problems with more schools, bigger schools, better schools. That's one thing, but we are an extremely unequal and segregated society, and that affects the potential return of education. It affects our society in many ways, at multiple dimensions. I think my time is almost up, but I think that philanthropy also has to understand that. I see that as a mistake that we make as a society, and it's actually a gross mistake, a brutal mistake in our society, even in the philanthropy sector. I think that 98% of the funds I received as a researcher were dedicated to looking at education inside schools. I do a lot of research about education. Next week, I'm even going to the Ministry of Education. I'm going to have a meeting with the minister. It's going to be broadcast live. We're going to talk about a program called PEDMEA, which encourages kids to stay in school and graduate to avoid dropout, to decrease dropout rates. Again, I'm going to be there with the minister next week. My book is going to be distributed across the country, to schools across the country. So we are doing a lot in terms of education. But the thing is, education alone will not solve everything. We need to redesign our society beyond the school walls. And philanthropy can play a role in that. Education alone is not a silver bullet in a country like ours. Our state taxes people in a way that undermines our efforts in education. My time is up, but that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
E acho que tem muito a ver com essa.
This is a very important challenge, and it goes hand in hand with what we are discussing here, right? The essence and what has to be reinvented, looking outside. And maybe this is what philanthropy has to do, right? We need Brazilians with a high self-esteem to be able to cruise that journey. It's not only about education. And with that, we go to Nick. Please give your final remarks.
Well, I very much want to echo what Rodrigo and Michael said. I gained a lot of inspiration by what was talked about here today. You planted a lot of seeds for conversations that I think can continue on in a very meaningful way. And I want to underscore what Michael mentioned, which is there needs to be a conversation about what was not talked about, right? We need to think about some of the hard questions that we all need to ask ourselves as those who work in the impact sector. And really thinking about the questions of wealth stewardship, the questions of preparing the next generation, the questions of equity, the questions of what it means to use your voice and influence, to advocate for change, and really having the hard conversations of what change looks like and what's going to be required to accomplish the change that you all seek to advance. And so I started to hear some of that today, and I think that nurturing that conversation is going to be really meaningful to be able to then think about how you live into a deeply robust civil society where philanthropy has a main role. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities to continue to reflect on these questions together and ask yourself, what's the future you're building? What are some of the barriers that stand in its way? And how do you plan to stand shoulder to shoulder and think differently about the work that you're approaching and have some of these difficult conversations about ultimately power and privilege and inequality? And these are not easy conversations to have at all. And we are beginning to wrestle with those conversations in the United States, so I don't purport to have the answers or even understand the cultural context. But I do know that by holding those questions and holding them in community together in this safe and trusted space, there's an opportunity for you all to be candid with each other and to start to think about that change in a real and meaningful way. So again, deeply heartened by everything that I heard, really inspired by the focus on effectiveness and really looking at what impact means, and really hopeful that the conversation will continue to hold the questions of the future.
Obrigada.
Why, thank you so much, Nick. I think that's the message, right? We must have the hard conversations. And this is the moment for our society. Moment where the hard conversations could open up new avenues for reflection, and even for gathering people, because sometimes we say that there is no common direction, but I think there is. So with that, I would like to open up the floor for questions. I can see that there's a raised hand at the back of the room already, and maybe online questions. Do we have any other questions? We are gonna be hearing them all at once. And then we go for final remarks. Good afternoon. I am Nicole, And I'd like to take this opportunity that we have Michael and a representative from Family Philanthropy. I think Michael's work is amazing, and the work that you do with academia and the general public is amazing. In the area of content creation, I mean, even journalism is under scrutiny. So having this conversation is essential. And when you talk about the distancing between academia and general society, well, I have to second that. So my question goes along those lines. We were talking under a different perspective, and now that we have Nick here, my namesake, I'm Nick as well. So how does philanthropy play a role with academia? We have some models from the US where philanthropy does play a role in even funding or fostering academia in content creation or knowledge creation. And if I'm not mistaken, here in Brazil, we do not have that. So, well, Michael, now you have more experience with that, so maybe you could elaborate on that. And maybe tell us about this new opportunity to reinvent philanthropy in terms of strengthening its relationship with academia. And I think this is now more important than ever. I think that's the only one. Oh, no, I got another question. Thank you. I am Daniela. I work at FBN Brazil. I have a question to Nick and Rodrigo. Talking about partnerships with other foundations, institutes, looking to inspire smaller business. Can you comment on that, please? Okay, so I think we can begin with Michael, right? Well, first of all, thank you so much for your question, Nicole. I think there's actually a very interesting topic here because I've had contacted, I have this experience with philanthropy both in and outside of Brazil. And my first big project was with a foreign philanthropy institution that has funded my center institutionally. So we had to hire a large team for 3 years and do research. So, what I have been seeing over this time is that usually international philanthropists tend to give more institutional support in research. They tend to trust researchers better than national ones. They believe that by working with long-term investments, they do believe that the outcomes could be more impactful. So this is the perspective that I have. This is my experience. On the other hand, philanthropists from Brazil, they pretty much have the same question, the same made-up question. There are several institutions that go to researchers and they just want to confirm hypotheses. They say, I would like for you to evidence my hypothesis. And this is problematic. And it's a reality for several institutes in Brazil. Or sometimes they ask for us to research a specific topic. So here in Brazil, it's difficult to get institutional support, to fund centers or researchers for the long term, because they think that in some time there will be good outcomes. So in that sense, Brazilian philanthropy makes our jobs harder.
Nicole, I appreciate the question, and I feel that Michael did a really great job capturing my observations as well. Just speaking from my experience as a U.S. citizen, you're very right in that, people in the United States really look to academic institutions as, centers of excellence, right? Now, in the last year or two, right, there's been some questions called around and a narrative campaign kind of from the administration to discredit some of the work of academic institutions, but people very much still look to academic institutions. as the voice of reason. And so there are a couple things that I'll note here. Academic institutions in the US are a training ground for philanthropy. So schools like Stanford, University of Pennsylvania, the Ivy League schools that people deeply respect, the elite schools that people deeply respect, they run courses and workshops in philanthropy for families, for corporations, for people moving resources more generally. And so people are going to those universities to actually learn about the practice, the discipline of philanthropy. There's also a lot of the research, as you know, Stanford Social Innovation Review, that's capturing the most entrepreneurial, innovative practices and then lifting them up as, as the light in the sector. And so that inspires others. And they're doing research that actually calls forward the questions very critically of civil society. And so it actually, in many ways, sets an agenda for people to respond to. And because academic institutions historically have been, seen as quite neutral in some ways, they can ask those hard questions and people respond to them. The question on collaboration is such an important one, and there's no magic bullet. I'd love for us to explore it together. It's really interesting in the US, over the last few years, we've seen a rise in the recognition for the need for collaboration, and yet there's still a hesitation for people to collaborate. And we really attribute that to, in many ways, just the psychology of wealth, the psychology of being, right? It comes down to control. It comes down to, fear and uncertainty. And so we have to really attack the problem at its root cause and really have those hard conversations. But I actually do think we're starting to see quite a bit of a change of orientation, that people acknowledge without collaboration, we're not going to actually accomplish systemic change. We're going to keep just addressing the problem as it presents and not go upstream to be able to address the problem at its source. And so we're starting to see much more curiosity and experimentation with collaboration. I think we need to lean into that, show the models of where it works, build a narrative strategy around how without collaboration, change at scale is not possible, so then it becomes a forcing mechanism, and then really, again, elevate those practices.
Rodrigo, já te peço para fazer suas considerações.
Rodrigo, I will give you the opportunity now to give the final remarks. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretty much echo everything that Nico said. I am just now going to discuss it under the perspective of companies to address Daniela's question. Well, even companies, it is very important for them to see the actual roles, multiple roles that they play. And sometimes they have to let go of some of their old convictions in order to collaborate together. So yes, we do recognize the role played by corporations, but we also understand that they cannot solve all the issues by themselves. This is a learning that we have been learning for a long time now. Working in collaboration with retail, for example, was one type of collaboration that we have experimented with, and now it's very consolidated. Working together is something. And working with communities, or with entrepreneurial families, different ecosystems that could help map out different organizations in Brazil, not only to give us knowledge, but also incentivize us to collaborate. Yeah, maybe do you want to comment about the future that we want to choose? Well, I started this panel talking about making choices, right? And we're talking a lot about hard conversations. And to me, the biggest inspiration for this year's forum is being brave enough to make choices, is to bring out the elephant in the room and discuss them. And I think it's pretty much a reality for everyone, for every action, for philanthropy, social investment, whatever. And decision making is pretty much a political issue, right? It's something that we have to take a stand on it. And if we are not clear on the choices that we need to make, nothing is going to change. And we know that this is not a possibility for us anymore. So this is the biggest inspiration for me. Michael, your final remarks. Well, as a Brazilian society that has been shaped through distancing, inequality, segregation, we must take this legacy into consideration and try to reduce the power of those instances. I think a considerable part of Brazilians' elite funds philanthropy, but at the same time, they foster inequality in the very processes of their companies, or when they lobby against taxes, for example. So it's controversial. Philanthropy oftentimes is but a drop in a bucket. So the way you live your life is a way to spread segregation and inequality generating mechanisms, So you cannot just look cool as a philanthropist if behind the curtains you were brutally spreading inequality through the processes of your companies, for example. So we must consider legacy much beyond philanthropy. We must consider the impact on the society because, life is short, right? And when we're gone, our actions will keep resonating with the future. Yes, we need to look for a more cohesive or coherent future, right? We need to be coherent with our actions, our philanthropy actions, and our lives as a whole, our everyday decisions and actions as individuals. Now, Nick, your final remarks, please.
I just want to end with gratitude. It's been incredibly inspiring to be here as I started off this discussion with noting. I'm really inspired by your commitment and the work that you're advancing. And so I would just say, keep doing what you're doing, which is showing up and having the conversation, and really look to the future and keep asking yourself, what is the future that you seek to build and what's required to get there? And keep focused on that. And I see a lot of agents of change in this room, a lot of advocates that are going to take you there. So I'm really excited to watch you on the journey and would love to come back to Brazil.
Obrigada, gente.
Thank you, guys.
Bom, chegamos ao final da 10ª.
Well, we finally get to the end of our 15th edition, and I am inspired. What lingered to me was about something that Conceição Evaristo told us, what is structural and what is superficial. So now I challenge you guys. Are we going to be brave enough to face the structural issues? We have reflected a lot about how to keep being relevant, and we have talked about several opportunities for the future. Today, we talked about the essence of all of us, but also in our collective work. We talked about what we have built in the past and how it sets the foundation for innovation and bolder leaps. Between the essence and reinvention, there is a fertile soil. A soil where we can cultivate practices without foregoing our purpose, where we can experiment with new pathways without forgetting what we have learned thus far. This is when we can recognize the value of our history, but also be bold enough to do differently. This is also where we can ask better questions, just like we did in this last panel, to ask questions, to revisit certainties, widen our horizons, and find new ways to work. Because the good questions often open up pathways to innovation. Throughout this day, we have seen that we have a lot of challenges, complex challenges, that are always changing. And this is why philanthropy cannot stand still. Reinventing does not mean breaking what was built. Sometimes reinventing is just to find a new way to honor what has driven us thus far. The commitment to the greater good, to reducing inequalities, strengthening civil society, and building a more sustainable and more just world. Hopefully, you're gonna walk away with some concerns and with reflections upon new perspectives. Maybe, hopefully, you have met someone new, someone interesting. You questioned something that you thought you knew for sure, and maybe have looked through different lenses at past occurrences. Hopefully, the ideas that you have discussed today will keep resonating within our organizations and shaping our decisions, especially in the way that we decide to act. Once again, on behalf of IRIS, I would like to thank all the experts that have been with us during this special day, generously sharing their knowledge, experience, their time in a volunteer way. I would also like to thank all of you guys who stood until the very end of this event. And also to our online audience for your participation, for listening to us, and for interacting in this latest edition of the forum. And once again, thank my wonderful IRIS team. I learn from you every day. You touch me every day with your conversations, with your affection. You challenge me with good questions and help me transform into a better person. So please, guys, if you could stand up or come here, up on stage. I would also like to congratulate Luisa in the very back of the room. Congratulations, Luisa. Round of applause to her. So I am proud and privileged to have the best team in the sector. You guys rock. I'd also like to thank Sirin, PhD, Fundação José Paiva Neto, and everyone who worked today to make this event a reality in such a special place. Thank Anabella Pascoal and Datera for gifting our speakers with organic coffee. And lastly but not least, once again, thank to all of our supporters that made this event possible. Global Philanthropy Forum and CAF supporters, strategic supporters that have helped us throughout this year. Also, Fundação Bradesco, Fundação Itaú, Movimento Bem Maior, and our gold supporter, RD Health, silver supporter, Fundação Sicredi, and bronze supporters, ArcelorMittal, Bracell Foundation, Volkswagen Group Foundation, Levinsky Legacy, Institute Sicobi, and our institutional supporters, the FFF and UNICEF. Also to Alliance Magazine and Stanford Social Innovation Review magazines are media partners. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who has opted for the donation in subscription fee. Thank you very much, and all the donations will be forwarded to the FFF. I would also like to remind you that all the sessions were recorded and will be made available on our YouTube channel. Share with friends and colleagues. Let's expand our communities. If you have used the translation headphones, please remember to leave them on the table or hand them out at the reception desk, okay? Thank you very, very much. And I wish you all a great evening. And please remember to fill out the satisfaction survey form, okay? And see you next year.